Chapter 311. Not good. Wang Hao frowned and raised his left arm. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. Before the gunshots fell, the man turned and ran to the door. But at this moment, the heavy iron door fell down with a bang, directly sealing the door. The corridor suddenly fell into darkness. Wang Hao suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind his head. He didn't have time to hesitate and bent down suddenly. The gust of wind swept past his back. Before Wang Hao straightened up, the iron door opposite banged. It was as if a pair of feet kicked it hard. In an instant, the gust of wind changed direction and attacked Wang Hao from the opposite side. Wang Hao quickly waved his knife to protect his front body. His figure flashed, and he moved sideways 2 steps away, barely avoiding the gust of wind coming from the front. Wang Hao leaned against the iron door, quickly raised his gun and aimed at the dark corridor. With his other hand, he held the black knife tightly to protect half of his body, but his arm accidentally touched the switch on the side of the door. With a crisp sound, his eyes suddenly lit up. The LED lights embedded in the ceiling suddenly lit up from front to back, instantly illuminating the entire corridor. At this time, in the corridor 10 steps in front of Wang Hao, a thin licker was spitting out its long tongue, on all fours, with its back arched, and its eyes staring at Wang Hao, and the white ping-pong ball was lying quietly under it. The licker was not wearing any clothes, so the ping-pong ball should not have fallen from it. If not, where did it come from? While Wang Hao was alert to the licker opposite him, he quickly looked up and down. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his eyes were fixed on the vent with the lid opened in the middle of the corridor. So that's it. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly focused. Suddenly, the licker attacked Wang Hao. After crawling on the ground for a few times, it kicked the ground with its legs and jumped over. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he immediately felt a burst of heat coming from the palm of his left hand. The Type 54 in his hand suddenly turned red and turned into molten steel in an instant. Wang Hao was shocked, but he didn't have time to think about it when the strong enemy attacked. He threw away the remaining gun handle and rushed forward with his right hand. The licker screamed strangely, and its thin body just avoided Wang Hao's knife and stuck to the ceiling behind his head, but its long tongue shot out at this time, heading straight for the back of Wang Hao's head. Before Wang Hao's black knife fell, he felt a gust of wind behind his head. As he turned around, he subconsciously grabbed it with his left hand, and suddenly felt his palm wet, and a sticky thing was caught in his hand. When he turned around, the tip of the tongue covered with tentacles was only an inch away from his face, and the black knife in his right hand followed closely. The licker with its limbs attached to the ceiling also discovered the black knife in Wang Hao's other hand at this time, and immediately wanted to retract its long tongue eagerly, but at this moment, he suddenly felt the tip of his tongue get hot, and a red light spread rapidly along the long tongue. At the same time, Wang Hao also felt the burning sensation in his palm. After seeing the red light, his right arm suddenly stopped, and he stopped the blade an inch away from the long tongue. The red light quickly spread to the mouth of the licker. With a bang, a ball of fire suddenly burned from the hideous head of the licker. Bang! The thin body immediately fell off the ceiling and fell in front of Wang Hao's feet. A burning smell immediately spread in the corridor, along with black smoke. Wang Hao looked at his left palm, which was still red, as if it was a branding iron that had just been taken out of the fire, but Wang Hao only felt a burst of warmth at this time, and did not feel the burning pain. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly showed a look of surprise. It seemed that he could already control this positive glove. Then he put away his thoughts, and the red tide on his palm slowly faded away. The thin layer of handprints similar to sausage casings that had been seen before also disappeared from his palm. At this time, the left palm was no different from the right palm. Wang Hao withdrew his gaze from his left palm with satisfaction and looked around. As the fire on the licker gradually died out, a piece of black ash was left on the ground, and the corridor returned to silence again. Wang Hao walked towards one of the iron gates, and once again sent out his will. His left palm suddenly turned red. Bang! He slapped the iron gate with his palm, and a puff of green smoke rose. A fiery red suddenly spread from Wang Hao's palm to all directions. After a few seconds, the rusty iron gate suddenly turned into a pool of molten iron, and solidified into irregular iron blocks on the ground again. Looking at the scene behind the iron gate, Wang Hao suddenly felt his eyes widen, and there was an incredible look in his eyes. There was actually a layer of soil behind the iron gate. How could this be? Wang Hao frowned, and then melted the other 2 iron gates, and the result was the same yellow soil. Why make so many fake doors? Is it just for decoration? Wang Hao looked at the end of the corridor, with a puzzled look on his face. There were still more than a dozen identical iron doors on both sides. Wang Hao was about to step towards the end, when a little girl's voice suddenly came from somewhere. It's really wonderful. Mr. Wang really opened my eyes today. Wang Hao paused and looked around, and found that the sound came from the middle of the corridor. He immediately became alert, grasped the black knife in his hand, walked slowly over, and stopped where he thought the sound came from. Who are you? Wang Hao stared at the wall and asked coldly. To be precise, I'm not a human. The little girl's voice came from behind Wang Hao again. Wang Hao was startled and looked back hurriedly, but he didn't see anything. He immediately felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. What do you mean by this? Wang Hao asked, suppressing the fear in his heart. If you're not a human, then you're not a human. What's the meaning? The little girl's slightly naughty voice came from above his head, as if hidden on the ceiling. What is your purpose in taking so much trouble to lead me here? Wang Hao looked around and said. What does this have to do with me? Didn't you come here by yourself? The little girl's voice came from the back of Wang Hao's head again. Wang Hao was stunned, and then said, It's true that I came here by myself, but if it wasn't for your cry for help, I would have left at that time. That's my fault. The little girl sneered, and her voice came from the end of the corridor. Mr. Wang, what's the point of arguing about these now, or tell me the purpose of your visit this time? Wang Hao frowned and said, I came to find a friend of mine. Are you talking about those foreigners? The little girl asked. No, my friend is wearing a half mask. Have you seen him? Wang Hao shook his head and said, Yes, and he is here with us now. The little girl said. Chapter 312. You locked him up? Wang Hao looked at the end of the corridor and asked. No. The little girl said. What are your conditions? Wang Hao frowned and asked directly. Mr. Wang is really a straightforward person. The little girl said, My conditions are very simple, one life for another. You mean to exchange me for my friend? Wang Hao immediately understood what the little girl meant. Yes, if you agree, we can make a deal now. If you don't agree, I am happy to continue to enjoy Mr. Wang's wonderful performance. The little girl said lightly, but there was a naked threat in her words. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and said, It seems that I have no choice but to agree. I like dealing with smart people like Mr. Wang. As soon as the little girl finished speaking, there was a slight roar at the end of the corridor, and a gap more than 2 meters wide slowly cracked on the wall at the end, and bright light shone out from inside. Mr. Wang, please. The little girl's voice came from Wang Hao's ears, and then there was no movement. Looking at the gap more than 20 meters away, Wang Hao could only see the white wall and the light reflected from below. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Hao slowly walked over. When he came to the gap that looked like an ordinary door, Wang Hao found that there was a circular staircase extending downward inside. He couldn't see the situation under the stairs, and didn't know how deep it was. The light came from the wall lamps on both sides of the wall. Each lamp was very bright, and the bulbs inside could not be seen clearly. The wall and the stairs were both snow-white, without any patterns or traces. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment at the staircase, then put away his black knife and walked down step by step. The staircase was small and steep, and everything was white in front of him. There was no reference except for the dazzling light. After walking for a while, Wang Hao gradually felt dizzy. A thin layer of sweat oozed out of his forehead, and his limbs were a little numb. Why haven't we reached the end yet? Wang Hao leaned against the snow-white wall and looked down. In front of him, there was nothing but white and dazzling. After a short rest, Wang Hao continued to walk down. He didn't know how long he had walked. Wang Hao felt that his whole body was soaked with sweat, but his legs could no longer move half a step. He turned around and leaned against the snow-white wall and sat down weakly. At this time, his eyes felt extremely sleepy, and his eyelids closed involuntarily, as if they were filled with lead. The world in front of him had just entered darkness, and his mind immediately began to spin. He opened his eyes again, and suddenly, Wang Hao found that the world in front of him was also in a state of dizziness. The strong dizziness made his stomach churn, and a burning sensation mixed with the taste of luncheon meat rushed into his throat, and his mouth was immediately filled with wow. A mouthful of filth sprayed directly onto the snow-white wall opposite, and then slowly flowed down, and an unpleasant smell immediately spread. At this moment, Wang Hao suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his body rolled down the stairs involuntarily. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Hao's eyelids moved, and after a few beats, they finally opened slowly. When he saw the space he was in, he was shocked. Wang Hao was lying in a translucent rectangular closed container. His whole body was soaked in a liquid with a faint fragrance, his limbs were firmly fixed, and oxygen was inserted into his nostrils. While he was surprised, his heartbeat accelerated instantly, his breathing became rapid, and the transparent oxygen mask was suddenly filled with white gas he exhaled. Wang Hao's consciousness stayed at the moment of fainting, and he tried to recall what happened after that, but he had no impression at all. Thinking of the mysterious little girl who had never appeared, Wang Hao suddenly felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. No, I must leave here immediately. This was the first reaction that appeared in Wang Hao's mind, but his limbs were tightly fastened by the iron buckles in the container at this time. Not to mention thinking, he couldn't even move, including his head, which was fixed on the container by the cold iron buckle. What should I do? Fortunately, his mind was still active, and he quickly thought of a way to get out of it in his mind. Got it! Suddenly he remembered his left arm, and was about to concentrate when he heard the sound of a door opening, followed by footsteps approaching. Wang Hao quickly closed his eyes. Wang Hao felt the footsteps stop beside him, followed by a man's voice. It's been 72 hours. Why is there still no response? Hearing the man's voice, Wang Hao was shocked. He didn't expect that 3 days had passed. Soon another slightly hoarse voice sounded. If it doesn't work, we kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. The hoarse voice was filled with murderous intent. Wait a little longer, and see what the queen bee means. The previous voice said again. Queen bee? Wang Hao was shocked when he heard this. Isn't the queen bee the Professor Zhang? Hasn't he been sent back to the base by the people sent by Lisa? How could he appear here again? Could he have been rescued by them halfway? How long do we have to wait? If it's too late, the old woman from the butterfly team will come. The hoarse voice said irritably, but seemed a little helpless. Wait a little longer. Oh, by the way, how are those people? The other person said again. You mean those foreigners are the ones wearing masks? The hoarse voice said. The ones wearing masks. The other person said. When Wang Hao heard the other party mention Ben, his heart tightened immediately. It's still the same, half dead. Hey, Dilly, I'm so surprised. The people we caught before either died on the spot or intervened successfully. Why didn't this guy react at all? The hoarse voice said in confusion. After hearing what the hoarse voice said, a sense of foreboding suddenly rushed into Wang Hao's brain. It seems that what Ben said before was right. They are indeed breeding and evolving zombies. At this time, the voice that spoke earlier pondered for a while, and said, the queen bee has not killed him yet. She must have her own plans. These are not our concerns. What about those foreigners? Those few are good-looking but useless. They were chopped into pieces and thrown into the corpse circle. The hoarse voice said disapprovingly. Corpse circle? Wang Hao was stunned. He suddenly thought of the zombie army raised by Han Ma. He didn't expect that they were classified as livestock in captivity here. It can be seen that the opponent's strength is definitely stronger than what they saw. After the hoarse voice, there was no more movement. After a series of ding-dong sounds, the footsteps gradually faded away. Bang. After the door was closed, the outside was quiet again. Wang Hao did not act immediately, but waited for a few minutes to make sure that there was no one outside. Then he gathered his mind and emptied his brain, and then began to concentrate his thoughts. But after a few minutes, Wang Hao's left arm did not react at all. Chapter 313. How could this happen? Wang Hao frowned and concentrated again, but 10 minutes later, his left arm still had no reaction. No, there must be something I haven't figured out. Wang Hao carefully sorted out every detail in his mind. At first it was because of my own blood that triggered it, then it was because of the anger in my heart, and recently this time, it was because I had the determination to fight to the death. Yes, determination. Wang Hao suddenly realized that Han Xion's battle with his back to the water in ancient times was precisely to grasp the determination in every soldier's heart. If a retreat was left, once the situation was slightly unfavorable during the fight with the enemy, the soldiers might escape. Sometimes only by fighting to the death can one survive. With this thought, Wang Hao closed his eyes again and concentrated his mind. However, at this moment, the door was opened again, and a chaotic sound of footsteps followed. Wang Hao's mind moved, and his thoughts dissipated in an instant. Then the voice of the person who spoke earlier came into his ears. You two, go and remove the fixed frame, and the rest of you clear the passage. After the answer, the footsteps dispersed. Bigly, the queen bee has run away. Why are we still carrying such a burden? I think we should run away as soon as possible, so as not to be caught alive by that old woman. The hoarse voice from before sounded again. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. Could it be that Han Ma and the others brought people to attack? This is the order of the queen bee. No one dares to disobey. Have you forgotten how Lu Chong and the others were tortured to death? Big Li's voice was a little harsh, but more of it was fear. I can't communicate with you. Take care of yourself. I'm leaving. The hoarse voice was obviously nervous. After a hurried word, the sound of footsteps leaving came. "Brother Lee, do you need to catch him back?" At this time, another voice came. "Forget it, let him go, hurry up and do things." Bigley sighed and urged. The outside was suddenly quiet. After a busy period, Wang Hao felt that the rectangular box where he was staying was moved. Because he was worried that someone was watching outside the transparent cover, Wang Hao didn't dare to open his eyes. Time passed by minute by minute. Wang Hao felt that he had turned several corners in a row and suddenly stopped. Then there was the sound of the elevator door opening. The body felt that it moved forward a few meters, and then the elevator door closed and began to rise. During this time, Wang Hao had been trying to concentrate his mind, but it was always fruitless. Several times, he felt a reaction in his left arm, but it was disrupted by external movements. The more he wanted to concentrate, the more he couldn't calm down. The elevator was slowly ascending, and there was silence inside. After a long silence, the man who spoke after the hoarse voice left said again, "Brother Lee, if Lao Lu leaves like this, will the Queen Bee be angry with us?" "Big Mouth who? No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." Big Lee's voice was obviously angry, but then his tone softened. "Our current task is to safely deliver the living body to the laboratory in Area B. The rest is not our concern." "I know, Brother Lee." Big Mouth whose voice suddenly wilted, but soon he spoke again. "Brother Lee, do you think this kid is really that capable? Can he melt the iron door with one hand?" "Nonsense. How can I fake what I saw with my own eyes?" Bigley replied unhappily. "Look at this kid, he is so thin and weak, with not much meat. How can he have such great ability?" Hu Dazue seemed to be muttering to himself. At this time, another voice beside him interrupted. "Dakazang Yufan, what do you know? You are just a fat body. What else can you do except fill the teeth of zombies?" "Hey Xiaotian, I didn't offend you. Why are you targeting me?" Hu Dazue said unconvinced. "Hu Dazue, I'm not targeting you. Tell me yourself, since you joined our service team, let alone as brothers, just say how much has Brotherly been implicated by you." Xiaotian replied immediately. I know I'm not good at talking, but I'm doing it for everyone's good." Hu Dazue obviously became weak. "Enough, it's already this late. You still have the heart to argue?" Bigley interrupted the two impatiently, and the elevator suddenly became quiet. After a moment of silence, the elevator slowly stopped, and Bigley said, "Go out later, Guiming and I will lead the way, Erwei and Dazue will be on guard, Xiaotian and Xinyu will be responsible for pushing the coffin. We will go through the corpse transport channel, and Longchai will drive to the exit to meet us." Several people responded, and then there was the sound of the elevator door opening. Wang Hao felt a movement under his body, and the light outside his eyelids disappeared suddenly. Wang Hao's body was slightly bumpy, and the liquid on his body was shaking, and it almost poured into Wang Hao's facial features several times. Wang Hao quietly opened his eyes a little, and outside the transparent coffin cover, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse, and several figures were shaking on both sides of him. "What is the B Area laboratory? Is it the same place as the laboratory mentioned by Brother Wu who I have never met before?" With a lot of questions in his mind, Wang Hao closed his eyes again and concentrated his mind. At this moment, his father's increasingly hunched back, his mother's increasingly old face, and white hair on her temples, his girlfriend's smile, and her mother's cold eyes, Louis's eyes, with Xiaodong's chatterboxing, Dr. Yan's honesty, Yang Shiyun's perseverance. Familiar faces kept flashing in Wang Hao's mind, and then he thought of Shan Wan's empty eyes, Feng Hitian's death before his death, the last call with him, Li Ting's desperate and fearful eyes. Thinking of their faces, Wang Hao's heart moved, and soon he thought of Xiao Mo who disappeared strangely and Ben who behaved very similarly to him, the barcode on their arms. Thinking of it, he thought of the team leader Long who he had never met. There were so many faces, some were clear, some were blurry, and some Wang Hao had no impression of, but at this moment, whenever a face appeared in his mind, his heart would involuntarily beat, as if each face was a trace of spiritual energy, which was constantly filling Wang Hao's heart. If Wang Hao could see his heart at this moment, he would definitely be shocked, because his heart was surrounded by layers of smoke-like gas, and under the wrapping of these gases, his heart was slowly turning red, and the smoke was also gradually turning red. The translucent container Wang Hao was lying on was still being pushed forward. With a sudden jolt, Wang Hao's consciousness suddenly became clear. He felt a faint burning sensation in his left arm. Chapter 314. Just when Wang Hao saw a glimmer of hope, his right arm suddenly felt cold, and a chill appeared out of nowhere, spreading to his whole body at an extremely fast speed, instantly freezing his left arm. The left half of Wang Hao's body suddenly became numb, and he soon lost consciousness. The liquid that spread to his chin also gradually froze at this time, and the ice began to spread to his whole body. Wang Hao was immediately shocked and quickly concentrated his mind to activate the positive handprint of his left palm, but just when his mind just flowed to his left arm, the whole left arm suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if it was pierced by countless steel needles. Wang Hao endured the severe pain and quickly dispersed his mind. The pain gradually disappeared, but his left half of his body was frozen even more solid at this moment, and the cold air pierced into his bones. This feeling was more uncomfortable than the feeling of being pierced by a needle. Wang Hao's face gradually turned pale, and his entire face was covered with a layer of white ice. The thought just now not only failed to activate the yin-yang hand, but it accelerated the speed of freezing. At this moment, not only Wang Hao's face, but his whole body was wrapped in a thick layer of ice in the coffin. Except for his eyeballs, there was almost no movable joint in his body. An unprecedented sense of terror suddenly hit Wang Hao's brain, and the piercing cold air poured into his bones through his skin and flesh. At this speed, Wang Hao would be frozen into a human popsicle in less than 5 minutes. The more you have to stay calm at this time. No matter what happens, there must be a reason. As long as I can find the reason, I can escape. Wang Hao comforted himself, while forcibly dispelling the fear in his mind. The biting cold quickly calmed Wang Hao's brain. Since this inexplicable cold air came from his right arm, the lesion must be here. With this thought, Wang Hao subconsciously moved his right fingers. What he didn't expect was that his right arm was actually conscious. What surprised Wang Hao the most was that he was previously overwhelmed by fear, and mistakenly thought that his whole body was frozen. The wrong consciousness deceived his own senses. After coming to his senses, Wang Hao found that the cold air only spread from his right arm, and did not freeze his right arm. Moreover, he vaguely felt that his right arm seemed to be protected by something, which actually isolated his right arm from the ice layer outside. Although the right arm was still firmly fixed on the lock, it did not affect the movement of the fingers at all. When Wang Hao subconsciously moved his fingers, he suddenly felt something unusual. From his 5 fingers to the elbow, he seemed to be wearing a thin layer of something like a glove. Gloves? Could it be the other female glove? Wang Hao was shocked. He clearly remembered that Xiao Mo took the glove away when he left without saying goodbye. How could it suddenly appear here now? And wear it on his hand? Could it be that Xiao Mo came back? He sneaked in and put the glove on me, and then left? This doesn't seem to make sense. If that's the case, how could Xiao Mo abandon me? Unless Xiao Mo was also controlled by them. It shouldn't be. With Xiao Mo's skills and their strength, it is possible to seriously injure Xiao Mo, but it is impossible to capture him alive. If he was not captured alive, how could Xiao Mo's glove be here? Could it be that brother Xiao Mo gave it to them? This seems unlikely. Then, could it be that brother Xiao Mo is in the same group with them? Wang Hao immediately rejected this idea in his mind. This is absolutely impossible. I believe in brother Xiao Mo. If none of this is true, then there are only 2 possibilities left. One is that there are 2 pairs of the so-called yin-yang gloves. In addition to the pair of gloves he and Xiao Mo have, there is another pair in their hands. Another thing is that he made a wrong judgment. The glove on his right hand was not that glove at all. While Wang Hao was quickly thinking and rejecting an idea, he suddenly found that the Y-shaped tree branch 5 meters away from him was still in front of him. He clearly remembered that he saw this tree branch when he just felt his left arm. Why is it still here now? Have they not moved for half a day? Wang Hao subconsciously glanced at the figures next to him and was shocked. He saw that the 2 figures who were originally swaying on both sides of his feet were now standing straight, staring at the front without moving. They were covered with a layer of white ice. They were frozen into human popsicles. Ah! Wang Hao was stunned. But at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps running over from a distance. Damn, why are you still here? Didn't I hear the intercom ringing? The voice stopped abruptly and turned into cautious footsteps walking forward. Oh my god. The man screamed and quickly turned around and ran away. The panicked footsteps soon disappeared. Wang Hao heard the voice outside clearly. He quickly thought of the scene outside. Now is a good opportunity to escape. This is a God-given opportunity. I must find a way to melt the ice on my body, otherwise even if I am not tortured to death by them, I will be frozen to death. Wang Hao made up his mind and exerted force on his right arm. The lock on his right wrist suddenly moved. Wang Hao was delighted and increased his strength again. However, his right arm was covered with a thick layer of ice. Although his right arm was not frozen, the space for movement was very limited. Wang Hao tried twice in a row, but it was still in vain. This method doesn't work. I must find another way. Wang Hao frowned, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. I have never gambled before, but I want to gamble today. God, this life will be deposited with you first. Wang Hao then closed his eyes and focused his mind on his left arm. Soon, the feeling of being pierced by thousands of needles began to spread rapidly from his heart to his left shoulder, then to his left arm, and directly to every fingertip and every inch of skin on his left hand. Sweat beads the size of soybeans immediately seeped out from Wang Hao's pale face, melting the ice on his cheeks and flowing into his neck. The cold air spread from his right arm to his left arm at a speed visible to the naked eye, like earthworms. Wang Hao's left arm was slowly turning red, but his chest began to expand, followed by his limbs. The ice layer wrapped around his body cracked with a crackling sound, and countless black cracks soon spread throughout the ice layer. As Wang Hao's body expanded, the ice layer was arched and cracked. At this time, Wang Hao was like a balloon blown up by someone. His whole body was round and round, as if it could be easily pierced by an embroidery needle. His left arm was still turning red, and the ice layer that had begun to break around it was gradually melting, turning into bursts of white smoke, filling the entire narrow space, and at this moment, 3 figures in the distance were rushing towards this side. Chapter 315. As Wang Hao's body continued to grow, the ice layer wrapped around his body cracked little by little, and soon it pressed against the coffin lid. The transparent coffin lid made a crisp sound, and was slowly pushed open, and the broken ice inside fell out. At this time, Wang Hao's face was full of ferocity, and there was a crazy light in his eyes. At the moment when the 3 figures paused, there was a sudden bang in front of them, and countless broken ice shot at their heads. Fortunately, the 3 people reacted quickly. When they saw the transparent coffin explode, they quickly lay down on the ground, clattering. Countless broken ice mixed with fragments of the transparent coffin fell one after another. The 3 people who hurried over were Dali, Guoming, and Long Chao. Dali and Guoming were responsible for clearing the way in front and eliminating the zombies blocking the road. The 4 people behind, 2 were responsible for vigilance, and 2 were responsible for pushing the coffin. Dali and Guoming were the first to walk out of the passage and meet Long Chao, who was waiting outside. But the 4 people behind him didn't come for a long time, so Dali asked Guoming to go back and check, but what Guoming saw were 4 companions who had been frozen into popsicles. You can imagine how scared he was. When Guoming ran back to Dali and told him what he saw, Dali was shocked, so he brought Guoming and Long Xiao back. But when he saw the 4 motionless figures under the moonlight, the transparent coffin suddenly exploded. All this happened so suddenly that he didn't react until the broken ice fell all over the sky. He was the first to get up from the ground. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes suddenly froze, and he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. 10 steps away, under the bright moonlight, Wang Hao, in ragged clothes, was staring at him. Although he couldn't see Wang Hao's expression, he could feel a suffocating breath slowly approaching him, because Wang Hao was walking towards them step by step. Guoming and Long Xiao beside him also climbed up from the ground at this time. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned at first, and then hurriedly picked up their weapons and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. 2 tongues of fire suddenly shot out from the muzzles of the 2 guns and shot directly at Wang Hao. The gunshot beside him immediately woke up Dali, and he immediately turned around to shoot the submachine gun behind him. But before he could pull the bolt, he saw a black shadow stepping on the walls on both sides of the passage and rushing in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. A red fist, an ice blue fist, 3 punches in succession. Dali and the other 2 fell to the ground, screaming, and the guns in their hands were thrown aside. The fierceness in Wang Hao's eyes gradually faded, and he looked at the 3 people on the ground coldly. Tell me what's going on. If you dare to tell a lie, those people will be your fate. This? How is this possible? Bigley ignored his own pain, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Wang Hao in disbelief. What's impossible? Wang Hao frowned and turned to look at him. No, this is absolutely impossible. Bigley was a little dazed at this time. He suddenly got up from the ground and stretched out his hand to touch Wang Hao's face. Wang Hao grabbed his wrist and looked at him coldly and said, I ask you one last time, what's impossible? A hunchback thin man on the ground covered his chest and shouted to Bigley anxiously, Brotherly, tell me quickly. Shut up. Bigley's face changed, and suddenly returned to normal. Although one of his hands was locked in the air by Wang Hao, there was no fear on his face. He glared at the hunchback young man on the ground, looked at Wang Hao and said, Even if you don't ask me, I will tell you. Oh! Wang Hao frowned and was surprised. He let go of Bigley's hand. Why? Because this is the order of the Queen Bee, I must do it. Bigley looked to be about 34 or 35 years old, with a square face, big eyes, and a burly figure. When he spoke, his brows were frowned, and he seemed to be still wondering about Wang Hao's current appearance. Wang Hao's body had returned to normal at this time. In the few seconds before the explosion, Wang Hao first felt that he fell into an ice hole, but was instantly pushed into a fire pit. In just a few seconds, Wang Hao felt that all the pores on his body were opened, and the suddenly cold and hot gas was instantly discharged from the pores. The explosion was caused by the energy fluctuations generated when the gas was discharged. The queen bee you are talking about is Professor Zhang? Wang Hao frowned and asked. No, the queen bee is just a system invented by Professor Zhang. This system is specially used to develop mutant zombies and strengthen the limits of human beings. Dali shook his head. Strengthen the limits of human beings? Wang Hao was stunned. He had only heard Ben say that they were developing mutant zombies before, but he didn't expect that they were still studying normal humans. But now Professor Zhang has been captured by them. How can they complete the research and development independently with just a system? After a pause, Wang Hao looked at him again and asked, Do you know that Professor Zhang has been captured by us? Bigley nodded. I know what you want to ask. When Professor Zhang invented the Queen Bee system, he implanted it into his granddaughter's mind. At first, Professor Zhang just wanted to develop a more powerful zombie to deal with ordinary zombies under our control. The research went smoothly at the beginning. Professor Zhang created lickers and crawlers, and then sent them to various parts of the country to let them infect themselves and control their actions with the thoughts carried by the mutant virus. But what we didn't expect was that on the third day after we sent out the first batch of lickers and crawlers, the Queen Bee system crashed and the main program was tampered with. When everything returned to normal, later, Professor Zhang found that this system was no longer under his control and had its own consciousness, which came from the thinking of his granddaughter that he had implanted himself. Hearing this, Wang Hao was shocked. You mean the system now has its own ideas? Bigley nodded, and Wang Hao hurriedly asked, So are you working for this system now? Yes. Bigley nodded again, looking helpless. Since that time, Professor Zhang has been under house arrest in the hive. Hearing this, Wang Hao was shocked and said, Then is the voice of the little girl who spoke to me before Professor Zhang's granddaughter? Yes. Bigley nodded again. Why are you so scared of a little girl? Wang Hao asked again. Her mind controls every mutant zombie, and these mutant zombies control other ordinary zombies. Even if we run to the ends of the earth, she can still find us. Bigley said helplessly. Then why don't you find a chance to kill her? Wang Hao hesitated for a moment. Kill her? Bigley smiled bitterly. Since the system crashed, she suddenly disappeared. We can only see her shadow now. How can we kill her? Chapter 316. Shadow? Wang Hao was stunned and looked at Dali in confusion. What do you mean? Just like you could only hear her voice before, we can only see her shadow from the projector. Dali said. According to you, she usually relies on that shadow to give you orders? Wang Hao frowned. Yes. Dali nodded. Does that mean she is the queen bee? Wang Hao asked again. Yes. Dali continued to nod. From her behavior, she really thinks of herself as the queen bee. Wang Hao frowned and said to himself. Hearing this, Dali said solemnly, Although the queen bee is only a teenager, she is ambitious. In my opinion, she not only wants to control the zombies, but also all the surviving humans. Wang Hao was surprised again. Dali paused and continued, You, as the existence between the two, are the first problem she needs to solve now, because only by controlling the thinking of you, the aliens, will the survivors without any superpowers accept her surrender. Is this what she asked you to tell me? Wang Hao frowned and looked at Dali. No, Dali shook his head. She only told me to tell you that if you don't see her within 8 hours after you wake up, your whole body will explode and die. Dali was suddenly shocked when he said this, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps, looking at Wang Hao with horror. Are you a human or a ghost? Qin Ming and Long Xiao were also terrified, and hurriedly got up and gathered with Dali. They looked at the gun that fell not far away, and neither of them dared to pick it up again. It's not even 8 hours yet. What are you afraid of? Wang Hao's face turned cold. But what happened to that explosion just now? Bigley asked bravely. Wang Hao looked back, turned his head, and his face was still cold. I ask you, did she implant something into my body? I don't know. When they pushed you out of the laboratory, it was like this. Bigley explained hurriedly. It seems that I have no choice but to ask the queen bee for clarification. Wang Hao frowned. Then are you a human or a ghost? Lobster asked bravely again. Have you ever seen a ghost with a shadow? Wang Hao said unhappily. At this time, the moon was in the sky, and Wang Hao's figure was cast in front of the three people's feet. Seeing the shadow on the ground, the three people immediately breathed a sigh of relief. No! The explosion was so loud just now, how come you? Are you okay? Bigly was shocked again, and immediately scared Chen Ming, and the other two who had just relaxed pale. Wang Hao was speechless, so he stepped aside and said, if you are worried, go and look for me to see if you can find my body. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, Bigly and the other two were shocked and looked behind Wang Hao with wide eyes. Damn, it can still turn into a zombie after being blown up like this? Lobster said in shock. Wang Hao turned his head and looked. Under the bright moonlight, four incomplete figures were walking towards them slowly with stiff steps. Wang Hao subconsciously touched his waist and found that the black knife was gone. Hearing the sound of a gun behind him, Wang Hao quickly raised his left arm. Don't move. The gunshot will alarm other zombies. Let me do it. After saying that, he walked towards the four figures quickly. The one walking in front was a zombie with half of its shoulder blown off. When Wang Hao got close, he twisted its neck directly. Following closely was a zombie with half of its head blown off, leaving only half of its right arm. Wang Hao only took a look at it, and smashed the other half of its head with a palm. As for the last two zombies, one had its eyeball hanging on its face like a grape, while the other was relatively intact, but a big hole was blown open in its abdomen. Through this big hole, Wang Hao could even see the moonlight behind it. Seeing the zombie with the eyeball hanging on it rushing over, Wang Hao lowered his body at this time, took advantage of the situation, and pulled out the stone knife from his waist, and directly pierced the chin of the last zombie, and then quickly turned around and pierced the back of the head of the zombie with the eyeball hanging on it. The tip of the knife stretched out from its eye socket, and the eyeball hanging on its face immediately fell to the ground, bounced a few times, and rolled into the darkness. Wang Hao completed this series of actions calmly, but the three people of Dali who were 7 or 8 meters away were stunned. After wiping the blood on the knife on one of the zombies, he stood up and walked in front of Dali and the other two. Didn't you just say that you would send me to the laboratory in Area B? Let's go now. Wang Hao looked around at Dali and the other two coldly. Dali and the other two were stunned and looked at each other. Dali said with a puzzled look on his face, You are not kidding, right? With your ability, the three of us can't stop you at all. Why do you still want to go to that place? Didn't your queen bee say that she would explode and die if I didn't see her for 8 hours? I don't want to die now. Wang Hao sneered. Brother, please spare us. The explosion just now didn't kill you. Why are you afraid of dying by self-destruction? If the queen bee knows that we brought you there, she will definitely pull out our intestines alive. The lobster almost cried. Pulling out the intestines? Wang Hao frowned immediately after hearing this. Pulling out the intestines is said to have been invented by Zhu Yuanzhang, the first emperor of the Ming dynasty. As the name suggests, it is to pull out the intestines of a living person from the body, causing the person to die in pain. Thinking of this, Wang Hao's face suddenly became ugly. She can use such inhumane torture. It seems that I must see this queen bee. Seeing Wang Hao's face, Dali frowned and asked, You really want to go? Wang Hao sneered and looked at him and said, Isn't this what you mean? When Long Lobster finished that sentence earlier, Wang Hao paid special attention to his facial changes. When he heard that Wang Hao had to go just now, he and Chen Ming exchanged a happy look. In fact, no matter what they said, Wang Hao had to see this queen bee. Not to mention whether Dali's words were true or false, he had to see why there was suddenly a chill in his body. This matter not only concerned himself, but also had a certain connection with Xiao Imo and Ben, so he made up his mind to find out the truth from the moment he landed from the explosion. As for what Dali said before, Wang Hao is only half believing and half doubting. It's not that Wang Hao is suspicious, but this matter is too sci-fi. Although anything can happen in the end times, the instigator is only the human heart. Chapter 317. The three of them were shocked when they heard this. I understand that if you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. The culprit is Professor Zhang's granddaughter. I'm looking for her now. As long as you take me to the laboratory in Area B, I promise not to embarrass you. Wang Hao looked at the three of them coldly. The three of them looked at each other for a while, and no one spoke, but they didn't mean to leave. You are all smart people, so I don't need to repeat it a second time. Wang Hao's face turned cold. No. Bigly spoke quickly, but his face showed embarrassment. But I'm worried that if we take you there like this, you may not even be able to enter the door of the laboratory and be torn to pieces by those big guys. Just take me to the periphery of the laboratory, and I will do the rest. Wang Hao said. Hearing this, Dali and the other two looked at each other and nodded. We are relieved now. Walking out of the corpse transport passage, under the bright moonlight, a blood-stained yellow Hummer was quietly parked at the entrance of the passage. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly shrank, and he grabbed Dali's collar and asked, "Where did you find this car?" The three were shocked, and Dali looked at Long Xia in confusion. He found this car. Wang Hao then looked at Long Xia. "Tell me." "Yes. I picked it up from an intersection in front." "What's wrong, you?" "If you like it, I give it to you to drive." Long Xia was even more confused, but was frightened by Wang Hao's appearance. "What intersection?" Wang Hao let go of Dali, and asked Long Lobster with a cold look. "It's just in front, at a crossroads. I saw it parked there, and the door was not locked, so I drove over." Long Lobster hurriedly pointed to the road on the left. Wang Hao looked in the direction he pointed, and there was indeed a crossroads 100 meters away. Wang Hao realized that they were not near the steel plant at this time, but on a street in the city of Leizhe. "Where are we now?" Wang Hao quickly calmed down, looked around and said, "This is Jiangyuan district in Leizhe city." Dali continued, "How far is it from Jiuxin steel plant?" Wang Hao then asked again. "It takes more than 40 minutes to drive," Dali said. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would be transported to such a far place after fainting. He was curious about the place full of stairs he entered before fainting, so he asked again, "How did I come to you 3 days ago?" Dali was stunned. "How do you know you were sent here 3 days ago?" Wang Hao looked at him coldly and said, "This is not important, you answer my question first." Dali nodded. "You were sent here by Huzi and others." Wang Hao frowned. "Who are they?" Dali shook his head and said, "I don't know who they are either. We just know them. They send a batch of live bodies every few days, and then we transfer them to the laboratory. As for where they came from and where they live, they never say, and we never ask. This is the rule set by the Queen Bee, and no one dares to violate it." Wang Hao heard this, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Did you participate in the siege of the football field before?" The three of them shook their heads immediately, and Qinming frowned and continued, "The football field is in Nanbu district, which is farther away from us than the steel plant, but I heard that no one participated in that time, and it was all operated by the Queen Bee." Although Wang Hao had thought of this before, when someone told his analysis in person, he still felt a little incredible in his heart, but Wang Hao didn't want to delve into the truth of the matter too much. The four of them got in the car immediately, with Dali driving, Wang Hao sitting in the co-pilot, and Qinming and Lan Sha sitting in the back seat. The vehicle started and drove away from the intersection, and soon disappeared at the corner of the street under the moonlight. Along the way, no one in the car spoke again, but whenever they saw zombies wandering on the street, Dali and the other two always showed nervous expressions, as if those slow-moving zombies would speed up at any time to take their lives. Thinking of what Dali said before, Wang Hao just frowned slightly at the performance of the three people, but did not speak. After driving through the streets and alleys for more than half an hour, Dali gradually slowed down the speed of the car, turned off all the lights in the car, and slowly parked behind a row of trees on the roadside. The Biological Research Institute in front is the B Area Laboratory. Dali pointed to a very inconspicuous building in the left front and said, "But I'm not sure if there is anyone inside, because there was news that your people captured the steel plant." "How long ago?" Wang Hao heard this news when he was in the transparent coffin before, and the reason why he didn't ask was because he felt that there was no need to ask about things that had nothing to do with him. "Yesterday afternoon," said Dali. "I know you can go now." Wang Hao nodded, then opened the car door and got out. Looking at Wang Hao's back gradually disappearing under the moonlight, Long Lobster in the back seat leaned over and asked Dali, "Brotherly, where does this guy come from? How dare he challenge the Queen Bee? No matter where he comes from, it's better than your wild background." Dali turned back and glared at him unhappily, as if he was still brooding over the previous matter. Long Lobster knew he was in the wrong, so he retracted his head and stopped talking. "What should we do now?" Qinming frowned and asked again. "No matter what, we have delivered the person. Even if the mission is completed, let's go back." After Dali said that, he started the car, slowly turned the steering wheel, and then quickly drove back the way he came. When Wang Hao came to the building that Dali pointed out, which was a dark hole under the moonlight, he found that it was actually an old-style Western-style building, more than 10 meters high. There was a small open space in front of the building, where several ambulances and 3 or 4 off-road vehicles were parked. Surrounding the open space was a circle of iron fences more than 2 meters high. Wang Hao was now standing in front of the gate of the iron fence. The gate was locked and did not look like it had been captured. Moreover, after Wang Hao looked around the environment inside, he did not find any shadow of zombies, but strangely, there was no light in the entire building. Wang Hao could not help but frown, but after seeing the surrounding environment, Wang Hao immediately understood in his heart that this was a downtown area, and the number of zombies on weekdays must be considerable. The lack of lights should be a means of concealment. Roar! Just as Wang Hao thought of this, several zombies suddenly walked out of a dark alley more than 10 meters away. Chapter 318. Seeing the zombies under the moonlight, Wang Hao's heart tightened. Without thinking, he jumped into the fence wall. After landing, he quickly ran to the Western-style building. He turned around and leaned against the wall to quickly look around. Except for the zombies that were slowly approaching outside the fence wall, he did not find any other dangers at the moment. Looking up at the window above his head, Wang Hao grabbed the windowsill with both hands and jumped up lightly with a sudden effort. The window opened with a push, and the general outline of the room was in full view with the help of the moonlight outside. This seemed to be an office. Things were neatly arranged and clean. There was a faint smell of perfume in the air. The door was closed. Nothing else was found in the room except the necessary office equipment. Wang Hao walked around the room and did not find any valuable clues. He listened to the movement outside by the door for a while and heard the ticking of a clock. After confirming that there was no other movement, Wang Hao carefully opened the door a crack. Outside was a carpeted corridor, and the sound of the clock came from the right main door. The door was slowly pushed open with a dry creaking sound. The corridor was empty except for the ticking sound of the clock. Wang Hao drew out his short knife and walked carefully along the wall on one side to the hall in the middle of the corridor. A staircase appeared in front of Wang Hao. Just as he was about to climb the stairs, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he found a 1-meter square secret compartment under the stairs. That is, Wang Hao's eyes had night vision after several evolutions, and with the moonlight projected from the main door, he discovered the secret compartment embedded under the stairs. Wang Hao frowned. Whether in China or abroad, most of the space under the stairs is used, so it is not strange for Wang Hao to find a secret compartment here. But what puzzled him was that there was a groove the size of a lighter on the door handle of this secret compartment. A green dot would flash in the groove every few seconds, and the position of each flash was different. Fingerprint sign-in device? Wang Hao was stunned. This reminded him that the small company he worked in before had such a fingerprint sign-in device, but it was a little different when he looked closely. But one thing is certain, this thing in front of him must be used to open the secret compartment. How can a secret compartment under the stairs use such a switch? Wang Hao looked at the secret door in front of him with doubtful eyes, and suddenly his eyes condensed. Unless this is not a secret compartment, but a secret door. Thinking of this, Wang Hao stretched out his hand and pushed it lightly, and found that it was made of iron, which made him more certain of his guess. Sure enough, Wang Hao's face suddenly became serious. It seems that there must be something else underneath. However, how to open it became Wang Hao's problem. Forcibly dismantling it was not a big problem for Wang Hao, but it would definitely make a noise, which would alert the enemy. If he didn't forcibly dismantle it, he would definitely not be able to open the secret door with his fingerprint, and it might even trigger the alarm. What should I do? Wang Hao frowned and looked at the secret door in front of him. The fingerprint lock was different from the ordinary lock. The ordinary lock could be opened by force with the right tools, but this fingerprint lock could not be opened. It was okay if it couldn't be opened, but if the door was locked or the alarm was triggered, it would be a loss. Just as Wang Hao frowned and thought hard about the solution, the secret door in front of him suddenly made a beep sound. Wang Hao was startled and quickly hid in the gap next to it. Click! The lock spring popped open, and as the secret door was pushed open, a faint light was projected from inside, and a figure came out from the secret door. Bang! The secret door then closed automatically, and Wang Hao could see clearly that the figure was a man in his 20s, holding a submachine gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other. After the secret door closed, the man put his gun on his back, took off the intercom hanging on his waist, and turned on the flashlight while reporting the news that he had come out. Hearing his tone, Wang Hao concluded that this person should be a patrol. After receiving the reply, the man looked around, then walked to the middle of the corridor, and then looked at the positions on both sides of the corridor, and then prepared to turn around and walk to the side of the corridor where Wang Hao had come out before. Wang Hao was shocked. He suddenly remembered that he forgot to close the door when he went out. If he was found by the patrolman, it would be bad. He immediately made up his mind and planned to attack him from behind. However, the man just looked around and turned back to the middle position. He took out a cigarette and a lighter and lit it with a click. After a harsh radio wave sound, a voice came from the intercom on the man's waist. Xiao Mao, report your position, report your position. Damn! I can't even smoke a cigarette in peace. The man cursed angrily, took off the intercom and replied impatiently, "Just got to the second floor. Just got to the second floor. Why the hell do I not believe it? Xiao Mao, are you smoking secretly again?" The voice in the intercom cursed. "Bullshit, believe it or not." The man named Xiao Mao replied impatiently. He felt unsatisfied and took a deep puff of cigarette, ready to continue cursing. At this time, another voice came from the intercom. "Xiao Mao, this is Captain Shin. You go to the rooftop right now to check the satellite receiver to see if there is anything wrong." "Got it." Xiao Mao hurriedly put out his cigarette, put the remaining half of the cigarette into the cigarette box, took a few more puffs of the smoke in the air, and then ran up the stairs. Hearing the footsteps fading away, Wang Hao walked out carefully, looked at the secret door that was intact, frowned, and quickly followed on tiptoe. A few minutes later, the two of them climbed up to the rooftop one after the other. Wang Hao hid behind a shelter and observed Xiao Mao's actions. Xiao Mao walked to a large pot cover with a diameter of 3 meters, squatted down, and fiddled with it with a flashlight. 10 minutes passed, and Xiao Mao still didn't get up, and his figure seemed to be still there, motionless. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown, feeling surprised, so he crouched and quietly moved over. Just as he was about to use the knife to hit Xiao Mao's back, a thin black shadow suddenly jumped out from under the pot lid. Wang Hao was startled and quickly stepped back. The black shadow, with a fishy wind, just brushed past Wang Hao's chest. The black shadow landed 5 steps away, quickly turned around, arched his back and looked at Wang Hao, with a 1-meter-long tongue spitting out of his mouth, bending in the air. "Liquor!" Wang Hao immediately recognized the thin black shadow. Almost at the same time he saw the black shadow clearly. Xiao Mao beside him slowly stood up. Chapter 319. Seeing Xiao Mao's appearance, Wang Hao suddenly felt sick. His neck was bloody, and his throat was exposed. Blood was pouring out from the broken part. "Fuck!" Wang Hao cursed, and used his short knife to give him a quick blow. Xiao Mao's head flew out. His arms, which had just been opened, softened and fell to the ground with a plop. Blood instantly spread on the ground. "Roar!" The liquor roared at Wang Hao, but it did not move forward immediately. Instead, it wandered around on all fours, as if it had something on Wang Hao that it was concerned about. "What is it looking at?" Wang Hao seemed to have noticed this, but he was not distracted by it. Instead, he held the short knife and pressed forward step by step. The liquor saw Wang Hao approaching him, and subconsciously took a few steps back. The long tongue in his mouth was gathering strength, but he didn't dare to attack rashly. He looked at Wang Hao fiercely, but there was a timid look in his eyes. "I can't continue to stalemate with it. I must end the battle as soon as possible, otherwise I will be discovered by the Queen Bee soon." Thinking of what Dilly said before, Wang Hao suddenly became anxious. At that moment, his heart was determined and murderous intent suddenly appeared on his face. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly quickened his pace and swung his knife to stab the liquor 5 steps away. The liquor didn't expect that the human in front of him would dare to attack him first. He was also furious in his heart, and the long tongue that had been stretched in the air suddenly shot towards Wang Hao. It happened in a flash. Seeing the long tongue coming, Wang Hao bent down suddenly, but his feet did not stop, but instead quickened his speed. The liquor saw it, and immediately rolled back the long tongue to wrap around Wang Hao's neck. But it was too late. The dagger in Wang Hao's hand had already pierced his chest. The opponent's blood splattered on Wang Hao's face, without any temperature, and a fishy smell entered his nose. But Wang Hao could not care about much at this time, and quickly concentrated his mind. In an instant, a burning sensation came from his left arm, and quickly reached the palm. Just when the claws of the liquor just touched Wang Hao's ribs, a fiery red palm slapped down from midair in the pre-dawn light, directly hitting the liquor's dry and stiff head. "ZZ." A burst of black smoke floated up, and the fire line immediately spread from the top of the head to the whole body. The poor liquor's thin body turned into ashes in an instant, leaving only a piece of unburned clothes hanging on the dagger that Wang Hao stretched in the air. Wang Hao blew away the clothes on the dagger, turned around and looked at Xiao Mao on the ground, frowned, walked up and chopped off his hands with the dagger, and then walked down the stairs without looking back. Arriving at the stairs on the first floor, the secret door was still tightly closed in the wall. Wang Hao grabbed Xiao Mao's right hand and put his index finger into the groove, as normal people do. The green dot in the groove suddenly turned into a green scanning line. When Xiao Mao's index finger swept up and down, it immediately made a beep sound. With a click, the door lock popped open. The secret door cracked a little, and a faint light shone out. Wang Hao leaned in front of the crack and looked inside. Under the dim light, There was a brick staircase more than 20 meters long and at an angle of nearly 45 degrees leading to the underground. At the end was a corridor running left and right. At this time, the corridor was empty. Wang Hao observed for 2 or 3 minutes, and did not find anyone passing by. So he was relieved, carefully opened the secret door, and ducked in, followed the wall on one side, and quickly went down to the bottom of the stairs. After observing both sides for a while, Wang Hao found that the corridor was actually just a U-shaped fork, only a dozen meters long, with a passage on each side leading forward. Go that way? Wang Hao was a little troubled. Just when he was about to take a look at both sides, a voice came from the corridor on the right. Xiao Mao, I heard a reply, I heard a reply. Wang Hao immediately recognized that this voice was the cursing voice that came from Xiao Mao's intercom before. He didn't know at this time that Xiao Mao on the other end of the intercom had been separated from his head and body, and would never be able to answer him. After shouting several times in a row, the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Wang Hao didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly hid in the corridor at the end of the corridor on the left. Fortunately, there were no other people in the corridor. Wang Hao quickly took a look at the environment in the corridor. The corridor was winding and secluded, and it began to turn a few meters away. After a quick look, Wang Hao turned his attention to the man outside. At this time, the man had walked out of the corridor on the right, and came to the corridor at the end of the stairs. Fuck, good boy, dare to ignore me. See how I deal with you this time. The man cursed for a while, and then his footsteps gradually disappeared on the stairs. Wang Hao quickly followed to the entrance of the corridor, stuck his head out, and quickly looked at the end of the stairs. A thin figure in a black shirt was opening the door. After a beep, the secret door opened, and the thin figure pushed the secret door open and walked out, and the secret door closed by itself. Not good. Wang Hao immediately felt the situation was difficult. He must have gone to find Xiao Mao. I must hurry. I thought that with the liquor as a cover, I should be able to hide from the other party for a short time. But when I thought that the liquor had been turned into ashes by me, I couldn't help but be shocked again. If I was found to be intruding, it would be difficult for me to get away, not to mention alerting the enemy. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, and hurried to the corridor where the man came out. The environment in the corridor on the right was the same as the left. Wang Hao didn't hesitate, and walked quickly to the end along the wall. After walking left and right in the dark and humid corridor for a few minutes, an old-fashioned elevator appeared in front of him. Wang Hao walked up and looked up and down. This was already the top of the elevator. I didn't know where it led to below. There was no other entrance and exit after leaving this old-fashioned elevator. I thought that the man just now should have come up from this elevator. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and walked up. After pressing the switch, the noose above the elevator slowly rolled up, and the elevator slowly sank. Soon, Wang Hao's eyes were only left with the slowly rising stone wall, and a dim incandescent lamp hanging above his head was shaking slightly. As the distance deepened, the shirtless Wang Hao felt colder and colder. The noose above his head was as thick as a truck tire, and it was only 1/3 of the way down at this time. The noose was still turning slowly and slowly, but Wang Hao's mood was getting more and more uneasy. Nearly 10 minutes later, Wang Hao felt that there was light coming out of the gap under his feet. He quickly lowered his head and looked, but he could still hear a faint voice in his ear. Chapter 320. Wang Hao's heart suddenly tightened, and cold sweat broke out on his body. He clenched the short knife in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to quickly concentrate his mind to activate the yin-yang hand, but as the elevator slowly stopped, Wang Hao's arms did not react at all. The two figures outside the elevator stopped talking, and turned around after hearing the sound of the elevator landing. Seeing Wang Hao's unfamiliar face, they immediately raised their guns. Who are you? One of the tall and thin men, with a side part shouted. I am Xiao Mao's friend. Wang Hao spoke subconsciously. Xiao Mao's friend. The two were stunned, and the tall and thin man immediately became suspicious. Xiao Mao has no friends at all. Tell me who you are? Before the tall and thin man finished speaking, the elevator door was quickly opened by Wang Hao, and he rushed over as a shadow. Before the two could react, a short knife was directly inserted into the chest of the tall and thin man, and then quickly pulled out. The bloody blade was directly placed on the neck of another man, wearing glasses next to him. Don't make a sound, or I will cut your throat immediately. Wang Hao lowered his voice, and said coldly. The man with glasses panicked when he heard it. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I won't shout, I won't shout. Is the queen bee there? Wang Hao asked in a deep voice. Yes, she is in the laboratory now. The man with glasses answered immediately. How to get there? Wang Hao asked again. After passing this corridor, turn right, don't kill me, I have a son. The man with glasses said nervously. Wang Hao looked in the direction of his finger, and saw an iron gate 10 meters ahead, but the direction the man was pointing was next to the iron gate. You mean she's inside that iron gate? Wang Hao thought the other party was nervous, and pointed in the wrong direction. The man with glasses hesitated for a moment and nodded. He originally thought that Wang Hao didn't see his facial changes, but what he didn't expect was that Wang Hao's eyes only glanced at the iron gate and then retracted his gaze. You're lying to me. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold, and his hands unconsciously increased the strength. The blade immediately embedded into the neck of the man with glasses, and blood immediately seeped out along the blade. Don't kill me, the queen bee is actually in the stone gate next to it. As soon as the man with glasses finished speaking, Wang Hao wiped the blade of the knife, and a stream of blood immediately gushed out of the man's throat. You? Before the man with glasses finished speaking, he stared with his eyes, and tilted his head to one side. It's too late. Wang Hao let go of the man with glasses expressionlessly, and the body fell to the ground with a thump and raised a cloud of dust. After wiping the blood off the knife, Wang Hao stood up and walked towards the iron gate without looking at it. When Wang Hao came to the iron gate, he just put his hand on the door handle, but his eyes accidentally swept to the incandescent lamp hanging on the wall next to him. Behind the shadow of the dim light of the incandescent lamp, there was an inconspicuous button that almost blended with the color of the wall, but Wang Hao hesitated as soon as he put his finger on it. Since he pointed to this iron gate first, it means that there must be unfavorable factors behind the iron gate. I must eliminate this unknown factor first, so that I can have no worries. Thinking of this, Wang Hao once again concentrated his mind to stimulate his left arm, but what he didn't expect was that at this moment, a thin layer of ice quickly oozed out of his right arm holding the knife, while his left arm did not react at all. Is it true that the feminine glove is implanted in my right hand? Looking at his right arm, Wang Hao could not help but frown. Just as he was stunned, the security door was suddenly pushed open from the inside, and a face full of acne stretched out. Hey, I said. As soon as the acne's eyes showed a look of surprise, Wang Hao pulled them out, without any hesitation. Puff! He stabbed the other person's chest with a knife, through the man behind him, and then flashed into the door at a very fast speed. Suddenly, a pungent smell of cigarettes hit his nose. Wang Hao rushed to the first figure he saw, and slashed the opponent's neck with a short knife. At this time, bang bang bang, several bullets were fired. In a flash, Wang Hao quickly threw away the corpse and rushed under a table next to him. He picked up a submachine gun that fell from the table, and pulled the trigger without thinking. The fire snake from the barrel immediately sprayed out, and several figures not far away fell down immediately. Just when Wang Hao was about to continue shooting, a click sound suddenly came from the gun chamber, and it was useless to pull the trigger again. Fuck! Wang Hao cursed, threw down the submachine gun, and took out the short knife. He rolled in front of the figures, who had just fallen. Puff puff, 2 knives directly killed 2 of them, and picked up a 5-shot shotgun next to him, and shot at the 3 people who had just rushed to him. Blood splattered, and internal organs flew everywhere. As the gunshots fell, the small room suddenly became quiet, with only a middle-aged man who was shot in the abdomen crawling out. Wang Hao walked up to him, pointed the barrel of his gun at the back of his head, and asked coldly, "Killing 10 is killing. It's better to kill than to let them go." As soon as the voice fell, bang! Half of the man's head disappeared, blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground, and the pungent smell of blood immediately filled the air. Looking around at the corpses on the ground, Wang Hao had no expression on his face, but his subconscious suddenly had an impulse of excitement, and a feeling of hunger in his stomach arose spontaneously. What's wrong with me? After swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, Wang Hao shook his head vigorously, and suppressed the desire in his heart. It looked like a guard room in front of him. In addition to 2 tables turned over on the ground, there were 7 bunk beds placed against the walls around, and a dozen guns of different lengths and bullets were piled in the corners. A 1-meter square ventilation port above 2 dim incandescent lamps was operating normally. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood and gunpowder. Wang Hao swallowed his saliva twice, walked to the corner, and picked up a submachine gun and several spare magazines. Before leaving, he looked back at the bodies on the ground that were bleeding, swallowed the saliva in his mouth, turned around and walked out of the room. Perhaps it was because the underground space had good sound insulation. The outside of the room was still as quiet as before, and the bodies of the 3 people with acne were still lying quietly in their respective positions. Looking at the button, Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, pressed it hard, and with a click, the wall began to tremble slightly, and a wall the size of a door slowly sank in, and two gaps that were only wide enough for one person to enter and exit appeared on both sides of the sunken wall. Chapter 321. Wang Hao pulled the bolt with a click and walked into the gap carefully. A straight corridor suddenly appeared in front of him. The corridor was brightly lit, and the walls on all four sides were white. It was more than 30 meters long, and at the end was a round iron door with a rotating wheel. Wang Hao walked directly to the iron door without hesitation. However, just when he had just walked to the third position, an infrared net suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the corridor. What? Wang Hao was stunned. Before he could come to his senses, the infrared net moved towards Wang Hao at a very fast speed. Not good. Wang Hao's face changed drastically, and he immediately realized the danger. He turned around and was about to run back, but just as he turned around, the wall door suddenly closed quickly with a bang. Wang Hao panicked immediately, looked back at the big net that was caught quickly, and quickly accelerated to run towards the door. Bang! The two magazines on his body fell to the ground. He took a look and didn't care to pick them up. Just when he ran to the door and looked back, the infrared net was right behind the two fallen magazines. The moment the net passed by, the two magazines were cut into small pieces, and the bullets inside immediately scattered. Wang Hao was shocked when he saw this. If the net caught him, he would be cut into pieces on the spot. At this time, the net was less than 10 meters away from Wang Hao, and the speed did not slow down at all. In panic, Wang Hao turned around again to look for the switch, but the whole wall was extremely smooth and there was no place to put the button. Wang Hao patted up and down and left and right for a while, but the wall still did not respond. Looking back, he saw that the net was less than 5 meters away from him. What should I do? Do I have to die here today? Instantly, the faces of his parents and girlfriend quickly appeared in his mind, and he immediately thought, this is too pathetic to die. When Wang Hao thought of this, his eyes suddenly turned blood red. At the same time, a line of fire quickly spread from his left arm to his whole body, and his right arm also turned into an icicle at this time. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly crossed his arms to protect his head. Almost at this moment, a buzzing sound came into his ears, and his whole body suddenly shook, and the infrared net suddenly dissipated. God won't kill me. Wang Hao's face was filled with murderous intent. He put down his arms, and stared coldly at the iron gate more than 30 meters away. He slowly accelerated and rushed over. When he was only one step away from the iron gate, he suddenly swung his left arm. Bang! With a muffled sound, a line of fire spread from the place where the fist fell to the surroundings. In a few breaths, the iron gate turned into a pool of molten iron. He jumped directly into it. 4 white-clothed men in protective clothing rushed over with guns. Without any hesitation, the battle ended in an instant. Some of the 4 white-clothed men were frozen into popsicles, and some turned into ashes. Behind the iron gate was also a brightly lit corridor. At the end of the corridor were laboratories separated by special materials and glass. Everyone was wearing white protective clothing and masks. After seeing someone intruding, those people immediately fled in all directions, and the alarm was also sounded at this time. A dozen gunmen rushed towards Wang Hao from the panicked crowd amid the shrill alarm. Seeing them, Wang Hao's face showed even more murderous intent. He took out the submachine gun from his back and started shooting at the dozen gunmen in the crowd. At this time, Wang Hao was already blood-curdling, with a murderous aura in his chest controlling his brain. He no longer cared whether the killing was in vain or not. As long as he saw a moving figure, he would be his target. He used up nearly 100 bullets in 4 magazines in one breath, and the scene in front of him became a sea of blood and corpses. Although Wang Hao was shot in many places, none of them hurt his vital parts, and the wounds were healing at a very fast speed. Wang Hao just looked down and continued to walk forward on the blood flowing on the ground. Several white-clothed people who were not completely dead crawled on the ground and struggled, but Wang Hao killed them with a knife. There were waves of worrying alarms in his ears. Wang Hao scanned the surrounding environment expressionlessly. The alarm lights on the side kept flashing, reflecting on Wang Hao's face, making his expression look more and more ferocious. Stepping on the blood on the ground, Wang Hao stepped over the corpses expressionlessly, and walked slowly towards the laboratory. At this time, the laboratory had long been empty, leaving behind a mess and various experimental equipment on the ground. After patrolling all the laboratories for a week, Wang Hao couldn't help but look puzzled. Why don't I see anyone else? The laboratory is very large. Only a dozen people were killed at the entrance just now, and judging from their equipment, most of them were armed guards. There are only 4 or 5 staff members in the laboratory. Such a large laboratory must not have only a few experimenters. If they all escaped, there should at least be an escape passage, but he didn't find any place to enter or exit after patrolling around. However, this is only secondary. The most important thing is that Wang Hao didn't find any valuable clues in the laboratory, let alone face to face with the queen bee. There must be something I overlooked. Where could it be? Standing in the middle of the empty test area, Wang Hao frowned and looked around. What is that? Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and a statue that was very inconsistent with the laboratory appeared in Wang Hao's field of vision. It was a foreigner with a beard, and on the base was written Ivanovsky, the great father of virology. Father of virology? Wang Hao frowned, and did not focus on the statue. After looking up and down, he found that the statue's left finger was polished very smooth, which formed a sharp contrast with the other fingers. It should be it. Along the way, Wang Hao has already had a special insight into various buttons. At the moment, he reached out and held a finger without thinking, but he didn't expect that the finger didn't respond at all, and it didn't move no matter how he turned it. Isn't it here? Looking at the smooth finger, Wang Hao frowned immediately. Then he looked at other parts of the statue, but at this moment, the statue's eyes suddenly collapsed with a click. Wang Hao looked in the direction of the sound, and while he was wondering, 2 streams of white smoke slowly spurted out from the collapsed eye sockets, and a strange fragrance suddenly filled his nose. Oh no, it's poisonous smoke. Wang Hao was suddenly shocked, and hurriedly covered his nose and retreated. At this moment, the other 4 organs of the statue suddenly opened and white smoke spurted out. Wang Hao covered his mouth and nose and ran back to the way he came, but at this moment, dozens of iron fences suddenly fell from the top of the laboratory, smashing the laboratory separated by glass. One of the broken glass just covered Wang Hao. At the same time, all the lights in the laboratory went out, and more than a dozen emergency lights around suddenly lit up, illuminating the laboratory full of broken glass and broken walls. Chapter 322. Looking at the iron fence in front of him, Wang Hao made up his mind. He held 2 iron bars as thick as thumbs with both hands and directly pulled a big hole in it. When he leaned out, white smoke was already floating. Wang Hao hurriedly covered his mouth and nose and fled to the entrance. However, at this moment, the top of the entrance suddenly collapsed, and countless rubble immediately blocked the entrance. In the dust, Wang Hao looked at the rubble pile that was 3 or 5 meters high in astonishment. It seems that she doesn't want me to leave here alive today. Wang Hao's face suddenly showed murderous intent. He walked to a corpse next to him and directly pulled off his mask and put it on his face. Then let's find out today. He looked around and suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw a laboratory that had not been collapsed by the roof. He walked over directly. At this time, the white-clothed people who were originally killed by him began to change into corpses. They climbed up from their respective positions and walked towards Wang Hao with open arms. Wang Hao frowned as soon as he saw it, drew out his short knife, and while being cautious, he quickly ran around the zombies and ran into the laboratory that had not collapsed and locked the door tightly. Although the laboratory was surrounded by glass, it was airtight. Each laboratory had an independent ventilation system, so it was undoubtedly a perfect space for Wang Hao to avoid poison gas. Zombies rushed to the laboratory in an endless stream, slapping the glass wall hard. As the number of zombies increased, the glass wall began to tremble slightly. What should I do? Wang Hao panicked immediately, and then forced himself to calm down. No, I must calm down, calm down. The zombies outside the glass wall gathered more and more, and the strength of the beating became more and more intense. The vibration of the glass wall became more and more intense. It seemed that the glass wall would be broken in less than 5 minutes. Calm down. Calm down. Wang Hao had been trying to suppress the fear in his heart. He frowned and looked around. The white poisonous smoke had filled the laboratory. When the glass collapsed, even if he was not dismembered by the zombies, he would be poisoned to death by the poisonous smoke. However, the more his life was hanging by a thread, the more hope he had. When Wang Hao looked around in confusion, he suddenly found that there was a refrigerator-like thing more than 1 meter high standing at his 2 o'clock position, and there was a flashing green light. Wang Hao's mind suddenly flashed to the secret door under the stairs, and he couldn't help but think, could that be the entrance for them to escape? Thinking of this, Wang Hao glanced at the door, which was now surrounded by zombies. He looked up at the ceiling, picked up a chair and poked it up. The fragile ceiling was immediately poked with a hole the size of a wash basin, and the poisonous smoke outside instantly poured in. Throwing away the chair, Wang Hao quickly pulled over a table and stood on it. With the help of the height of the table and the ventilation duct above his head, Wang Hao successfully climbed onto the roof of the laboratory, found a relatively small position with a large number of zombies, and jumped down. After landing, Wang Hao rolled forward, avoiding the zombies rushing towards him, and quickly ran towards the thing flashing green light. When he came close, Wang Hao pulled the door handle above without thinking, and a chill suddenly came over him. Wang Hao couldn't help but shiver all over, but his eyes were immediately happy. There was indeed a deep passage illuminated by dim lights. Looking back at the zombies following behind him, Wang Hao stepped in quickly, regardless of whether there was any danger inside, and turned around to hold the door. With a muffled bang, the refrigerator door was locked tightly. Turning back, Wang Hao felt a chill in his naked upper body as he looked at the passage in front of him. The light in the passage was dim, and there was a hard cement surface all around. The passage extended to 100 meters away and turned right. I didn't expect there was such a large space below. Wang Hao retracted his gaze and frowned. The way here has been blocked, and I can't go back now even if I want to. Since I have to go through hell, let's keep going. With this thought, Wang Hao no longer hesitated, and immediately put away the short knife and walked into the depths of the passage. After turning right, a gate appeared more than 10 meters ahead. When he walked to the gate, a red button appeared on the side of the gate. It should be a switch or something like that, but Wang Hao did not rush to press it. Instead, he put his ear to the gate and listened to the movement inside for a long time. After confirming that there was no abnormality, Wang Hao carefully pressed the red button. As the gate slowly rose, the lights inside lit up one after another. Under the dim light, what appeared in front of Wang Hao turned out to be a train with only 2 carriages. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. How can there be a train in this place? He walked out of the gate carefully, and a small platform similar to a subway station appeared under the dim light. The platform was empty. Wang Hao looked in the direction of the front of the train and saw nothing but darkness. There was no other exit around, so he set his eyes on the front of the train. From the appearance of its bullet head, it should be a high-speed train. Is this a special line to the core of the hive? Wang Hao was puzzled and walked cautiously to the first carriage, because only the door of the first carriage was open in the entire train. With the help of the weak light on the platform, Wang Hao looked inside the carriage from the window. Except for the second carriage, which was filled with more than a dozen rectangular containers that were the same as the translucent container Wang Hao had been lying on before, there was nothing unusual in the front and the first carriage. Seeing the existence of the dozen crystal coffins, Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a look of astonishment on his face. He drew out his short knife and walked carefully through the door of the first carriage. The entire train was connected. When Wang Hao came to the second carriage and looked into the transparent coffin lids, the scene he imagined in his mind did not appear. All 13 containers were empty. Although he was surprised, he relaxed a lot of his nervous mood and turned to walk to the front of the train. When Wang Hao came to the front of the car and saw the complicated operating table, he felt overwhelmed. After studying for a long time, he finally started the engine. All the lights suddenly lit up. Under the illumination of the headlights, 2 rails were laid out in the darkness ahead, and the rest were the walls of the cave. Wang Hao retracted his gaze and studied the already lit dashboard again. At this time, a button with the words autopilot appeared in Wang Hao's eyes. He was delighted and pressed it. The car body trembled slightly and began to move forward slowly. After advancing more than 10 meters, the speed of the car instantly increased, just like when an airplane takes off. The rails in front of him were quickly swallowed by the front of the car. Chapter 323. Looking at the speedometer that kept soaring, Wang Hao suddenly felt as if a ball of cotton was stuffed into his ears, and his stomach was churning. He had no choice but to lean on the driver's seat and close his eyes. The train was running at a speed of about 400 miles per hour on the rails, but Wang Hao in the carriage was pale, his eyes were closed, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans kept rolling down his forehead. I don't know how long it took. Wang Hao felt that the churning in his stomach gradually eased after the vehicle began to slow down, and at the same time, the buzzing sound in his ears gradually disappeared. Until he felt that the vehicle had stopped completely, Wang Hao opened his eyes, and his face slowly recovered. After getting up, he still staggered. When he walked out of the car door, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew out of the tunnel. Wang Hao couldn't help but tremble all over, and his brain suddenly became clear. In front of him was an empty platform of similar size to the previous one, with a few incandescent lamps emitting faint light above his head, and an iron door on a staircase going up. He walked up the steps to the iron gate, and after pressing the switch, the iron gate slowly rose. A passage almost the same size as the iron gate appeared in front of him. The passage was about 10 meters long, with bright light, and there was still a big door at the end. With the previous experience, Wang Hao became cautious this time and did not rush in. Instead, he threw the short knife in his hand out first. With a clang, the short knife hit the opposite door and fell to the ground. After waiting for a long time, there was no infrared net in the passage like before. After confirming that it was safe, Wang Hao stepped in carefully. He walked to the front of the door, picked up the short knife, pressed the switch next to it, and the door slowly rose. Seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Hao was immediately surprised. A cylindrical space of 10 meters high and about 20 meters appeared in front of Wang Hao. The walls around were densely lined with translucent rectangular containers, and a huge mechanical arm extended from the top and stopped in midair. In each container, there was a person with hoses all over his body. Since the container was upright, the liquid inside could only soak up to their abdomen. Seeing those people in the container who were either unconscious or dead, Wang Hao suddenly felt scared. If he hadn't woken up in advance, he might be placed here like them. Wang Hao then looked at the faces in these containers one by one, and he was relieved. He didn't see any familiar faces among them. Could this be the nest of the queen bee? Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. At present, apart from the hundreds of containers around him, he didn't see anything related to the queen bee, and there was no entrance to go deeper. No, there must be other entrances. Thinking of this, Wang Hao looked around. Previously, he only paid attention to the faces in the containers, but didn't look closely at the surrounding environment. Huh? What is that? Wang Hao's eyes suddenly focused, and he found something unusual on one of the containers. This container seemed larger than the others. He then walked forward to take a closer look. As expected, Wang Hao found a clue on the handrails on both sides of the container. He moved them back and forth, and the handrails could actually be pulled. Really well thought out. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold, and he pulled hard. The container suddenly sank slowly into the ground, and an entrance that could only accommodate one person appeared in front of Wang Hao. Inside was a passage about the same size as the entrance, about 10 meters long, and the end seemed to go down, with a faint light projected from below. It should be here. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, gripped the short knife, and walked in. At the end, under a 5-meter-long staircase, there is a small space with all kinds of pipes in a mess. In the glass cover at the end, that almost occupies half of the space, a bunch of electronic devices with flashing small lights are running at high speed. It seems to be you. Wang Hao's face turned cold, and he walked to the glass cover. Just when he was about to break it, the voice of the little girl suddenly came from behind. Don't break it. You will regret it. Wang Hao was startled and turned around quickly. He saw the outline of a 10-year-old little girl in red clothes appeared where he just came in. Are you Professor Zhang's granddaughter? Wang Hao immediately recognized the other person's voice, and his face suddenly became gloomy when he remembered what Dilly said. You can call me Queen Bee. The little girl in red said. It doesn't matter what you call me. I just want to know the whereabouts of my friend now. Wang Hao said coldly. I said that your friend is doing well now, but you have never believed me. The little girl said. Believe you? Like them, full of tubes, and then hung on the wall? Wang Hao sneered. I was strengthening you. If you were not strengthened, you would not be able to escape my laser cutting net with your yin-yang hand alone. The little girl said. Wang Hao heard this and realized that the infrared net he encountered before was actually a laser cutting net. What did you do to me? Wang Hao asked again, thinking of the cold air spreading from his right arm. It is said that the yin-yang hand cannot be worn on one person at the same time. I am trying to break this rumor. The little girl said. What is your purpose in doing this? Wang Hao asked again. Didn't Bigly tell you? The little girl said calmly. You know everything, but you do nothing, just to wait for me to find you? Wang Hao said. Yes, I want to see the results of my experiment. The little girl said. Now that you have seen it, can you let my friend go? Wang Hao said. Not yet, my experiment on him has just reached the most critical moment. The little girl said. The same experiment as mine? Wang Hao said. No. The little girl shook her head and said, if you really want to save your friend, you must do something for me. Maybe I will consider giving up this living body. What is it? Wang Hao frowned, thinking that she wanted to exchange for Professor Zhang. But the little girl looked at him and shook her head. He is not my grandfather at all. I am also an experiment like you, but I succeeded. The little girl's answer was beyond Wang Hao's expectation. He didn't expect that the other party could see through his thoughts at a glance. He paused and looked at the little girl and said, if it is not this, then what is it? Go and get something that originally belonged to me for me. The little girl said. Wang Hao frowned and asked, where to get it? My people will take you there. The little girl said. Why do you think I will definitely agree to your conditions? Wang Hao said. Because you want to save your friend, and you also want to know more secrets from me. The little girl said. I can still save my friend even if I destroy your system. As for those more secrets, it doesn't matter to me anymore. Wang Hao said coldly. What you see now is just my hologram, and these systems are only used to maintain this laboratory. It will be meaningless for you even if you destroy it. If you promise me, there may be a chance to save your friends, including Zhuang Mo who saved your life. The little girl said. Hearing Xiao Mo's name, Wang Hao's heart trembled. Do you know where Xiao Mo is? The little girl said. He is one of us, of course I know. Chapter 324. Wang Hao's face suddenly changed. Is Xiao Mo your man? It's surprising, isn't it? The little girl smiled slightly, and suddenly changed the subject. So are you ready to agree to my conditions now? Wang Hao frowned, pondered for a moment, and looked at her and said, When will I leave? Now. After the little girl said that, she looked at the wall next to her, and the wall slowly opened, and a huge elevator appeared in front of Wang Hao. As the elevator door opened, Wang Hao saw that the long-missing Wu Dao was lying quietly on a table in the elevator, with a silver-shining revolver and several boxes of bullets next to him, in addition to a neatly folded piece of clothing and a pair of black combat boots. From now on, everything on the table belongs to you, and this elevator will take you to the departure point. The little girl said. Wang Hao walked up to take a look at the things on the table and turned around and asked, You haven't told me what to give me. Someone will tell you, Mr. Wang. What else do you need besides these? The little girl said. No more. Since the other party didn't want to talk, there was no need to continue asking, so he shook his head immediately. Well, Mr. Wang, I wait for your good news, goodbye. A flash of red light, the little girl's breath disappeared instantly. Wang Hao retracted his gaze, and looked at the things on the table. He felt a little uneasy in his heart, but then he gritted his teeth and pressed the door closing button. The elevator door slowly closed, and rose to the ground at a very fast speed. 5 minutes later, the elevator door slowly opened, and Wang Hao, who was fully dressed, walked out. Seeing the surrounding environment, Wang Hao's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. This place was far away from the city, and surrounded by mountains. A helicopter was parked in the open space in front of him. There were no buildings around, and the place where he just came out was in a small hill. Seeing Wang Hao coming out, a man in his 30s with glasses, who was waiting under the helicopter immediately came up and stretched out his hand to Wang Hao. Hello, Mr. Wang, my name is Zhou Zheng, the chief consultant of the Queen Bee, and I will cooperate with you to complete this mission. Then you must know what the mission is this time? Wang Hao glanced at him coldly, and did not shake his hand. Of course, get on the plane first, and we will talk while walking. Zhou Zheng's outstretched hand froze in midair for a while, and then pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Wang Hao did not speak again, and stepped directly onto the helicopter. Zhou Zheng followed and closed the door. The helicopter then slowly rose, and turned to fly in the opposite direction. Mr. Wang, have you heard of Leprosy Island? After the fuselage stabilized, Zhou Zheng frowned and looked at Wang Hao and asked, Leprosy Island? Wang Hao paused, then shook his head. Then you should know about leprosy, right? Zhou Zheng thought for a moment, and said again, I know. Wang Hao said impatiently, Just say what you want to say, don't be so secretive. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, In the early 1950s, leprosy was rampant in the Yunnan area. In order to eliminate the source of infection, the authorities established a leprosy rehabilitation hospital on a closed island to treat leprosy patients for free. Later, most patients gradually recovered after long-term treatment, but the marks left on them could not be restored. Most leprosy patients would suffer from varying degrees of disability after infection. So after living on this closed island for several years, or even more than 10 years, these leprosy patients developed a secluded mentality due to secular reasons. Over time, this isolated island became the current leprosy village. As those recovered patients gradually aged, the leprosy village became a deserted island a few years ago. Having said so much, what does it have to do with our mission this time? Wang Hao said. There is a secret base of ours on the leprosy island. We suddenly lost contact for some unknown reason a week ago. During this period, we sent 3 teams one after another, but until today none of them returned, nor did they send back any information. Zhou Zheng sighed and looked at Wang Hao and said, So, Mr. Wang, your mission this time is to go to the main engine room to retrieve our experimental data. I have marked the route. The defense system should be paralyzed. Take this walkie-talkie with you. If you encounter any trouble, contact me in time. We will wait for you at the designated location. Zhou Zheng handed a walkie-talkie with headphones and a map to Wang Hao. Wang Hao took the map and put it in his pocket without even looking at it. He then pulled out the M500 from his waist and asked Zhou Zheng, "Do you know what kind of pistol this is?" Seeing Wang Hao pointed the gun towards him, Zhou Zheng panicked and shook his head. "Then I tell you about the origin and power of this gun. Are you interested, Mr. Zhou?" Wang Hao flipped the M500 in his hand up and down. Yes, Zhou is all ears, all ears." Zhou Zheng nodded quickly, forcing a very ugly smile on his face. "This pistol is called M500 revolver pistol. It is the most powerful pistol in the world. It is produced by Smith and Wesson Company in Gale Country. The caliber is 12.7 millimeters, which is twice that of most pistols. This is its bullet," Wang Hao said, opening the revolver, taking out a bullet, and putting it in Zhou Zheng's hand. "Is it very heavy? Look at its bullet. It is said that it can easily kill an adult African elephant. How much does an adult African elephant weigh? Between 2,500 and 3,500 kilograms. Zhou Zheng swallowed his saliva with a pale face and said hurriedly, "If converted to caddies, it is between 5,000 and 7,000 caddies." Wang Hao said in surprise, took the bullet from Zhou Zheng's hand and reloaded it, looked at Zhou Zheng and asked, "How much does Mr. Zhou weigh?" 140. Zhou Zheng's face was immediately covered with cold sweat. Wang Hao's face suddenly changed, and he raised his gun to Zhou Zheng's forehead with murderous intent in his eyes. "Then do you think if this bullet hits your head, will it explode?" Mr. Wang, this joke can't be made." Beads of sweat immediately flowed down Zhou Zheng's pale cheeks. His eyes were full of fear, and his whole body was shaking violently. "Yes, why can't I make it?" Wang Hao said gloomily, and the thumb holding the gun slowly pulled down the hammer. Mr. Wang, I will tell you everything you want to know," Zhou Zheng said quickly. "Mr. Zhou is really a smart man." Wang Hao sneered and put down the pistol, but the barrel of the gun was always facing Zhou Zheng. "I ask you, what is the grudge between you and the butterfly team?" Chapter 325. Zhou Zheng's face gradually returned to normal, and he said, "I don't know the details. I only know that Professor Zhang and the foreign old lady from the butterfly team seem to have known each other for a long time. I heard that they seem to have had a relationship when they were young, but then an intruder appeared and took the woman away. Professor Zhang came to this leprosy island in a rage and stayed there for more than 10 years. Later, the intruder suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason, and the foreign old lady also returned to their country. I don't know what happened afterwards." Wang Hao frowned when he heard this. Listening to the other parties talk about this love triangle, he didn't know why Xiao Mo's figure appeared in his mind. Seeing Wang Hao frowning, Zhou Zheng thought Wang Hao had doubted his words, and immediately explained, "Mr. Wang, I am telling the truth, absolutely not a single lie. I know." Wang Hao raised his hand to interrupt him, and then asked, "Then do you know where the masked man you captured is being held?" Zhou Zheng shook his head. "I am only responsible for handling some matters for the Queen Bee, and I have never even seen her in person, let alone other people." Wang Hao stopped talking and fell into deep thought, but the muzzle of the gun in his hand was still pointed at Zhou Zheng, and Zhou Zheng saw that Wang Hao stopped talking, so he naturally did not dare to speak or move. The helicopter kept flying forward at a constant speed, but Zhou Zheng in the seat was as uncomfortable as sitting on pins and needles. At this time, he wanted to kick the pilot away and fly himself, so that he could reach the destination as soon as possible without being so nervous like now. However, just as he was thinking of this, the fuselage suddenly trembled violently as if cooperating with him, and the voice of the co-pilot came from the headset. "Chicho, the plane encountered strong air currents. We must fly at a lower altitude. Please fasten your seat belts." "Is it serious?" Zhou Zheng asked immediately. He was shocked again, and his face turned pale again. "It's hard to say, without the command of the tower, and can't see the situation ahead. We can only fly blindly based on the coordinates," the co-pilot said. The headsets are all connected, so Wang Hao can naturally hear the pilot's words. He immediately gathered his mind, and subconsciously looked out the window. The plane was now in the dark clouds, and lightning could be vaguely seen in the thick clouds ahead. "What is our current altitude?" Wang Hao looked down and said, 3,147 meters. The main pilot replied, "Can we descend further?" Wang Hao then spoke again. "We can't descend any further. There are mountains below us. If we are not careful, we may hit the peaks," the main pilot said. "How far is the destination?" Zhou Zheng interrupted. "More than 300 kilometers. The chief pilot replied. "How long will it take?" Zhou Zheng asked again. "Under the current weather conditions, it will take at least an hour and a half," the chief pilot replied. Wang Hao noticed that the pilot in the co-pilot seat had not moved for a long time, and his head was hanging down. Wang Hao observed him for a long time, and he did not look like he was looking for something. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly rose in his heart, and he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with him?" The chief pilot turned his head and looked at him, and at this moment, the pilot in the co-pilot seat slowly raised his head and turned to the chief pilot beside him. The chief pilot was shocked when he saw his appearance. "Fuck! He has turned into a corpse." Wang Hao and the other two were shocked, and Wang Hao hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and land." He quickly raised the M500 in his hand and traced the co-pilot's head through the glass wall. The chief pilot immediately began to lower the altitude after hearing this, and the helicopter suddenly dived down. "Fuck, what should I do?" The chief pilot screamed, and the fuselage instantly changed from trembling to shaking left and right. "Don't worry, as long as he moves, I will immediately blow his head off." Wang Hao suppressed his uneasiness and said in a deep voice. He knew that the more dangerous it was, the less nervous he should be, otherwise he would lose his composure and cause immeasurable consequences. Wang Hao's words immediately took effect, and the fuselage quickly regained balance and descended rapidly. Wang Hao's index finger was tightly on the trigger, and he would pull it at the first time as soon as the other party moved. At this time, Zhou Zheng held the handrail in the cabin tightly with both hands. His face was pale, and he didn't say a word. He didn't dare to free his hands to hold his glasses even though they slipped down his nose. What Wang Hao didn't expect was that the pilot just turned his head and didn't move for a long time. Even so, Wang Hao didn't dare to relax his vigilance at all. The helicopter was diving down at high speed. Wang Hao in the cabin didn't dare to relax his vigilance. The muzzle of the gun was always facing the glass wall, ready to pull the trigger at any time. As the fuselage tilted, the pilot on the co-pilot got closer to the main pilot. Wang Hao could clearly feel that the fuselage suddenly shook. Fortunately, he was tied with a seat belt, so he didn't fall directly on the main pilot. However, the horizontal distance between the two was less than 1 foot. As long as the other party woke up, he could bite the main pilot's shoulder. Wang Hao saw the rapidly jumping altitude on the instrument panel, which was less than 100 meters. As long as he could hold on for more than 10 seconds, he would immediately pull the trigger as soon as the plane landed. 80 meters, 75 meters, 70 meters, 65 meters. Looking at the string of numbers that kept getting shorter, Wang Hao suddenly saw hope in his eyes. 30 meters, 25 meters, 20 meters. Just then, the pilot on the co-pilot suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant, the height of the fuselage had dropped to 15 meters. Bang! A loud noise suddenly sounded in the cabin, and the co-pilot's head was blown off half in the sound of shattering glass. He just smelled the smell of blood in his nose, and suddenly his eyes went black. A chaotic sound accompanied by the musty smell of trees came over, and the helicopter rushed directly into the dense forest between the mountains. Wang Hao suddenly felt his lower abdomen tighten, and his limbs swung left and right involuntarily, but he always held the M500 tightly in his hand. A few seconds later, his body shook violently, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. After a minute or two, Wang Hao regained consciousness. He turned around and saw Zhou Zheng beside him stuck in the deformed fuselage door, covered in blood, with his eyes closed. Wang Hao wanted to touch his carotid artery, but as soon as he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his left leg. He looked down and saw a large cut of about 10 centimeters on the outside of his left eye. The flesh inside was turned out, and blood was gushing out. Wang Hao remembered that he had found a small medical bag on the sleeve pocket of his left sleeve when he changed clothes. He took out the tourniquet inside and tied it on the side near the heart. He sprinkled quick hemostatic powder on it and used the bandage to tighten the wound. After seeing the blood flow slow down, he crawled in front of Zhou Zheng, but before he reached out his hand, Zhou Zheng, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 326. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he quickly pulled out the M500 from his waist and aimed at Zhou Zheng's forehead. Zhou Zheng hurriedly shouted, "Don't shoot." The index finger on the trigger loosened, and Wang Hao was relieved, and then he took back the pistol. "How are you?" "I can't move, my lower back hurts so much, After returning to normal, Zhou Zheng's face was full of pain, and he struggled for a while, and immediately screamed, "Don't move, I find a way to save you." Wang Hao looked back at the door on the other side, and then climbed out of the cabin backwards. After getting up, he saw that the pilot in the main driving seat had been pierced through the chest by a tree branch, and it seemed that he had no vital signs, so he turned around and went around Zhou Zheng's side. From behind, he found that Zhou Zheng's lower back was actually crossed by a piece of cabin wreckage, and blood was slowly dripping along the ports on both sides. Except for this wound, there were only some scratches on other places, and it seemed that there was nothing serious. "Mr. Wang, please save me quickly, I really can't stand it," Zhou Jing screamed. "I'm trying to find a way." Looking at the wound on Zhou Jing's waist, Wang Hao frowned immediately. It was not difficult to remove the debris, but the problem was how to stop the bleeding. The tourniquet and bandages in the first aid kit had been used up by him, and the others were wearing ordinary clothes, so they definitely didn't bring their own first aid kits. By the way, there should be emergency items such as first aid kits in the cabin. Thinking of this, Wang Hao quickly returned to the cabin, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find even a bandage. Just as he was about to exit the cabin, the pilot in the main driving seat suddenly woke up, let out a low roar, heard the movement behind him, stretched out his arm, and grabbed Zhou Jing's collar, but his chest was firmly stuck by a branch as thick as his forearm, so he didn't turn around, otherwise he could pull Zhou Jing in front of him. "Mr. Wang, save me! Save me!" Zhou Jing immediately shouted nervously. The space in the deformed cabin was very small, and the black sword could not be used at all. Wang Hao did not want to waste bullets, so he planned to retreat and kill the other party with the black sword from the side of the cockpit. However, Wang Hao had just stepped back 2 steps, and the pilot actually broke the branch stuck in his chest, turned around and hooked Zhou Jing's shoulders with both hands, opened his bloody mouth, and was about to bite Zhou Jing's neck. "Mr. Wang, save me!" Zhou Jing pushed the other party's shoulders with both arms, but the severe pain in his waist made him unable to use his strength. It seemed that the other party's teeth would bite into Zhou Jing's neck in the next second. At this moment, bang! A loud noise sounded, and the head of the pilot, who had turned into a corpse in the smoke, was immediately blasted into a pool of meat paste, and the thick smell of blood mixed with the smoke immediately spread in the cabin. Inside the cabin, Wang Hao and Zhou Jing's faces and bodies were splattered with a mixture of blood and brain matter to varying degrees. Zhou Jing's face was full of horror, and he stared at the pilot's neck being smashed into a pulp with his eyes wide open. He didn't react for a long time. "Don't worry, I get you out now." Wang Hao took a look at the body of the main pilot and immediately had an idea. After exiting the cabin, he dragged his body out of the deformed window, ripped off his clothes, cut the seat belt on the seat with a knife, and went around behind Zhou Jing. "Hold it." Wang Hao pulled open the deformed cabin door with force, and Zhou Jing fell backwards with a scream. Wang Hao quickly caught his body and carefully helped him to the ground next to him and turned him over face down. "I'm going to pull out the debris from your waist now. It might hurt," Wang Hao said as he picked up a branch from the side for Zhou Jing to bite. Zhou Jing bit the branch in his mouth and nodded. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his waist. He bit off the branch in his mouth with a crack. Then, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found that it was dark. There was a fire next to him. Wang Hao was sitting on a stone beside him, staring at the night sky in a daze. Hearing Zhou Jing's voice, Wang Hao immediately stood up and walked over. "How are you?" Wang Hao squatted beside him and asked. "Much better, but the wound still hurts a little," Zhou Jing said palely. "Thank you, Mr. Wang. Don't talk about this for now. It's going to rain soon. We must find a place to shelter from the rain quickly." Wang Hao said, "Bear it for a while, I carry you." No, Zhou Jing wanted to sit up, but as soon as he exerted force, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. "Don't move, I found a good place," Wang Hao said as he picked up Zhou Jing's arm and carefully carried him on his back. He kicked out the fire on the ground, and under the dark night sky, Wang Hao's figure carrying Zhou Jing gradually disappeared in the forest. Crack! A flash of lightning flashed across the night sky, and a few drops of cold rain fell on Wang Hao's face. "Hold on a little longer, we'd be there soon." Wang Hao turned his head and said to Zhou Jing on his shoulder, and continued to move forward. After walking out of the forest, the front was surrounded by mountains. Wang Hao carried Zhou Jing and walked to the foot of the mountain in the north. There was a cave with flickering fire there, and Wang Hao walked directly into it with Zhou Jing on his back. The cave was not big, but it was big enough for 2 people. The rain outside was getting heavier. Wang Hao in the cave was slowly untying the bandage on his leg. Under the flickering firelight, Wang Hao saw that the wound on his leg had scabbed. He had long been accustomed to it, and threw the bandage and tourniquet aside. Seeing the wound on Wang Hao's leg, Zhou Jing, who was lying beside him, suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Mr. Wang, your wound is scabbed? How long have I been unconscious?" "It should be 4 hours." Wang Hao nodded and said disapprovingly. 4 hours? Zhou Jing was stunned. He touched the wound behind his waist with his backhand and stretched it to his eyes. There was still blood oozing out. He and Wang Hao were injured at the same time. Why was Wang Hao's wound scabbed while his own was still oozing out blood? Zhou Zheng was immediately confused, but when he saw the M500 on Wang Hao's waist, he remembered the way he killed people without any hesitation, and immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Suddenly he remembered his briefcase and his face became tense. "Mr. Wang, have you seen my bag?" Wang Hao was adding firewood to the fire. He turned his head and looked at him. "What bag?" "It's the black briefcase I took out the map for you before." "Have you seen it?" Zhou Zheng asked nervously. "No, it should still be on the plane." Wang Hao shook his head and threw a few pieces of dry firewood in his hand into the fire. "No, I have to find it back." Zhou Zheng wanted to get up immediately, but as soon as he moved, his waist was in excruciating pain. "Is there anything important in it that I have to find now?" Wang Hao looked at him puzzledly. Chapter 327. The things inside are very important to me. Please help me up. I can't leave it behind. Zhou Zheng looked at Wang Hao with pleading eyes and said anxiously. Crack. At this time, another flash of lightning flashed outside the cave, and the rain suddenly became heavier, making a rustling sound when it fell on the forest outside. What is so important to you? Wang Hao withdrew his gaze from outside and looked at him with a frown. There are photos of my wife and daughter in it. This is the only thought they left me. I can't lose it. Zhou Zheng's face suddenly became heavy. Wang Hao's face became heavy when he heard this. Zhou Zheng's words reminded him of his parents. He pondered for a moment and said, I get it for you. You can just lie here and rest assured. Wang Hao stood up and suddenly thought of something. He turned around and walked to Zhou Zheng, pulled out the M500 from his waist, and put it in front of Zhou Zheng. I'll be back soon. Thank you, I. Zhou Zheng's eyes suddenly filled with tears of gratitude. Don't say anything. Wang Hao patted his shoulder and walked out of the cave. It was raining heavily outside. Wang Hao was soaked as soon as he walked out of the cave. His figure quickly disappeared in the forest. At the crash site, the wreckage of the helicopter lay quietly in the heavy rain, accepting the scouring of nature. But when Wang Hao came close to the cabin, he found that the body he dragged out had been torn into pieces, as if it had been eaten by wild beasts, and the same was true for the body on the co-pilot. Is there a wolf in this mountain? Wang Hao's mood suddenly lifted, and he quickly looked around. Except for the rustling trees hit by the rain, there was nothing unusual around. Forget it for now, it's more important to find something and rush back to the cave. Wang Hao frowned, then crouched and crawled into the wreckage of the cabin. Soon he found the black briefcase in the gap between the back seats. He took out the briefcase and quickly retreated. Just as he was about to leave, a dozen green dots with red light suddenly appeared in the mountains and forests around him. Seeing these green dots, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly shrank, and he immediately recognized that these green dots came from the eyes of wolves. His heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly drew out the black knife. It seems that these wolves have mutated after eating their bodies. I must be careful. Wang Hao moved slowly and vigilantly, and those green dots also followed Wang Hao's figure and pressed over one after another. Ah! At this time, a larger mutant wolf let out a low roar, and the others immediately followed suit. Not good. They are calling their companions. Wang Hao was shocked. When he saw the mutant wolves clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. The skin and flesh on his body began to rot, and fell down from time to time under the rain. His green eyes were red, and his teeth became sharper. Why did they mutate after eating infected corpses, but Black Wind and Black Wolf were fine? Is there immunity in animals? The doubts in his mind flashed by. With the roars of these mutant wolves, patches of green dots appeared in the distance and moved towards Wang Hao at a very fast speed. Wang Hao suddenly felt overwhelmed. The few zombies in front of him were already difficult enough for him. Now there was a wolf pack. What should he do? If it were an ordinary zombie, Wang Hao would still have a chance to escape, but now it was a wolf pack. No matter whether they were mutated or not, there was no hope of breaking out. Wang Hao suddenly felt desperate. As the wolf pack slowly approached, Wang Hao slowly retreated to the side of the cabin wreckage. Just when his life was hanging by a thread, a clear voice suddenly came to his ears. You shouldn't be afraid, they should be afraid of you. Queen Bee? Wang Hao immediately recognized the owner of the voice. He looked around in a hurry. Except for the increasing number of green dots and rain lines in the sky, there was no human figure. Where are you? Why can't I see you? Wang Hao said, while being alert to the situation around him. I'm far away from you. This is the last area I can see. It's up to you to go forward. The little girl's voice seemed to ring in his ears, but it seemed to be far away in the sky. What can you do to help me drive away these wolves? Wang Hao asked. All wild animals are afraid of light. Don't you have the yin-yang hand? Why don't you use it? The little girl's voice said. I have tried it just now. This place seems to have some kind of magnetic field restraint. It doesn't work at all. Wang Hao said. Wrong. There is no magnetic field here at all. It's just your mind that's playing tricks on you. The little girl said. What do you mean? Wang Hao frowned and said puzzledly. The so-called magnetic field is just an excuse you give yourself for your cowardice. If you are focused and fearless, even if the magnetic mountain is moved in front of you, it can't stop you. The little girl said calmly. No distractions? No fear? Wang Hao's heart moved, as if he had some realization, but the mutant wolves did not have the patience to wait for him to fully understand. Seeing that his companions were almost gathered, the larger mutant wolf leading the pack slowly walked towards Wang Hao, and the other mutant wolves behind him followed. After seeing the leader of the pack start to move, the surrounding wolves also narrowed the encirclement. The little girl's voice never came back after she finished the previous sentence. Seeing the mutant wolf approaching him, Wang Hao suppressed his fear and tried to concentrate his mind. However, after a few seconds, he still did not react. At this time, the mutant wolf was only about 10 meters away from him. At this time, the mutant wolf suddenly stopped, arched its back, dug its limbs on the ground, and rushed over. Wang Hao was shocked, and then he made up his mind and rushed forward with his knife. As long as the other wolves did not come to help, Wang Hao was still confident that he could deal with this wolf. The mutant wolf, however, was not going to develop as he wished. Just as the wolf flew up, the mutant wolves behind him also rushed towards Wang Hao at a faster speed, but at this time, Wang Hao had no time to care about anything else. Seeing that the mutant wolf had already pounced above his head, he suddenly paused and quickly lowered his body to avoid the fatal blow. At the same time, he suddenly turned around and swung his knife to chop at the tail of the wolf that had not yet landed. However, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head, and the other two mutant wolves not far behind the wolf also flew towards Wang Hao at this time. At this critical moment, a gunshot suddenly came. Chapter 328. Just when Wang Hao felt the wind behind his head and was about to turn around, he heard two gunshots suddenly. Bang! Bang! Wang Hao hurriedly looked back and saw a figure wearing a raincoat with two guns appear behind the wolf pack. Seeing Wang Hao turning back, the black shadow pointed the gun directly at him. Bang! Bang! Two fire snakes shot through the rain line. Wang Hao hadn't reacted yet, and there was a plop behind him, splashing water. Wang Hao hurriedly turned around and saw that the head of the mutant wolf that attacked him earlier had been smashed into pieces by bullets, and now it was lying motionless in front of his feet. The first two gunshots directly blew away half of the bodies of the two mutant wolves that attacked him from behind. Everything happened in just a few seconds. Wang Hao looked at the three wolf corpses around him in surprise, and looked up at the figure behind the wolf pack. The hat behind the raincoat covered most of his face. Wang Hao could only see the area below his nose, which seemed to be a woman's face. The wolves scattered in the surrounding would stop besieging Wang Hao after seeing their companions being brutally slaughtered, and turned around and ran towards the figure. Bang! 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 The gunshots rang out again, and the man in black quickly turned around and disappeared into the woods after firing a few shots, and the wolves around him immediately followed. I can't just leave like this. Wang Hao's face suddenly became solemn. He looked around. The direction where the man in black disappeared was opposite to the cave where Zhou Zheng was. It seemed that Zhou Zheng would not be in danger for the time being. Wang Hao quickly put away his briefcase and followed him from the other side with his black knife. A minute later, Wang Hao caught up with the wolf pack from the other side. Through the gaps in the dense woods, Wang Hao saw that the wolf pack was gradually closing the distance with the man in black, but the man in black did not seem to be panicked at all. He seemed to be deliberately slowing down his pace, and occasionally turned his head to shoot behind him. Seeing this, Wang Hao immediately became worried. At this rate, it would not take long for the man in black to be caught up by the wolf pack. The consequences were not difficult to imagine. Anyone who has seen it knows that wolves have a certain degree of intelligence and can use simple tactics. Compared with the slow-moving zombies, who only know how to eat, their running speed can reach more than 60 kilometers per hour. If they are long-distance running, their speed will even exceed that of cheetahs. What should I do? Wang Hao frowned immediately. He didn't have a gun in his hand. If he wanted to save the man in black, he had to fight hand-to-hand. Wang Hao thought he was sure to deal with 2 or 3, but now, he would face a pack of hundreds of wolves, and this included several mutated zombie wolves. Just as Wang Hao was running and frowning, he saw that the man in black suddenly quickened his pace and instantly opened up a distance of more than 10 meters. After running for a while, he saw that the man in black suddenly jumped up and grabbed a vine hanging in the air with both hands. At the same time, the wolf pack chasing behind him suddenly became chaotic and slid into a large pit that appeared behind the man in black at some point, and wailing was heard immediately. Wang Hao was stunned immediately. No wonder she was so calm. It turns out she was leading the wolves into the trap. Looking at the wolves sliding into the trap, Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the man in black climbed up the vines, he quickly climbed up a distance, stopped, twisted the vines with his feet, hung upside down, pulled out 2 guns from his back, and continued to shoot at the wolves. However, at the moment when Wang Hao was stunned, a sound of breaking wind came into his ears, like the sound of flying arrows whistling. Almost at the same time, Wang Hao saw countless black arrows shooting at the wolves from all directions. The shrill screams overwhelmed the rustling sound of raindrops hitting the dead leaves in the forest. After about 5 seconds, the sound of flying arrows breaking through the air gradually disappeared. Except for the wolves that fell into the trap before, most of the remaining wolves could not escape the attack of this rain of arrows. The remaining dozen wolves were also injured to varying degrees. After they growled a few times at the man in black in the air, they turned around and disappeared into the forest behind them. Seeing the wolves leave, the man in black turned over and jumped directly from the vines, looked at the wolves in the trap, turned around and walked into the depths of the forest. Seeing this, Wang Hao hurriedly called him. The man in black turned around and looked at him. Wang Hao hurried over. When he came to the man in black, Wang Hao saw her true face. It was indeed a woman, and she should be younger than him. "Hello, my name is Wang Hao. Thank you for saving me just now," Wang Hao said. "I was just passing by." The woman glanced at Wang Hao lightly, and was about to turn around. "Wait." Wang Hao hurriedly chased her again. "I have a friend who was seriously injured. Can you help him?" The woman stopped and looked at Wang Hao. "How to help?" "I have treated the wound." "Do you have any anti-inflammatory drugs or something?" Wang Hao asked. The woman heard this and said after a pause, "Where is your friend?" "Not far from where we crashed," Wang Hao said with joy on his face. "Take me there," the woman said, and took the lead to walk forward, and Wang Hao hurriedly followed. At this time, the rain in the sky was slowly getting smaller, and a thick fog with a smell of sulfur filled the mountains and forests. The woman didn't speak all the way. Although Wang Hao was curious about her, he didn't speak all the way because he was eager to save people. When the two came to the cave, the rain had completely stopped, and the flickering fire could be seen faintly at the entrance of the cave. Seeing Wang Hao coming back, Zhou Zheng, who was lying in front of the fire in a trance, suddenly came to his senses. "Did you find it?" Zhou Zheng said anxiously. "Found it." Wang Hao nodded, and took out the briefcase in his arms. Zhou Zheng took the briefcase with joy, and saw the woman behind Wang Hao. His face was immediately stunned. "She? Who is she? I was surrounded by wolves just now, and she saved me." Wang Hao turned around and introduced. "Thank you." Zhou Zheng seemed to want to get up, but as soon as he moved, his expression immediately became painful. The woman lifted the raincoat hat on her head, revealing her face. Under the flickering firelight, the woman with short hair looked fair-skinned, delicate features, and very beautiful, but her eyes seemed a little indifferent. After seeing the woman's appearance, Wang Hao and Zhou Zheng were stunned for a moment. What surprised Wang Hao was that such a delicate woman was so brave just now. However, Zhou Zheng was attracted by the woman's face, but only for a moment. He quickly opened the briefcase, and saw the photo wrapped in thick layers of plastic cloth. Relief suddenly appeared on his face, and he quickly opened it. When he saw the person in the photo, tears welled up in his eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, thank you." Zhou Zheng looked at Wang Hao with gratitude, his eyes full of tears, and his voice choked. "Let's not talk about this for now. How do you feel now?" Wang Hao interrupted him. "Better than when I just woke up, but my body is burning badly," Zhou Zheng said. Wang Hao heard this, and hurriedly walked to his side, squatted down and touched his forehead. His face suddenly became nervous, and then he looked at the woman in the raincoat. "He is having a fever. You were besieged by wolves just because you brought this bag to him?" The woman frowned and asked. Wang Hao nodded and said anxiously, "Do you have any way to save him?" The woman looked at Wang Hao with a change in her eyes, then looked at Zhou Zheng and asked, "How did he get injured?" "When we crashed, his waist was pierced by a piece of debris. I checked the wound, and it didn't hurt the vital parts," Wang Hao said. Hearing this, the woman walked up to Zhou Zheng and looked at his wound and said, His wound is infected. What can you do? Wang Hao asked hurriedly, and Zhou Zheng had been staring at the photo since he saw it, not caring about his injury at all. Are your wife and children standing next to you? The woman noticed the photo in Zhou Zheng's hand and asked with a frown. Zhou Zheng nodded, and the tears in his eyes fell on the photo involuntarily, and he wiped them off carefully. The woman's face was also a little moved. She stood up and said to Wang Hao, I go get the medicine, and you can find a way to boil some water. Wang Hao nodded, and the woman turned around and walked out of the cave. Although he didn't know why the woman asked him to boil water, Wang Hao still looked around for a long time, but couldn't find a container to hold water. Wait for me, I go out to find something to hold water, be careful. Wang Hao told Zhou Zheng and prepared to walk out of the cave. Zhou Zheng suddenly called him, Mr. Wang, wait. What's wrong? Wang Hao turned around and asked. Take your gun, I'm safe here alone. Zhou Zheng threw the M500 that Wang Hao gave him at Wang Hao's feet. Thinking of the previous scene, Wang Hao frowned and picked up the gun, saying to Zhou Zheng, I'll be back soon. Then he put the M500 into the holster and turned to walk out of the cave. After the heavy rain, the night sky suddenly cleared up, and a round moon appeared in the sky, sprinkling a layer of brilliance on the originally dark forest. After walking out of the cave, Wang Hao was immediately in trouble. Where can he find a container for water in this desolate mountain? He looked around and suddenly thought of the crashed helicopter. Maybe it was the only hope now. Thinking of this, he began to walk. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the woman in the raincoat. Why did I forget to ask her if she had any? Since she lives here, she must have these daily necessities. Thinking of this, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown again, but from her appearance, she didn't look like a person who lived in the mountains all year round, and there should be more than one person, because judging from the scale of the trap, one person can't complete it at all. Who is she? Why didn't she appear earlier or later, but appeared when he was surrounded by wolves? And it was after the little girl's voice. All this seems too coincidental. First, the plane encountered a strong air current, then the co-pilot turned into a corpse without any signs, then the plane crashed, then it was surrounded by wolves, and then the woman in the raincoat appeared. All these changes seemed reasonable, but Wang Hao always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't see it for a while. While thinking in his heart, Wang Hao had unknowingly come to the crash site again. Everything was still the same. Forget it. Don't think about it. Save people first, and then complete this mission. I have been away from the villa for so long. My parents must be very worried about me. When I go back this time, I will take everyone away while asking about Xiaowan's whereabouts and looking for other places to stay. After making up his mind, Wang Hao immediately ducked into the deformed cabin and searched for containers that could be used to hold water. Soon, Wang Hao found 2 stainless steel fast food cups in the storage box under the co-pilot. In addition, Wang Hao also found 2 spoons and forks, a Swiss officer knife, several bottles of water, and a bag of table salt. Seeing these things, Wang Hao thought he would find medical supplies, but he searched everywhere in the cabin and didn't find anything, nor did he find anything else useful. He picked up the storage box and had to retreat. But this time, not only did he find a clean water source and a container for holding water, he also accidentally found a bag of edible salt, and Wang Hao's mood improved a little. After returning to the cave, the fire had begun to weaken, and Zhou Zheng fell asleep, holding the photo of his wife and children. Wang Hao added some dry firewood to the fire, and then set up a dining cup to pour mineral water into it. After doing all this, Wang Hao leaned against the cave entrance and stared at the moon outside. I don't know how long it took, but there was a sound of footsteps not far away. Wang Hao was startled and came back to his senses. Under the moonlight, the woman in the raincoat walked out of Shanlin. I was delayed by something on the way. The woman in the raincoat took the initiative to speak. Are you injured? Wang Hao was shocked to see that the woman's face was a little pale, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. It's okay. As they talked, the two had already walked into the cave. The woman shook her head, took out a bottle of medicine, and a small roll of bandage from her pocket, and handed them to Wang Hao. First, clean his wound with hot water, then take out a few tablets, crush them and sprinkle them on him, and then feed him 2 pills. The fever should be gone before dawn, cough cough. The woman started coughing as she spoke. How are you? Wang Hao hurried forward and asked. I'm fine, go and save your friend quickly, cough cough. The woman's cough became more and more intense, and her hands were always covering her mouth. It can be seen that she was trying her best to control her cough. Wang Hao turned around and poured the boiled water into another cup, sprinkled some salt on it, and brought it to the woman. Drink some salt water, first to calm you down. The woman showed a surprised expression on her face, hesitated for a moment, and then stretched out her other hand to take the cup. Be careful of the heat. Wang Hao smiled at the woman, took the medicine bottle and bandages next to him, and walked to Zhou Zheng, took out a piece of paper from his briefcase to crush the pills, and just opened the bottle cap. The woman behind him suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the cup in her hand fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 329. Wang Hao turned around in a hurry, and saw the woman in the raincoat lying on the ground, with blood splattered on the wall in front of her. What's wrong with you? Wang Hao hurriedly stepped forward and helped the woman in the raincoat up. The woman in the raincoat shook her head palely. I'm fine, I just need to spit out the blood. I have medicine in my backpack, you can help me get it out. Wang Hao hurriedly took out the backpack behind the woman and took out 2 bottles of medicine, one large and one small. Which one? Wang Hao brought the medicine bottle to the woman. 1 pill in the small bottle, 2 pills in the big bottle, the woman said weakly. Wang Hao heard the words, and quickly poured out the pills according to the woman's instructions, put them in the woman's mouth, and took the remaining half cup of water in the dining cup, and sent it down. Don't worry about me, go and save your friend quickly, I'll be fine after a good sleep, the woman said. Wang Hao nodded, gently laid the woman flat, took off his shirt to cover her, and the woman fell asleep a few minutes after taking the pills. After observing for a while, and seeing that the woman was completely asleep, he turned around and began to grind medicine for Zhou Zheng. It was not until the sky began to turn white that Wang Hao took a breath, threw the last few dry firewood into the fire, and sat down at the entrance of the cave. Looking at the gradually widening sky, Wang Hao gradually felt sleepy, so he leaned against the entrance of the cave and took a nap. Not long after, he heard a slight snoring sound. The sky was getting whiter bit by bit, and the sun slowly rose from behind the mountain. I don't know how long it took. Wang Hao felt warm on his body, slowly opened his eyes, and saw a bright light outside the cave, and then he found that the sun had risen to the sky. Then he turned his head to look inside the cave. His face changed immediately. In the cave, he saw Zhou Zheng, who was still sleeping, but the woman in the raincoat was gone. Why is she gone? Wang Hao got up quickly, and walked out of the cave. Standing on a high place and looking around, he saw no moving shadow except the bare forest. Did she go back after waking up? Wang Hao frowned immediately. Mr. Wang. Just when Wang Hao was puzzled, Zhou Zheng's voice came from the cave. Wang Hao turned around and walked back. He saw that Zhou Zheng had opened his eyes, and was trying to get up from the ground. How do you feel? Wang Hao hurriedly stepped forward to support him. With Wang Hao's help, Zhou Zheng slowly sat up. Much better. Zhou Zheng's complexion had recovered at this time. He moved his body back and forth. Although the wound was still a little painful, it was much lighter than before. That's good. Wang Hao nodded, stretched out his hand to test his forehead, and found that his body temperature had dropped. He then checked the injury again. The blood on the bandage was still there, but it had dried up. Thank you so much, Mr. Wang. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now, Zhou Zheng said with gratitude. I'm glad you're okay, Wang Hao said. Why don't you see that lady? I want to thank her too. Zhou Zheng looked at the cave entrance and said, I don't know where she went. Wang Hao frowned and shook his head, then looked at Zhou Zheng and asked, Can you walk now? Don't help me, let me try, Zhou Zheng said. Wang Hao nodded and let go of his hand. Zhou Zheng took a deep breath, supported the wall next to him, and slowly stood up. After walking back and forth for a few steps, he took back his hand on the wall, and slowly walked a few steps in the cave. Then he showed a happy expression. As long as I don't run, I think it should be fine. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Wang Hao looked at him and said, No problem, we can set off now, Zhou Zheng said. Wait for me. Wang Hao suddenly remembered something, turned around and walked out of the cave, and came back a few minutes later with a tree trunk as thick as his forearm. This is for you. It can at least reduce some weight. Thank you, Mr. Wang Lai. Zhou Zheng's eyes were shining, and Wang Hao waved his hand before he finished speaking. Don't say anything, I'm just thinking about myself. If I can retrieve the data earlier, I can save my friends earlier. Zhou Zheng nodded, but then his face showed worry. Mr. Wang, the Queen Bee only gave you 72 hours, and now more than 10 hours have passed, and we are at least 300 kilometers away from our destination, let alone the round trip. Even if we rush over day and night, it will probably take at least 10 days. Don't worry about that, we will rush over as fast as possible. Wang Hao shook his head and said, The Queen Bee talked to me before. She knows that our plane had an accident. I think she should understand. Zhou Zheng was stunned when he heard it, but then he understood it and nodded solemnly. That's the best. I hope she can understand us. You are all awake. Just as the two were preparing to leave, the voice of the woman in the raincoat suddenly came from outside the cave. The two hurriedly looked over and saw that the woman in the raincoat had changed her raincoat and appeared outside the cave wearing a black tight leather jacket. You? Wang Hao looked at her in surprise. She was completely different now, and she didn't look like she was seriously injured just a few hours ago. Yes, I'm fine now. The woman interrupted Wang Hao's unfinished words and frowned at the two of them, saying, Are you leaving? We still have things to do. Wang Hao nodded and couldn't help but ask curiously, Have you been living here alone? Where are you going? The woman didn't answer Wang Hao's words, but kept asking where the two were going. Leprosy Island. Wang Hao said. What are you going there for? The woman frowned and said puzzledly. To get something. Zhou Zheng quickly interrupted Wang Hao's words, and Wang Hao nodded at her. What is it? The woman frowned and continued to ask. Please understand, we can't say this. Zhou Zheng hurriedly said. Oh. The woman frowned when she heard this, and looked at Wang Hao and said, There is one thing I think I need to tell you. Whether you listen or not is up to you. My family lives opposite the Leprosy Island. As far as I know, it has fallen half a month ago, and there are many zombies. Unless you have a plane, you can't even land on the shore. Why? Wang Hao said in surprise. I don't know who set up hundreds of meters of barbed roadblocks on the landing beaches around the Leprosy Island. After waves of zombie attacks, the roadblocks are now full of zombies. Humans can't get close at all, let alone land on the Leprosy Island. The woman said. When did you leave there? Wang Hao frowned and asked. A week ago. The woman said. Zhou Zheng's face changed when he heard this, and he immediately spoke up and said, Then did you notice that 2 waves of people have been there? Chapter 330. There was none when I left a week ago. The woman shook her head. Why did you choose to settle in this desolate mountain? Wang Hao frowned and asked again. My grandfather is a forest ranger in this mountain. When the disaster occurred, all of our family except me and my mother were infected. We persisted until 10 days ago, but I didn't expect that my mother still couldn't escape this disaster. The woman's face suddenly became heavy when she said this. Wang Hao and the other man also sighed a little. After a moment of silence, Wang Hao said, Did your grandfather set the trap before? No, my grandfather is a forest ranger. How could he set traps? Those were set by hunters in this mountain in the early days of liberation. Later, after the national policy did not allow it, these traps have been idle. The woman said. Where is your grandfather? Wang Hao asked. The woman's face became heavier when she heard this. When I went back from here to get medicine last night, I found that my grandfather and I were retaliated by wolves, and my grandfather was also. The woman choked up when she said this. Wang Hao and Zhou Zheng were shocked. After a while, Wang Hao said with shame, I'm sorry, if it weren't for you saving me, the wolf pack wouldn't have. The woman shook her head. If it was Grandpa, he would have done the same as me. The scene fell silent again. Wang Hao frowned and asked, What are your plans for the future? Will you live here forever? I don't know. The woman's eyes were full of confusion. Anyway, this incident was caused by me. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and looked at the woman and said, If you are willing, I want to take you to my base. My parents and many brothers and sisters are there now. We will be a family in the future. The woman was surprised when she heard this. Base? Are you talking about the survivor's base? Wang Hao nodded and added, It is a base we built ourselves. Zhou Zheng was a little embarrassed when he heard this. It was not right to speak or not to speak. The woman hesitated for a while, and finally nodded, and took the initiative to introduce herself. My name is Su Ke. Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded and introduced himself again. I am Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng also spoke hurriedly. Suka's face immediately recovered. I know a shortcut. From there, you can see National Highway 368. If no one passes by, the car I drove should still be there. The 3 of them set off immediately. Under the leadership of Su Ke, the 3 of them shuttled through the forest for a while. After walking for about 40 minutes, a small river appeared in front of them. Following the flow of the river, they saw a dark cave. We can see National Highway 368 by boat through the cave. Su Ke pointed to the cave entrance that was less than 1.5 meters high and 3 meters wide. Following Su Ke's direction, Wang Hao saw a small boat tied to the cave entrance not far away. Has anyone been walking here before? Wang Hao asked curiously. Only my grandfather. Su Ke said. Is it safe inside the cave? Zhou Zheng looked at the dark cave entrance with some hesitation on his face. The three of them had already arrived at the cave entrance while talking. Suku untied the rope and said, "I just walked here before I met you." The three of them boarded the boat one by one, with Suku sitting at the bow, Wang Hao at the stern, and Zhou Jing sitting in the middle. The boat could accommodate 3 people. Because it was going downstream, there was no need for manual paddling. The boat slowly sailed into the cave with the sound of the rushing water, and the sight in front of them was gradually swallowed by the darkness. Wang Hao and the others suddenly became nervous. As the distance deepened, the light behind them was gradually swallowed by the darkness, and there was no light in front of them. Only the sound of the river came to their ears. None of the 3 spoke, and they didn't know how long the boat had been gliding in the dark. Finally, a bright spot appeared in front of them. Only then did Wang Hao's mood gradually relax. At the same time, he felt that Zhou Zheng in front of him also let out a long breath. Only Suku, who was sitting at the bow, did not react. As the dot continued to grow larger, an irregular circular hole appeared in front of the 3 people, and the boat slowly sailed out. Only then did Wang Hao and the others feel relieved. After sailing out of the cave, Suku stood up, took the bow rope, and put it on a wooden stake on the shore. Suku pulled the rope and slowly sailed to the shore. Suku jumped up first, and Zhou Zheng also climbed ashore with the help of the 2. On one side of the cave was a large gentle slope, and the guardrail on the road could be seen on the gentle slope. The 3 of them began to climb the slope. Zhou Zheng's waist injury had not healed yet, and he could not exert force. Wang Hao carried him on his back and tied his waist with a rope to climb up. Suku also followed behind to help. After more than 10 minutes, the 3 finally climbed up. A winding mountain road suddenly appeared in front of the 3. A Toyota off-road vehicle was parked not far away. Apart from this car, no other vehicles could be seen around. Suku then stepped forward, opened the door, started the car, turned around and drove in front of Wang Hao and the others. After helping Zhou Zheng to the back seat, Wang Hao got on the co-pilot seat. "The fuel is running low. We must find a place to refill it first." Suku slowly started the car and looked at the dashboard and said, "Is there a gas station nearby?" Wang Hao also looked at the dashboard, and the red light on it was already on. "There is a small town 20 kilometers away. I searched for food and fuel there yesterday, but there were too many zombies there, and there was no way to go deeper," Suku said. "Apart from there are no gas stations or other places on the roadside." Wang Hao found this question redundant after he asked it. There were mountains all around, and judging from the information on the road conditions, the traffic volume on this national highway must not be high on weekdays. No one would be stupid enough to open a gas station on the roadside like this. No, there is only that town within 100 kilometers. Other than that, there are some small villages scattered among the mountains. There is no road there, so there is definitely no fuel. Suku shook his head. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown when he heard that, and said after a moment of hesitation, "Are you familiar with the terrain of that town? There are only 2 streets in the town. I have been there several times with my grandfather before, and I can still remember the terrain," Suku said. "That's it." Wang Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. "Do you want to take a risk?" Suku turned his head and looked at him. "According to what you said, this is the only way." Wang Hao nodded. Suku frowned when he heard that, and seemed to have something to say, but swallowed it back again and stopped talking at the moment. Although his eyes were looking straight ahead, the tall figure with his head covered and holding a huge axe quickly appeared in his mind. Chapter 331. As the sun rises, the temperature in the car gradually rises. 20 minutes later, the town that Suku mentioned appeared in front of the car, and a dark mass of corpses could be seen surging at the intersection from afar. "Now even the only entrance is blocked. We must abandon the car and enter the town." Suku frowned at this and slowly pulled the car over to the side. "Is there only this one entrance?" Wang Hao looked at the dark mass of corpses a few hundred meters away and said. Suku shook his head. "Other entrances are inaccessible. I can only walk." Wang Hao nodded. "It's fine as long as I can get in. Miss Su, you and Zhou Zheng stay in the car. I go find fuel, and I be back in an hour at most." "I go with you. After all, I'm more familiar with the terrain of the town than you are." Suku looked at Wang Hao and said. Zhou Zheng naturally understood what Wang Hao meant. He was worried about leaving him here alone. His heart warmed up immediately. He looked at Wang Hao and said, "Don't worry. The zombies are still several hundred meters away from us. As long as I pay attention, they will definitely not find us." Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a while, and said to Zhou Zheng, "Can you still drive now?" "No problem." Zhou Zheng immediately patted his chest and said. Wang Hao nodded and said, "You sit in the driver's seat. If they find you, Drive back immediately and don't worry about us. This gun is for you. I have loaded it with bullets. Suku also handed Zhou Zheng his double-barreled shotgun at this time. Thank you. Zhou Zheng nodded with emotion and took the shotgun. You should be careful too. Wang Hao nodded, and he and Suku opened the car door and walked down. In order not to worry Wang Hao and the others, Zhou Zheng insisted on sitting in the driver's seat. Wang Hao and the other men set off immediately, using the woods on the roadside as cover to quickly sneak into the town a few hundred meters away. They stopped 100 meters away from the zombies. There were already a lot of buildings here. Suku pointed to a narrow alley and said, I just walked through that alley yesterday. It's not dangerous, and can lead directly to the center of the town. Wang Hao looked in the direction of her finger. The alley was very narrow, and it seemed that only an electric tricycle could barely pass through. Looking inside, apart from the mess on the ground, there was no trace of zombies. Go in from there. Wang Hao retracted his gaze, and looked at the zombies in the distance. Suka hesitated a little, as if he had something to say, but seeing that Wang Hao had already ducked and walked away, he had to quickly follow him. Although the alley was narrow, it was very long. On both sides were the courtyard walls of the town residents, one after another, a full 200 meters long. The appearance of the town appeared in front of the two after walking out of the narrow alley. This place is very close to the only crossroads that Suka mentioned. Since it is a small town in the mountains, there are not many town buildings. Most of them are 1- or 2-story buildings. The streets are old and full of potholes. There are not many zombies in front of Wang Hao and the others. Looking around, there are less than 10 zombies on the whole street. Most of the zombies in the town should be concentrated at the entrance of the town. Wang Hao wanted to extract fuel from the abandoned vehicles on the street, but when he saw the few abandoned vehicles on the street, his mood suddenly cooled down. The vehicles on the street are similar to the wandering zombies. Looking around, there are less than a dozen, and most of them are agricultural vehicles. Is there a gas station or something like that in the town? Wang Hao retracted his gaze and asked Suku. Suku nodded. There is only one, right at the entrance of the town we just saw. Wang Hao frowned. Besides that place, do you know any other places? Suku pondered for a moment. There is another place, that is. He stopped talking halfway, and his eyes suddenly showed a look of fear. What is it? Wang Hao asked puzzledly. I met a big guy wearing a linen hood there yesterday. He was also dragging a huge axe covered with blood. I don't know if it was a human or something. Suku said with fear on his face. Big guy? Huge axe? Wang Hao frowned and asked hurriedly, was there a group of zombies around him at that time? No, he was the only one walking there. Fortunately, he was not discovered by him. Otherwise, I really don't know what the result would be. Suka said with lingering fear. Wang Hao frowned and said, according to what you said, that thing is definitely not a good guy. He hesitated for a moment, and then continued, what place is that? A small or dressing plant, just outside the town. Suka thought for a while, and added, oh, by the way, I heard from a friend of my grandfather in the town that there is a landfill mine near the ore dressing plant. There are always cries from there every Qingming festival or July 15th. According to the old people in the town, the mine was dug by the Rias during World War II. As soon as they saw the ore layer, their emperor announced unconditional surrender. So when they evacuated, the Rias blew up the mine with their own hands. It is said that there were dozens of Chinese workers working in the mine at that time. What does this have to do with that big guy? Wang Hao asked in confusion. This is just my guess. I think that big guy crawled out of the bombed mine. Suku frowned. Wang Hao was shocked when he heard this. Why do you think so? Do you know the name of this town? Suku said. Wang Hao shook his head in confusion. Jinjiaji. Suku said, the whole town can be said to be a big family, and the neighbors can be more or less related. It is for this reason that after the Riya people left, the local villagers spontaneously built a place similar to an ancestral hall on the bombed mine to mourn the tribesmen who were buried alive in the mine by the Riya people. Wang Hao nodded, and Suka continued, I came to that place with my grandfather before. Although it is a bit shabby, it is very solid. But when I came again yesterday, I found that the place had collapsed, and a large hole appeared from the collapsed place. Ah! Wang Hao was shocked this. How is this possible? Are you sure you are not mistaken? Definitely not mistaken, that place is very close to the ore dressing plant, and I found that the fuel warehouse is between these two places. Suka said very confidently. Wang Hao frowned again when he heard this, with an incredible expression on his face. He hesitated for a moment and said, I still don't quite believe it, but this is not the point. What we need to do now is to find fuel as soon as possible and leave here. Are you really going? Suka frowned and looked at him. Chapter 332. Wang Hao nodded. I think we can give it a try. If the thing is still there, we will think of other ways. If not, we will leave as soon as we get the fuel. Suka hesitated for a moment, nodded and agreed to Wang Hao's suggestion, and the two of them set out to the ore dressing plant. As Suka said, the town was very small. After crossing the intersection in the center of the town, the two of them saw the outline of the ore dressing plant in less than half an hour. The gate was covered with 1-meter-high weeds, and the two large light blue iron doors were locked, with dark yellow rust spots flowing on them. Where did you find him yesterday? Wang Hao turned his head and looked at Suka beside him and asked. At this time, the two were hiding behind a big locust tree on the side of the road. There is a gap there. If you go in through the gap, you can see the warehouse not far away. I saw him at the window of the warehouse yesterday. He seemed to have noticed some movement in the warehouse, but he just looked over here and continued to walk forward. The direction he disappeared was the same direction as the collapsed mine. Suka pointed to the wall of the ore dressing plant on their left. Let's go along the road you walked yesterday again. If you find him, don't panic. Wait until he walks away and decide the next move based on the situation. If he is not with us, we must be more careful and leave immediately once we succeed. Wang Hao frowned. Suka nodded and pulled the bolt quietly. Wang Hao also took out the M500 from his waist. The two of them then carefully leaned against the wall and quickly came to the gap along the wall. Wang Hao stuck his head out and looked into the gap. The interior environment of the entire ore dressing plant was in full view. Except for the motionless factory buildings and equipment, the surroundings were covered with weeds. A breeze blew, and the withered and yellow grass stalks moved stiffly with the wind, bringing waves of heat mixed with the smell of plant mold, hitting Wang Hao's face. After observing around for a while, and making sure there was no danger, Wang Hao and the others walked into the gap carefully. That's the warehouse where I found the gasoline. Suka pointed to an independent low-rise bungalow not far from them. At that time, the thing was dragging a huge axe from right to left on the road in front of us, and the mine was outside the collapsed wall. Looking at the slide road that had been submerged by weeds, Suka said with lingering fear. Following the direction of Suka's finger, Wang Hao's eyes turned from the low bungalow to the outside of the collapsed wall. Although Wang Hao could not see the so-called collapsed ancestral hall from their current position, he suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Are you also feeling scared? Suka looked at Wang Hao at this time. Wang Hao frowned and said, I think this place is not normal. Suka was shocked and said, Why is it abnormal? I always feel like someone is watching us in the dark. Wang Hao frowned. Where is it? Suka suddenly became nervous and looked around in panic. This is just my feeling, or maybe I'm overthinking it. Wang Hao said without comment. The two then walked carefully towards the low bungalow. The door had been pried open by Suka yesterday. At this moment, the two wooden doors were ajar. As the breeze blew, they swayed slightly and made a creaking sound, which instantly made Wang Hao and the others' already nervous nerves tense again. Arriving in front of the wooden door, Wang Hao held a gun in one hand and gently pushed it open with the other. With a creaking sound, the two wooden doors were slowly pushed open by Wang Hao and the others, and the situation in the room was immediately presented to the two of them. Everything was the same as when Suka left yesterday. Various accessories were piled in the warehouse, and 3 large oil drums were placed horizontally in the innermost corner. After confirming that it was safe, Suka quickly ran to one of the skylights, climbed up the ladder there, and looked out the window. It can be seen that her face was still very nervous. After observing outside for a while, her face relaxed a little. She walked down the ladder and saw Wang Hao pumping oil into the oil pot, so she was ready to come forward to help. Who knew that at this moment, her figure suddenly paused, her face immediately became ugly, and her eyes were full of fear. The sound of a heavy object dragging on the ground suddenly came from outside. Wang Hao seemed to have heard this sound at the same time. His face suddenly changed. He stopped what he was doing, quickly held the M500 in his hand, and made a silent gesture to Suka. Then he walked to the ladder lightly, and climbed up carefully, looking out the skylight window but saw nothing, but the sound was getting closer and closer. Wang Hao's face suddenly changed, because he found that the sound came from the direction of the door. Without time to think, he hurriedly climbed down the ladder, pulled Suka up, and quickly hid behind the pile of parts next to him. He's coming, Suka said with horror on her face. Wang Hao quickly covered her mouth. No matter what happens, run as soon as you have a chance, don't hesitate. Wait for me in front of the water cave where we came out last week. I have my own way to get out. Do you understand? Suka nodded quickly, and Wang Hao let go of his hand. At this time, the sound suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings became unusually quiet. For Wang Hao and the others now, the quieter they were, the more nervous they were, because you don't know whether the danger is approaching or far away. Why is there no movement? Suka looked at Wang Hao nervously. I don't know. Wang Hao frowned and shook his head. You wait here, I go and see, remember what I said just now. After saying that, he was about to get up, and Suka quickly grabbed him. No, it's too dangerous for you to do this. Wang Hao was embarrassed by Suka's sudden action, and took the opportunity to get up and broke free from her hand. It's okay, I've seen a lot of big guys, I have a way to deal with them. No, you haven't seen him. He is much bigger than those mutant zombies. Suka also stood up quickly. Have you seen the tracker too? Wang Hao asked curiously. Suka nodded. I don't know what they are called, but I know they can't use weapons at least. Wang Hao was shocked when he heard this, frowned and looked at Suka and said, How do you know that the huge axe he is dragging must be his weapon? It must be. Have you seen such a big axe in real life? Suka's voice fell, boom. The thin door and half of the wall collapsed, and countless broken bricks and tiles were scattered on the ground in the dust. In the surprised eyes of Wang Hao and the others, a giant axe that was 1 meter square appeared in the gradually dispersing dust, and behind the giant axe stood a tall figure. Chapter 333. As the dust gradually dissipated, the tall figure appeared clearly in the eyes of Wang Hao and Suka. It was a monster that was 2 stories tall, burly, with a sack on its head. The grass-yellow sack was covered with black and purple bloodstains. He was wearing a one-piece black leather coat, which was filthy, and looked like a butcher in a slaughterhouse. Seeing the giant axe that was 2 meters square, Wang Hao's eyes shrank, and a strong sense of suffocation came over him. Although he had been mentally prepared before, he was still shocked when he saw the monster dragging the giant axe with his own eyes. Voila! With a sound, the monster lifted the giant axe from the ruins, held it in his hand, and walked in. It seemed that the ground was shaking with every step it took. Suka stared at the other party blankly, his face full of fear. Go through the window. Wang Hao pushed her hard, and Suka suddenly woke up and ran to the skylight on the side. At the same time, Wang Hao quickly raised the M500 in his hand, and fired 3 shots at the monster that was slowly walking towards them. Although all 3 bullets hit the opponent, it did not affect the opponent's pace at all. After a pause, the burly body continued to walk towards Wang Hao with the giant axe without fear. Turning around and seeing Suka climbing over the window, Wang Hao fired the last 2 bullets in one breath and quickly reloaded. However, just as he finished reloading the bullets and had no time to pull the trigger, the opponent suddenly accelerated, and the giant axe in his hand spun a circle in the air, and suddenly slipped out of his hand, and the giant axe immediately flew towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao bent down immediately upon seeing this, whoosh. The giant axe flew past Wang Hao's back with a fishy wind, bang. With a muffled sound, the huge axe sank directly into the wall, debris fell, and dust immediately filled the air. However, just as Wang Hao straightened up, the opponent had already arrived in front of him, raised his foot, and kicked Wang Hao in the chest. Before Wang Hao could react, he felt a pain in his chest, and the M500 suddenly fell from his hand. His body flew up involuntarily with a thump, and fell 5 meters away. The blood in his chest suddenly surged, and before he could get up, the monster immediately chased him again, pulled out the giant axe that had sunk into the wall, and swept towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao had no time to pick up the gun, so he quickly jumped up and barely avoided the axe that was chopped at his waist. After missing the first attack, the monster did not seem impatient. It turned around slowly, and swung the giant axe to chop at Wang Hao again. Wang Hao quickly dodged again, bang! The ground suddenly cracked. The monster swung the giant axe, and continued to force Wang Hao. Wang Hao quickly dodged. After 7 or 8 rounds, Wang Hao used his own advantages to barely avoid the opponent's attack every time. Although Wang Hao dodged it every time, the monster still did not seem anxious and launched attacks again and again. After more than a dozen rounds, the warehouse was already in ruins. Wang Hao tried to escape several times, but was stopped by the opponent's giant axe every time. The monster did not give him a chance to breathe. One axe fell and another axe rose, as if he didn't know how to get tired at all. After more than a dozen rounds of contact, Wang Hao found that the opponent seemed to have no other means of attack except for his huge size, the ability to use a giant axe, and not knowing how to get tired. We can't keep fighting it like this, or it will drain our energy sooner or later. Wang Hao frowned and quickly focused his mind. What he didn't expect was that his left arm turned red instantly after the pain, and at the same time, A thin layer of white ice oozed out of his right arm. At this moment, the monster's axe fell from the air again, and Wang Hao quickly dodged it. Bang! A big hole was smashed into the ground. Wang Hao wanted to take this opportunity to extend his left palm to burn the axe, but he didn't expect that the monster was faster than him. He pulled back the axe and spun it in the air, directly breaking the beam of the warehouse, and smashing it down again. Although Wang Hao had the idea of burning the axe, he didn't have the confidence to take it head-on. Besides, the axe was sharp, and he might be split into two before he could burn the axe. After dodging the attack, Wang Hao took advantage of the situation and rolled under the monster, slapping his leg with his palm. However, just when his palm just touched the opponent's body, the red light on his left arm suddenly disappeared, leaving only an obvious handprint on the opponent's leather jacket. At the same time, the cold air on his right arm also suddenly disappeared. The monster was stunned and looked down at Wang Hao under him. The face inside the sack seemed to show a puzzled look. Wang Hao was also full of doubts, but before he could react, the monster dropped the giant axe in his hand with a bang, picked up Wang Hao from the ground, and threw Wang Hao a few meters away like throwing a chicken, and stopped directly by hitting the wall. Regardless of the severe pain in his body, Wang Hao quickly got up from the ground, and glanced at the corner of his eye and found that the M500 fell 5 meters away from him. The monster also turned around at this time. Just as it bent down to pick up the giant axe on the ground, Wang Hao seized the opportunity, and quickly ran to the place where the M500 fell. The monster was also fast, picking up the giant axe and throwing it directly at Wang Hao. In a flash, the giant axe flew over with a whistling sound. Wang Hao quickly rolled on the ground, picked up the M500 on the ground, and lay on the ground directly, pointing the muzzle of the gun at the head of the monster running towards him. Bang bang bang! Wang Hao fired 3 shots in a row. The .50 caliber Magnum pistol bullets were extremely powerful. The previous 3 shots Wang Hao only hit the opponent's chest, but the 3 shots now all shot into the monster's head. Boom! The giant axe directly smashed a big hole in the wall next to Wang Hao, and the axe extended outside the wall. At the same time, the monster's huge body suddenly paused after being hit by Wang Hao's 3 shots in the head. Plop! It fell head-on in front of Wang Hao with a sound, and the dirty blood immediately flowed out through the small hole on the sack. The mountain-like body suddenly stopped moving. For safety reasons, Wang Hao stood up and shot the monster's head twice more. After reloading the bullets, Wang Hao put away the pistol, drew out the black knife, and walked over. "I want to see what kind of monster you are." Wang Hao raised his black knife with one hand and tore off the sack on the opponent's head with the other hand. A fishy smell immediately hit his nose. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. However, when he saw the opponent's head that had been smashed into a pile of meat paste, his eyes suddenly shrank. He actually found something that shouldn't be in the body at the fracture of the opponent's cervical vertebra. It was a black object shaped like a USB flash drive, with several metal branches like claws extending around it, firmly fixing the object shaped like a USB flash drive in the hollowed-out cervical vertebra. "What is this?" Wang Hao immediately felt strange, and carefully picked it out with a black knife. He was about to reach out to take it, but at this moment, the thing suddenly moved, and the 6 metal branches on both sides suddenly straightened up, like the legs of a reptile. "Why does it look like a bug?" Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and before he could take a closer look, the thing suddenly crawled towards him at a very fast speed. Wang Hao was startled and quickly retreated. At the same time, he quickly took out the M500 from his waist and shot at the thing. The thing was immediately smashed to pieces. At this moment, there was a roar of a tractor outside. Wang Hao was startled and looked up quickly. He saw a small truck modified from a small 4-wheel diesel engine rushing in from the ruins at the door, with black smoke. Wang Hao saw Suku in the cab at a glance, and was moved. When Suku saw Wang Hao, he was shocked at first, then relieved, and hurriedly stopped the car and ran over. "Are you okay?" Suku frowned and looked at the corpse of the monster next to him, and turned to Wang Hao. Wang Hao shook his head. "Why are you back again?" He looked at the 90s product behind him with some confusion. "I found this modified car over there, and thought about coming back to save you, but I didn't expect you to," Suku said with a puzzled look. "He didn't crawl out of the mine at all," Wang Hao said solemnly, looking at the corpse of the monster. Suku was shocked then. "Where did he come from?" "He was deliberately placed here by someone. Look what this is." Wang Hao casually picked up a piece of metal debris that he had just broken from the ground. "What is this?" Suku said with a puzzled look on his face. "I don't know either." Wang Hao shook his head. "I found this thing from his cervical vertebrae. It shouldn't be there at all, unless someone deliberately installed it." Are you saying that someone is remotely controlling him? Suka's face became more and more surprised. It should be like this. Wang Hao frowned and said uncertainly, then looked at the only remaining barrel of gasoline at the foot of the wall. Don't worry about these. Zhou Zheng is still waiting for us. Then he stepped forward and refilled the oil can that had been overturned on the ground with gasoline. Suka also found an empty oil can at this time. The two of them filled their oil cans and left the ore dressing plant. After returning to the original route, the group of corpses at the entrance of the town were still gathered there and wandering, and the off-road vehicle was still parked at the previous position. Seeing Wang Hao and the others coming back, Zhou Zheng quickly opened the door and walked down, waving at Wang Hao and the others excitedly. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the woods next to it, and a long black tongue directly pierced Zhou Zheng's chest. Zhou Zheng paused in the distance, looked down at the tip of the tongue on his chest with a puzzled look. His eyes were suddenly filled with fear, his face twisted, and then filled with pain and despair. As the long tongue was withdrawn, Zhou Zheng's body suddenly fell down, and the owner of the long tongue behind him suddenly appeared in front of Wang Hao. It was a large licker, larger than any Wang Hao had encountered before, and its limbs were more developed. Its mouth was full of dense fangs, and the exposed brain tissue shone with metallic light in the sun. Wang Hao was startled, and quickly put down the oil bottle, drew out the black knife, and rushed over. Suka beside him also changed his expression, and hurriedly picked up Wang Hao's oil bottle and followed closely. The licker turned around and jumped back into the woods after seeing Wang Hao rushing towards him, and his figure quickly disappeared. Wang Hao's eyes showed doubts, but what he was most worried about at this time was Zhou Zheng's life. When Wang Hao rushed to Zhou Zheng, he saw a blood hole the size of a bowl on his chest, which was gushing out blood. Zhou Zheng could no longer speak at this time, and blood was constantly gushing out of his mouth. His eyes were blurred, and he was already dying. After seeing Wang Hao, he weakly pointed to the photo that fell to the side, which was splattered with blood. Wang Hao nodded, and quickly picked it up and handed it to him. Zhou Zheng's eyes immediately showed gratitude, but before he could even take a look, his pupils had already dilated, and the hand holding the photo suddenly dropped. Wang Hao sighed, closed his eyes, picked up the photo that fell from his hand, and carefully put it into his arms. Suka also rushed over at this time, and saw Zhou Zheng on the ground. His face was also a little heavy. After filling the tank with fuel, Wang Hao drove the vehicle slowly away from the scene. Although Zhou Zheng was no longer there, Suka's hometown was just opposite the leprosy island, so the route was naturally not a problem. There was no conversation along the way. After driving on the winding mountain road for nearly 4 hours, the off-road vehicle gradually drove out of the mountains. Modern civilized buildings began to appear in front of us, but what we saw was desolate and decadent. Yuya City is ahead, and the leprosy island is on the Qin River in Yuya City. Looking at the outline of the city ahead, Suka said, "Do we have to go through the city?" Wang Hao said, "Other roads are too far, and the closest is through the city," Suka said. Wang Hao nodded, then stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the city. Yuya City is only a county-level city, the urban area is not very large, and the population is naturally not very large. Despite this, Wang Hao and his partner still encountered many zombies and abandoned vehicles blocking the road along the way. When the two arrived at the shore opposite the leprosy island, it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Wang Hao chose a relatively open place to stop the car. Standing on the river bank and looking at the leprosy island a few hundred meters away, Wang Hao gradually felt an ominous feeling in his heart. He could vaguely see some buildings on the island, and the figures crawling between the roadblocks on the river beach. Apart from this shore, are there any other landing places? Wang Hao retracted his gaze, and looked at Suka beside him, and asked. The 3 sides of Leprosy Island are shallow, so there should be roadblocks. There is only one side that is a cliff, so there should be no roadblocks, but we can't climb up with our bare hands, Suka said. Wang Hao frowned and said, as long as there is a road, there is a way to conquer the steepest cliff. Chapter 334. Suka frowned, and suddenly remembered something. I seem to remember that my second uncle has a fishing gun. We can tie a rope to it, and hit the cliff. Can't we climb up the cliff along the rope? That's a way. Is your second uncle's house far from here? Wang Hao frowned and nodded. Not far, I take you there, Suka said. The two of them got in a car and set off, walking along the river bank towards the city. 10 minutes later, they stopped in front of an old residential building. At this time, the sunset had begun to set in the west. After getting off the car, Wang Hao looked up at the sky, his face becoming more and more anxious. Led by Suka, The two walked towards one of the residential buildings. The building was old, and it was obviously built in the early 1990s. The door to the corridor had disappeared. The two had just climbed up to the third floor when a zombie rushed over. Suku was stunned when she saw the zombie. Wang Hao quickly pulled her away and chopped off the zombie's head. "What are you doing?" Wang Hao said angrily. He is my second uncle." After coming to her senses, Suku said with a sad face. Hearing this, Wang Hao looked back at the body that had slid down the stairs, patted her shoulder and said, "Please accept my condolences. He is no longer your second uncle. Thank you for just now." Suku nodded and looked up at Wang Hao. "Let's go. It's going to be dark soon. We don't have much time left." Wang Hao shook his head and walked away. Suku looked back at the body of his second uncle and turned around to follow. Suku's second uncle's house was on the 5th floor. According to Suku's memory, Wang Hao quickly found the dusty fishing gun on top of an old wardrobe. Wang Hao tried the gun mark and launching device and found they were both intact. The only shortcoming was the rope that was missing. The two of them then went to the houses on the left and right and searched for a while. Finally, their efforts paid off. They found a bundle of half-old climbing ropes in the house on the east side, which was about 100 meters long. When the two of them returned to the car, the night had already begun to fall. After returning to the shore to eat something and tidying up a little, the night had completely enveloped them, and the silver moonlight sprinkled on the river's surface, sparkling. Although Leprosy Island had been abandoned for a long time, the Qin River runs through the north and south, and this is the main port of Yoyo City, so there is no shortage of various boats. They chose a relatively intact speedboat, checked the engine and hull, and after adding enough fuel, the speedboat slowly left the port and headed for the opposite Leprosy Island. Indeed, as Suku said, Leprosy Island was surrounded by shallows on 3 sides. Under the moonlight, you can see the dense roadblocks deployed on the river beach, and countless figures are crawling in it. Hearing the movement behind them, many figures turned around and walked towards the center of the river. Where did all these zombies come from? Can they swim? Suku drove the speedboat, and Wang Hao looked at the zombies stuck between the roadblocks with curiosity. There were none at the beginning of the disaster. They suddenly appeared here half a month ago. I heard from a survivor who lives nearby that one night half a month ago, it seemed that a big ship stopped here for a long time, and then those zombies appeared here after dawn. Big ship? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, looked at her with surprise and said, "Are you saying that these zombies were deliberately thrown here by that big ship?" "I'm not sure, I heard it from others," Suku said. Wang Hao did not speak, but frowned and turned his head to look. His face gradually became solemn. He vaguely saw something, but he could not confirm it at the moment. Suku had already slowed down the speedboat while he was confused. "It's here." Suku's voice came from his ears. Wang Hao immediately gathered his mind and looked up. The dark cliffs emitted a faint light under the moonlight. There was no vegetation on the top. It should be more than 20 meters high, and the lowest part was about 15 or 16 meters. The two got off the boat immediately. Suku fixed the speedboat on a reef, and the two waded to the foot of the cliff. Wang Hao, right? Suku seemed to have something to say to Wang Hao at this time, but he obviously didn't know how to call him. "Oh, what's wrong?" Wang Hao was looking at the climbing rope tied to the javelin with a flashlight at this time. After hearing this, he turned his head and looked at him. "Nothing. Were you a special forces soldier or a martial artist?" Seeing Wang Hao's attitude, Suku immediately relaxed and asked, "Nothing, why do you ask?" Wang Hao pulled the rope and answered casually, "You are not a special forces soldier and have never practiced martial arts. How did you kill the monster?" Suku asked curiously. "Use it." Wang Hao patted the M500 on his waist, then raised the fishing gun and aimed at the top of the cliff. "Gun?" Suku looked at the M500 on Wang Hao's waist with some surprise, and then looked at the double-barreled hunting rifle in his hand. No matter how he looked at it, Wang Hao's gun was not as powerful as his own. Why could he kill the monster with a gun, but he couldn't? Is it really like what Grandpa said, that girls have to look like girls? I don't believe it. What men can do, I can do. Swoosh. Just as she thought of this, she heard a sound of breaking through the air. Under the bright moonlight, the powerful javelin dragged a thin long line, like a long snake, and flew towards the top of the cliff. After the rope stopped, Wang Hao pulled it gently and immediately felt that he had exerted force. He turned to Suku beside him and said, "I will go up first. After confirming that it is safe, I will give you a signal, and you can go up." Suku nodded. After that, Wang Hao turned around and climbed up the climbing rope with both hands. A few minutes later, Wang Hao climbed to the top of the cliff safely and looked around. This place is located in a desolate area with nothing but weeds and rocks. Looking around, you can faintly see the abandoned buildings scattered everywhere under the moonlight a few hundred meters away. Then he turned around and first took out the javelin stuck between the two rocks, untied the rope on it, and tied it around his waist, and then shone the flashlight towards the bottom of the cliff. Suku received the signal and started climbing. A few minutes later, Suku also climbed up. When he saw the rope wrapped around Wang Hao's waist, he immediately understood. It turned out that he wanted to be the first to come up to test the firmness of the rope with his own weight. He was worried that he would get into trouble, so he took the risk. Looking at the thin and weak boy in front of him, Suku couldn't help but feel touched. Looking at the buildings scattered everywhere below, Wang Hao suddenly felt a headache. With so many buildings, it was not easy to find the laboratory Zhou Zheng mentioned. So he looked at Suku beside him and asked, "Have you been to this island before?" Suku shook his head. "There are almost no people here, because since my grandfather's generation, my father and his family have been warned by their parents not to come to this island to play, otherwise they will be captured by the old madman up there, and have their hearts and livers taken out. So since my father's generation, almost no one here will come here." Wang Hao nodded. "It seems that we have to find it ourselves. You haven't told me what we are doing here." Suku frowned and looked at Wang Hao. "It's a long story. Let's put it this way. Zhou Zheng and I came here to find a laboratory, and then take back their experimental data from the laboratory." Wang Hao said briefly. "Laboratory? Experimental data?" Suku said with surprise. "This leprosy island has been abandoned for at least 20 years. I have never heard of any laboratory on it. Some things I tell you now, you don't understand, but you will see it clearly when you see it with your own eyes," Wang Hao said lightly. Suku nodded. Although he was full of doubts, he knew from Wang Hao's face that what he said was not false, so he stopped asking questions and followed Wang Hao along a stone road covered with weeds and walked slowly downwards. There was no conversation along the way. The night wind gently caressed the wild grass on both sides, making rustling sounds and carrying a strong smell of moldy plants. Wang Hao and the other two were alert to the environment on both sides along the way. Fortunately, they were safe and sound. After more than 10 minutes, they finally got down to the village road. A bumpy road appeared under the bright moonlight. The ways inside were glittering. There were rows of low houses, or independent houses on high places. But without exception, these houses were dark at the moment, giving people a gloomy feeling. Which of these houses is the laboratory? Suku looked around, with a look of confusion in his eyes. The leprosy island was in a trapezoidal terrain. All the houses were built on layers of trapezoids. It was estimated that there were more than 100 houses, and this was only one side they saw. "Oh, I remember now." Wang Hao suddenly remembered Zhou Zheng's words. He mentioned a leprosy hospital before. "We should be able to find the laboratory as long as we find that hospital. I've heard of this hospital too. It seems to be not far from the shore." Suku frowned and nodded. The two of them then walked towards the only port on the leprosy island. As they shuttled between the abandoned houses, Wang Hao and the others could not help but feel the cold wind. It seemed that countless pairs of eyes were hidden in the black hole windows, staring at them motionlessly, and those round open doors were like ferocious mouths that seemed to be able to devour every living being at any time. Every second they turned a corner, there seemed to be danger. With a nervous mood, the two finally saw the glittering river again. Turning back and looking at the abandoned area they had just passed behind them, Wang Hao and the others were still in fear. Facing unknown dangers, everyone will feel more or less afraid, but once you really face it, most people will calm down, because the previous process has exceeded your limit, so when you see it, you will not feel so scared. Facing danger, what you fear is not the result, but the process. Just like the moment before the death row prisoner is taken to the execution ground, it is often the moment when he feels the most nervous and afraid, but once the cold muzzle is pointed at his head, he will be relieved instantly. Wang Hao's current mood is the moment when the death row prisoner is taken to the execution ground, because he just felt a dark shadow flashing behind a house, but when he looked deliberately, he found nothing. He couldn't help frowning. He clearly saw a dark shadow. Why did it disappear again? Is it because of excessive tension that I am dazzled? Suku accidentally saw Wang Hao's expression, and suddenly became nervous. He followed his gaze and said, What are you looking at?" In order not to cause him panic, Wang Hao shook his head and said, "Nothing, I'm just wondering, how come there is not even a zombie on such a big island? This island has been abandoned for almost 20 years, how could there be zombies?" Suku said with a somewhat relieved look on her face, but suddenly became nervous again. No, there must be something strange on this island. Oh, what's strange? Wang Hao frowned at her attitude. Think about it, if there is no strangeness, why did the big ship leave those zombies here? Suku analyzed. That's right, it seems we have to be careful. Once there is danger, don't hesitate, just shoot. Wang Hao nodded in response. He said this to let Suku be mentally prepared in advance, so as not to lose his composure at that time. I know. Suku nodded, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He pointed to a road junction not far away and said, that road is wider than other roads. It should be the main road leading to the hospital. Let's go up there and take a look. Following the direction of Suku's finger, Wang Hao looked. He had seen that road junction before. The reason why he didn't go down immediately was because he wanted to lead out the dark shadow behind him that was hidden somewhere. But now that Suku said so, he couldn't be sure whether he had seen it before. He had to nod his head. The two of them walked to the road junction and walked along the pothole-filled cement road leading to the other side of the island. After going around a big bend and walking forward for another 400 or 500 meters, a large building complex appeared under the moonlight. Wang Hao could vaguely see a large red cross sign on one of the buildings. It should be the leprosy rehabilitation hospital that Zhou Zheng mentioned. No wonder I haven't seen it before. It turns out that it is hidden behind the mountain. Suku also saw the outline of the hospital at this time. Instead of being nervous, she let out a long sigh, as if she had finally reached her destination. Wang Hao frowned and looked at her. He wanted to tell her about the shadow he had seen before, but then he changed his words and reminded her, the more places like this, the higher the possibility of danger. Don't be careless. I know, I won't hold you back. Suku nodded and picked up both shotguns. Wang Hao then took out his M500, and the two of them walked towards the leprosy rehabilitation hospital 100 meters away. When they arrived at the gate, the two rusty iron gates were half open, covered with withered vegetation. The two-story buildings of the main hospital were all dark, and there was no sign of human life. Just as Wang Hao and the others looked around, Suku suddenly asked in surprise, "What do you think that is?" Looking in the direction of Suku's finger, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly condensed, and he saw a huge figure squatting on the roof of one of the small buildings, staring at them. Chapter 335. It's him again? Wang Hao's eyes suddenly focused, and he saw the figure on the roof slowly stood up, and immediately covered the full moon hanging in the air. Didn't you kill it? Suku said with a look of astonishment. They are not the same species. This is the commander, the highest evolutionary among the zombies. Wang Hao frowned and stared at the figure on the roof, and the figure was also staring at them. Meaning, the commander? Suku was full of surprise. At this moment, several lickers with long tongues suddenly crawled behind the commander. Suku's face turned pale when he saw them appear, and at this moment, one of the lickers suddenly jumped up, turned in the air, and quickly climbed down with its limbs attached to the building. Be careful. Wang Hao's face changed, and he quickly fired, bang bang bang. 3 flames pierced through the night, and shot directly at the licker that was crawling down quickly. At the same time, several other lickers also began to crawl down. Bang! Bang! The 2 shotguns in Suku's hands also fired at the same time. As the gunshots rang out, 2 lickers suddenly fell off the building and fell directly to the ground without any movement. Just as Wang Hao and the others were reloading their bullets, the other 3 lickers had already climbed down the building and crawled towards them. Hold steady. Wait until they get closer before shooting. Wang Hao turned around and shouted to Suku beside him. Suku nodded in panic, and the 2 stood side by side, aiming their guns at the 3 lickers that were crawling towards them quickly. At the moment when the 3 lickers jumped out of the door, Wang Hao shouted, and 3 guns suddenly spurted out flames. After being modified, Suku's double-barreled shotgun can fire 5 shotgun shells in a row, and 2 guns can fire 10 shots. As we all know, the closer the distance of the shotgun, the greater the lethality. Although Wang Hao's M500 does not have a wider killing range than the double-barreled shotgun, its power is amazing. After a burst of gunfire, the 3 lickers suddenly stopped moving in the smoke. The 3 bodies that had been beaten into meat paste lay on the ground motionless with white smoke. When Wang Hao looked up at the roof again, the hill-like figure of the commander had disappeared, and the moonlight above its head was half covered by the dark clouds that came from nowhere. The originally normal phenomenon cast a strange veil on Wang Hao's heart. Suku then put one of the empty double-barreled hunting rifles on his back, loaded the remaining bullets into the other double-barreled hunting rifle, and turned to look at Wang Hao with both hands holding the gun. What should we do now? Wang Hao frowned and looked at Suku beside him. Although he had seen Suka's shooting skills before, he didn't expect her to be so calm when facing danger. She was completely different from before, and he immediately changed his opinion of her. Since we have come here, we must find that laboratory anyway. How many bullets do you have? 4 rounds. Suka said. I only have 2 rounds left. Wang Hao took out the last 2 bullets from his pocket and loaded them into the revolver. Looking up at the 2 dark 2-story main buildings, Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, and suddenly his face froze and said, We have been fooled. There is no laboratory here at all. Suka's face was startled. Before he could speak, he suddenly saw dozens of red lights shooting from the tops of 2 buildings. Before he could react, a holographic image of a little girl in red suddenly appeared in front of him. It's you? Wang Hao looked at the other person coldly. Of course it's me. The little girl in red took a step towards Wang Hao with a little mischief and said, When did you know it was me? When I found the abnormality in the monster cervical vertebrae, I knew that all this must be arranged by you again. Wang Hao said coldly. When his peripheral vision inadvertently swept to Suka beside him, his eyes suddenly condensed. At this time, Suka's eyes were empty, his whole body was motionless, and the whole person seemed to be fixed there. I didn't expect that even she was arranged by you. Wang Hao retracted his gaze and said coldly. No, she didn't lie to you. Everything she said was true, but her mind was controlled by me. The little girl said with a sense of accomplishment. What do you mean? Does that mean that the same thing as that monster was implanted in her body? Wang Hao frowned. That's my invention. I gave it a nice name called Red Spider. A total of 300,000 were produced and dropped by our people all over the country by plane. They are very smart and will find the right carrier by themselves. Once implanted successfully, they will immediately feed back the information to me, and I can control them to do things for me at this time. The little girl in red said proudly. You are really ambitious. Wang Hao said. Mr. Wang, you are wrong again. I am saving all mankind. The little girl said. You sound like a curse when you say this. Wang Hao said coldly. You cannot believe me, but there is one thing I must remind you. Your base was captured by the zombies 10 minutes ago. Your parents and friends are trapped in the cave. Judging from the current defense situation, they can only hold out until tomorrow noon at the longest. Chapter 336. Wang Hao was startled, but then calmed down. Why should I believe you? The little girl in red raised her hand and waved, and a transparent display screen appeared in front of Wang Hao and the others. The place on the screen was the hot spring villa, and the place where the camera was facing was the cave entrance where his parents and with Xiaodong were imprisoned. At this time, countless hundreds of zombies gathered in front of the barbed wire. Facing the fresh flesh and blood inside, they rushed to slap the barbed wire at the entrance of the cave. Wang Hao's face changed suddenly, and his eyes condensed, and looked at the other party coldly and said, Is this also your arrangement? The little girl in red waved her hand to eliminate the display screen, and said lightly, I am too lazy to care about a useless person. You should ask the foreigner. Oh no, he is dead. If you have a chance, you can ask the old woman wearing a human skin mask. Wang Hao frowned. The meaning of the other party's words couldn't be more obvious. This is a disguised threat to himself. Don't beat around the bush. What do you want me to do? Wang Hao stared at the other party and asked coldly. Mr. Wang is really straightforward. I like you more and more. The little girl turned her head and looked at the roof behind her. I want you to go up and fight it. To be honest, I hope you can win. Wang Hao followed her gaze and did not see the figure of the commander. He pondered for a moment. If you promise me that you will save my family and friends regardless of winning or losing, I will agree to go up and fight it. If you can win, I don't have to do it. The little girl smiled faintly, and her figure began to flash. When you enter the building, I will close all the doors and windows for half an hour, which means you must kill the 3 lickers and 2 crawlers inside within this half an hour. When the time is up, I will open all the doors and windows. At that time, the lady next to you will be implicated. I have reset the time for you. Goodbye, Mr. Wang. After saying that, the figure flashed, and the red light on all sides disappeared. As soon as the voice fell, there was a beep sound, and Wang Hao felt a tightening on his left wrist, and a transparent stopwatch suddenly appeared, with the number 30:00 still on the display. Wang Hao put down his wrist, looked at Suku and said, Miss Su, after I go in, you will leave here immediately and wait for me on the other side. If you can't see me before dawn, you will leave alone. After Wang Hao said that, he turned and walked towards the door. Suku behind him was about to chase him, but found that his limbs suddenly couldn't move, as if he was wrapped by something and couldn't lift them up at all. At the same time, His throat seemed to be stuffed with cotton and couldn't make any sound. Wang Hao didn't notice the changes that appeared in Suka behind him, and walked directly into the two-story building where the commander appeared before without looking back. As soon as he entered the dark building, the door behind him closed immediately, and at the same time, a dim light lit up in the corridor. Beep! Another sound came, and Wang Hao raised his wrist to see the time on the stopwatch start to jump rapidly. Wang Hao quickly looked around and prepared to climb the stairs to the second floor. However, at this moment, 3 black shadows suddenly appeared on both sides of the corridor on the first floor, and were quickly crawling towards him from the ceiling. Liquor! Because he had been mentally prepared before, Wang Hao's eyes were fixed, and he shot at the 2 fast-moving black shadows on the right ceiling. Bang bang. It was just 2 shots, and the 2 black shadows fell from the ceiling immediately, but they did not hurt the vital parts. After landing, it continued to crawl towards Wang Hao quickly. Bang! Aiming at the head of one of them, he fired another shot. The liquor that was shot in the head was knocked over by the shot and stopped moving. However, at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head. He thought that the liquor on the left side of the corridor had arrived. He quickly threw away his pistol, pulled out his black knife, turned around and rushed forward. Swish! The liquor's long tongue was cut into 2 pieces. Wang Hao quickly dodged and barely avoided its claws. After landing, the liquor quickly stood side by side with the previous one, spitting out half of its tongue with black blood, looking at Wang Hao angrily. The one next to it was only shot in the abdomen, which did not affect its movement at all. At this moment, it retracted its long tongue, roared at Wang Hao, and rushed over first. Fearing that another one would take the opportunity to attack, Wang Hao deliberately stepped back a few steps. The liquor thought that Wang Hao was afraid of him. After he jumped up and landed, he waved his arms wantonly and rushed towards Wang Hao. Looking for death. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he held the handle of the knife with both hands, waiting motionlessly for the opponent to approach. When he was less than 2 steps away from Wang Hao suddenly lowered his body, exerted force on his legs, jumped up, and swung his arms, exposing his body completely to the attack range of the liquor. Seeing this, the liquor opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue, but before his big mouth could open, Wang Hao's blade had already chopped it down. Click! The ferocious head was immediately chopped into 2 pieces, and a fishy smell immediately spread. Wang Hao kicked the other's body away and pulled out the blade. Roar! The liquor whose tongue was cut off let out a low roar and began to slowly retreat. Want to run? Wang Hao's eyes flashed, and he rushed over with his knife. The liquor quickly turned around and climbed onto the ceiling and ran away to the end of the corridor. At this moment, Wang Hao's speed also increased, turning into a shadow and chasing after it. There was a window at the end of the corridor. It seemed that it wanted to escape from there, but Wang Hao did not give it any chance. After just a breath, it had already rushed to the window, kicked its legs on the windowsill, twisted its body, and chopped the black knife in its hand straight to the head of the liquor, who had just crawled over. Plop! With a sound, Wang Hao landed on the ground, and the liquor also fell down, but its head had already rolled a few meters away with the half of its long tongue. Chapter 337. After landing, Wang Hao looked at the stopwatch. 8 minutes had passed, and there were still 22 minutes left. He immediately ran to the second floor with his knife. After turning the corner of the stairs, Wang Hao suddenly slowed down because he heard a faint rustling sound in the corridor on the second floor. He felt nervous, gripped the knife handle, and walked up slowly with light steps. As the distance increased, the rustling sound became clearer and clearer. When he reached the stairs, Wang Hao leaned against the wall on one side and looked at the corridor on the left. The floor was in a mess, and the doors on both sides of the corridor were closed and opened. The 2 ceiling lights in the middle were flickering. Wang Hao held his breath and listened carefully for a moment, and found that the sound came from the corridor on the right, which meant that the 2 crawlers might be concentrated in the corridor on the right. Wang Hao frowned slightly. Previously, he was able to kill the 3 liquors so easily because of the help of guns. Now he only had a black knife, and the yin-yang hand's performance was sometimes effective and sometimes not, so Wang Hao did not dare to have much hope for it. After a few seconds of hesitation, Wang Hao raised his wrist and looked at the stopwatch. 2 minutes had passed. There were still 20 minutes to the agreed time, and the time was still ticking quickly. No more hesitation. Wang Hao's heart was determined, and his eyes looked at the corridor on the left. He gritted his teeth and roared, and rushed over directly. His purpose of doing this was to separate the 2 crawlers, but what Wang Hao did not expect was that when he ran into the corridor on the left for 5 or 6 meters, A door next to him was suddenly knocked open, and a strong figure flew out. Wang Hao was startled and quickly swung his sword to protect himself and retreated. Roar! The figure was not only strong, but also had thick and long arms. Under the flickering light, he looked like a chimpanzee, leaning on the ground with his arms, looking at Wang Hao with a ferocious face. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he looked coldly at the crawler 5 steps away, while carefully guarding his back. After the two looked at each other for a few seconds, the crawler suddenly smashed its arms on the ground, roared and rushed towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao quickly gathered his mind and swung his sword to meet it. Bang! Wang Hao avoided the opponent's fierce attack, and the opponent also dodged Wang Hao's knife that chopped down on his head, and the two immediately exchanged positions. Roar! After the creeper missed its attack, it suddenly became irritable and swung its arms towards Wang Hao again. Just as it raised its arms, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly shrank, and he saw another creeper rushing towards him from behind. At this moment, Wang Hao's mind moved, and a bold idea flashed out. He roared, held the knife with both hands, and moved it horizontally to the left in a stabbing posture, and quickly faced the opponent. At the moment when the two sides came into contact, Wang Hao's body suddenly lowered, twisted his waist slightly, and while barely avoiding the opponent's right arm, the black knife in his hand directly cut the opponent's right waist. At the same time, the second crawler had arrived in front of Wang Hao. The black knife did not stop after passing the waist of the first crawler. Wang Hao quickly turned around, held the black knife tightly with both hands, and slashed the second crawler's head from bottom to top with his backhand. The second crawler had not reacted yet, and the upper half of the head from the chin was cut into a mountain peak, and a fishy smell immediately spread. With a thump, the body 3 times bigger than Wang Hao fell down. Wang Hao turned around without even looking at it, and looked at the crawler. After Wang Hao cut its right waist, its internal organs were squeezed out. Black thick blood dripped slowly from the wound, but it did not affect its movements at all. Instead, it was completely enraged. At that moment, it roared continuously, stood up and pulled down the ceiling above its head. Half of the corridor suddenly became dark. It rushed towards Wang Hao again in the dust. Wang Hao did not rush forward this time, but retreated calmly. When the crawler saw Wang Hao starting to retreat, its eyes became more angry, and it kept waving its arms to pull the ceiling. The whole corridor was suddenly filled with dust. Cough cough. Wang Hao was blinded by the dust in the corridor, and his throat was choked and he coughed repeatedly. If this goes on, even if I'm not torn to pieces, I'd be choked to death. Wang Hao covered his mouth and nose while retreating. His back suddenly paused, and he had already retreated to the end of the corridor. He subconsciously looked around, kicked the door next to him, and quickly slipped in. After seeing Wang Hao escape into the door, the creeper gave up tearing the ceiling and sped up to chase into the door. However, what it didn't expect was that as soon as its head entered the door, it felt a gust of wind in its left ear. Before it could turn around, a black shadow slashed into its skull with great force. Its huge body suddenly fell into the room, and its brain tissue poured out. The fishy smell mixed with dust from the corridor immediately filled the entire room. Wang Hao looked at it expressionlessly, turned around and walked out of the room, and walked towards the stairs leading to the rooftop. Chapter 338. Wang Hao carefully pushed open the small iron door on the rooftop. Under the bright moonlight, the rooftop was quiet, and no one could see any activity. Wang Hao walked to the center of the rooftop with his black knife in hand. He looked around. The small room at the entrance stood alone under the moonlight. The rooftop was not very large. In addition to this small room, there were some pipes and wires around it. Wang Hao then walked to the place where the commander and the liquor appeared before, and looked towards the gate. He saw Suku at a glance. Why hasn't she left yet? Wang Hao's eyes suddenly condensed, but he couldn't call her. He raised his wrist, and saw that 15 minutes had passed on the timer. That means he still has 15 minutes to kill the commander, who has not yet appeared, otherwise Suku below will be in danger. Wang Hao immediately became anxious, and turned around to look around. The rooftop was unusually quiet, and there was still no sign of the commander appearing. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown, looked back at Suku who was still standing motionless in the moonlight, and turned around to start looking around. Time passed by minute. The stopwatch on Wang Hao's wrist was beating rapidly, and Wang Hao's mood became more and more anxious. Seeing that 5 minutes had passed, Wang Hao began to shout aimlessly around. 2 minutes passed, and there was still no response. Wang Hao looked at the timer, and there were less than 7 minutes left. No, I can't wait any longer. He immediately turned around, and went downstairs to save Suku. However, just when he ran to the small house, there was a loud noise behind him. He turned around and saw a 2-3-meter pipe flying towards him from midair. Wang Hao's face changed and he dodged. At the same time, there was a loud bang behind him. When Wang Hao got up from the ground, he found that the half-meter thick pipe was lying on the small house that had been half collapsed. The deformed iron door in the dust swayed back and forth for a few times and then stopped responding. Wang Hao looked in the direction where the pipe flew from. The huge figure of the commander appeared under the moonlight. When their eyes met, Wang Hao was shocked. At this moment, he was only 15 or 16 meters away from the commander. This was the first time he had such a close contact with the commander. Looking at its hill-like figure, Wang Hao was shocked. After seeing Wang Hao, the commander did not rush to attack, but just looked at him motionlessly. Compared to the tracker, the commander was very similar to the monster Wang Hao had encountered before, except that he didn't have a sack on his head and didn't hold a giant axe in his hand. What surprised Wang Hao the most was its face, which was a face made of several pieces of skin sewn together. The stitches were rough, and the blood that had seeped out had dried, making the ugly face look even more hideous. When Wang Hao saw the other party's eyes, he was startled. He saw a sense of déjà vu in the other party's eyes, and the commander also showed the same look when he saw Wang Hao's eyes. When Wang Hao saw the arrow tails stuck on the other party's bald head, his heart was immediately shocked. Those arrow tails were very familiar to him. They were the tails of the small black steel arrows. Wang Hao's face suddenly changed, and he looked at the other party in astonishment and asked, "You? Who are you? Why is there a steel arrow from Brother Xiao Emo's stuck in your head?" Hearing this, the commander was only stunned for a short while, and then he picked up a pipe next to him and threw it at Wang Hao, and at the same time, he quickly ran towards Wang Hao. With a body as big as a hill, the weight is naturally not light, and the whole rooftop trembles with every step it takes. After dodging the flying pipe, Wang Hao quickly gathered his mind and faced the other party. Although the commander did not have any attacking skills, because of his huge body and a layer of scale-like armor on his surface, ordinary swords and guns could not do anything to him. Although Wang Hao knew that the black knife in his hand was not a vulgar thing, he did not have the courage to confront the other party head-on. Seeing the other party's thick arms sweeping over, Wang Hao quickly jumped up, and his belly almost brushed the commander's arms. After landing, he rolled 5 or 6 meters away on the ground, and then Wang Hao climbed up from the ground. After the commander missed his punch, he slowly turned around and walked towards Wang Hao again. Wang Hao wanted to get up and try to use the yin-yang hand, but the opponent didn't give him a chance at all. He approached Wang Hao in a few steps and swung his fist as big as a dustpan and smashed it down at Wang Hao. Wang Hao quickly dodged. Bang! The ground shook violently, and a round hole as big as a face was smashed out where the punch landed. The moonlight immediately shone into the round hole and sprinkled on the space on the second floor. Retracting his arm, the commander mechanically turned around and looked for Wang Hao. After finding Wang Hao, he punched again. Fortunately, the opponent was slow, which allowed Wang Hao to escape again and again. After several rounds, the commander had smashed more than a dozen holes on the small rooftop, and Wang Hao was chased by it and ran around everywhere. Wang Hao tried to find an opportunity to get close to the opponent several times but failed. Because just now, Wang Hao suddenly felt a slight heat on his left arm. After several rounds, Wang Hao's left arm had turned red, burning all the clothes on his upper body. At this moment, Wang Hao suddenly heard the voice of the little girl in red. "Mr. Wang, you still have 3 minutes. If you still can't solve the battle by then, you will lose the game. I promise you that I will do it, but it doesn't include the girl outside." Wang Hao was startled. When the commander didn't appear for a long time, he was worried that the commander would attack Suku below first. Now that the commander has appeared, although there is no guarantee of victory in a short time, at least Suku is still safe. However, he didn't expect that the opponent actually wanted him to kill 3 lickers, 2 crawlers, and this commander within 30 minutes. He subconsciously glanced at the stopwatch. The number 3 on it just turned into 2, and the seconds behind it were still beating rapidly. In the few seconds when Wang Hao hesitated, the commander 7 or 8 meters away rushed towards him again. Feeling the trembling of the ground, Wang Hao immediately regained his mind. Time was running out, and he had no time to think. He immediately swung the black sword and rushed towards the opponent. The commander's huge body walked quickly between the round holes smashed by it. With every step he took, the ground under his feet shook more strongly than before. A dozen holes had already made this decades-old building shaky. Chapter 339. Seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly flashed, and then he turned and ran to the place where the round holes were densely packed. When the commander saw Wang Hao suddenly change direction, he also changed direction. Just when the time just jumped to 1 hour, there was a sudden loud bang behind Wang Hao. Wang Hao, who was jumping between the round holes, was suddenly happy. He stopped and turned around to see that the commander's huge body was only left with the upper body, and its lower body was trapped in the collapsed building. Under the bright moonlight, dust was flying all over the sky. The commander waved his two thick arms in the air and let out a series of low roars from his throat. "You are trapped in your own cocoon." Wang Hao snorted coldly. Murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he walked towards the commander quickly with a black knife. Although the commander's lower body was trapped, its arms still had strong attack power. Wang Hao did not dare to be careless. He walked 5 steps away from the commander and suddenly turned to run behind it. The commander's huge body was stuck in the collapsed ruins. He could not turn around. Seeing Wang Hao running behind him, he struggled violently, as if he wanted to get out of the ruins. Seeing that the surrounding rooftops began to collapse as it struggled, Wang Hao was shocked and sped up his pace again. The ground behind him collapsed with his footsteps. I am afraid that if Wang Hao is a little slower, he will be trapped in the ruins like the former. With Wang Hao's height, once he falls into the ruins, he will either be buried alive or seriously injured. Just as he got around the opponent's back, before Wang Hao could swing his black knife, a collapse followed. In a panic, Wang Hao stabbed the commander's back with his knife. The collapse came before he could even pull out the knife. Wang Hao quickly pulled himself away and ran forward. Just as he reached the safe ground, a boom sound came from behind him. When he looked back, in the dust under the moonlight, the commander's mountain-like body slowly stood up from the ruins. Wang Hao was shocked. Now he was unarmed, and could only rely on the yin-yang hand. But when he looked at his left arm, he found that the previous redness had disappeared, but there was still a trace of heat in his body. However, his right arm did not react at all from beginning to end. The commander was slowly walking up from the ruins at this moment. The mountain-like body quickly blocked the moonlight behind him, and the shadow cast just covered Wang Hao. Following the pace of the commander, Wang Hao retreated while searching for something handy, but there was only the pipe lying on the small house besides the broken bricks and rubble. It was estimated that the pipe weighed at least 1 ton. Wang Hao knew that he had no chance of lifting it, and those broken bricks that could be picked up were okay for dealing with ordinary zombies, but it was impossible to deal with the mountain-like commander in front of him. The commander was still approaching Wang Hao step by step, and Wang Hao was about to retreat to the edge of the rooftop, and cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. At this moment, a beep sound came. Wang Hao's heart trembled. The stopwatch on his wrist suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings immediately became quiet. After a few seconds of silence, suddenly, a low roar came from the other 2-story building. Wang Hao was shocked and quickly turned his head to look at the dark building not far away, and immediately turned his eyes to the commander again. However, what Wang Hao did not expect was that the commander suddenly stopped when he was still some distance away from him, staring at Wang Hao in a daze. Seeing the other party's appearance, Wang Hao was also stunned. At this moment, a sound of broken glass suddenly came from the other building. Not good. Wang Hao didn't care to think too much, and immediately went around the commander to save Suku below. However, at this moment, the commander suddenly made a strange cry from his throat, and the originally boiling below suddenly became quiet. Wang Hao was suddenly startled again. When he looked down at the other 2-story building, hundreds of ordinary zombies, lickers and crawlers suddenly stopped in place, as if they were frozen in an instant, motionless. What's going on? Wang Hao looked back at the commander with a look of astonishment, and the other party was also looking at him. Why are you helping me? Wang Hao walked towards it carefully. The commander stared at Wang Hao motionlessly, with a strange look in his eyes. Who are you? Wang Hao looked up and asked when he came closer. The other party still didn't speak, but Wang Hao saw sparkling water in its eyes. Do you want to tell me something? Wang Hao asked. What Wang Hao didn't expect was that the commander actually nodded, stretched out his hand to pull out a steel arrow from his head, and threw it in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao's face changed instantly, and he quickly picked up the steel arrow. It was indeed Xiao Mo's. He immediately looked up and asked, Do you know brother Xiao Mo? The other party nodded again, and Wang Hao was ready to ask again. Unexpectedly, the other party stretched out his hand again, and pulled out the black knife from his back, took it in front of his eyes, looked at it, and threw it in front of Wang Hao. You want to give the knife back to me? Wang Hao looked at the black knife under his feet, and looked at the other party in astonishment. The commander nodded slowly, and pointed in the direction of the gate, as if asking Wang Hao to leave here. Are you asking me to leave? Wang Hao was stunned. The commander nodded, turned and walked to the direction directly opposite the gate, turned his head to look at Wang Hao, and jumped down. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, and hurriedly followed. The commander's mountain-like body was half crouching in front of the small building, as if waiting for Wang Hao to jump down. Although Wang Hao was full of doubts at the moment, the danger was right beside him, and he couldn't think too much. He immediately jumped onto the commander along the rooftop eaves, and then landed on the ground. Seeing Wang Hao leave, the commander slowly stood up and watched Wang Hao's back. "Why don't you leave?" Wang Hao ran to Suku and asked. Suku was anxious, but he couldn't say a word and kept pointing at his mouth. Wang Hao was startled. "You, what's wrong with you?" Suku rolled his eyes down again, indicating that his limbs could not move. How could this happen? Wang Hao's face became more and more shocked, but Suku suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Wang Hao's back with horror. Chapter 340. What are you looking at? Wang Hao looked back quickly, and saw the commander's mountain-like figure walking towards them quickly. "Don't be afraid, it's here to help us." Wang Hao comforted Suku and hurried to meet him. "What did the queen bee do to her?" Wang Hao asked anxiously. The commander came to Suku and saw her appearance, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. At this moment, suddenly a strong light shot from the air and shone directly on Wang Hao and the other two. Then a strong wind blew, and the sound of the helicopter's propellers stirring the air came. Wang Hao looked up hurriedly. As the light column descended, a helicopter slowly landed on the open space in front of the gate. As the cabin door opened, a fully armed burly man came down, followed by a little girl in red clothes about 7 or 8 years old. At the same time, 2 fully armed men came down from the other side of the helicopter and protected the little girl in the middle. Seeing the little girl in red walking down from the plane, Wang Hao's face suddenly changed. The little girl in red in front of him was the real person of the holographic image that appeared in front of him before. Suku's face was also shocked, and the commander beside him never turned his head again after turning his head to see the little girl. His body as big as a mountain seemed to be frozen there and motionless. "Mr. Wang, we finally meet." The little girl in red stood in front of Wang Hao with a smile on her face. The 3 big men around her stood on the left, right, and back of the little girl, and the muzzles of their guns were intentionally or unintentionally aimed at Wang Hao and his side. "You came just in time. What did you do to her?" Wang Hao's eyes turned cold, and he glanced at Suku beside him. "Nothing. I just prevented her from escaping. It's no longer necessary now," the little girl said, raised her wrist and pressed it. A red net suddenly appeared on Suku's body, but it disappeared in an instant. Suku suddenly felt the restraint disappear, and the cotton ball in his throat also disappeared suddenly. Just as he was about to take a step, his legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Wang Hao held him up. "How are you?" Wang Hao frowned and asked. "I'm fine, but my limbs are a little numb." Suku shook his head, and the feeling of his limbs gradually recovered. "Mr. Wang, you must be very curious," the little girl said with a smile. "I am very curious about what you did all this for," Wang Hao said angrily. "I've said it before, I'm saving humanity," the little girl said, and looked at the motionless commander beside her and said, "Mr. Wang, aren't you curious at all why it saved you?" Wang Hao's heart clicked. Just for a moment, a sense of foreboding suddenly arose, and he asked anxiously, "What do you want to say?" "At this point, there are some things you should know." The little girl smiled faintly, looked at the commander and said, "In fact, it is Brother Xiaomo who has been looking for." Wang Hao's whole body was shocked, and he looked at the motionless commander in astonishment. Xiaomo's face suddenly appeared in his mind, and he really couldn't associate the two together. The shocked eyes turned to look at the steel arrows on the commander's head, and when he thought of the way it looked at him, his mind suddenly buzzed. How is this possible? Wang Hao muttered to himself in a daze. Although Suku beside him had never seen Xiaomo, she also showed a look of shock on her face. "Why not?" The little girl smiled faintly, put her hands behind her back and walked 2 steps to the left and right, and said, "Mr. Wang, have you heard of Institute number 47? Institute number 47? Wang Hao was stunned, and suddenly came to his senses. He suddenly remembered the Institute number 47 that Su Man had mentioned before. Could it be that she and the little girl in front of him were talking about the same place? Before Feng Hetian came to meet up, Wang Hao had asked him about Su Man's news. Feng Hetian told Wang Hao that he had sent squad leader Lu and several others to escort Su Man to Beijing. When Wang Hao learned the news, Su Man and others had been away for a week, and they should have arrived. Before leaving, Feng Hetian and others specially left squad leader Lu and others a route map to the villa. If everything goes well, squad leader Lu and others should have arrived at the villa and met up with Zhongyu and others. "Mr. Wang, what are you thinking about?" Seeing that Wang Hao didn't speak for a long time, the little girl frowned and looked over. I've heard people mention the 47th Research Institute before, but I don't know if it's the one you're talking about. Wang Hao calmed down and said, the 47th Research Institute has two branches, one dedicated to studying common viruses and vaccines, and the other to studying some highly contagious viruses and bacteria. The research results are controlled by the military. The one I'm talking about is the latter, the little girl said. What does this have to do with Brother Xiaomo? Wang Hao glanced at the motionless commander beside him, still half believing and half doubting what the little girl said. Since you have heard people mention the number 47 Institute, then you must know the so-called antiviral vaccine, the little girl said. Wang Hao nodded, frowned and looked at her and said, what do you want to say? After the disaster, the researchers in the Long City branch found a human who did not turn into a corpse after being bitten, and used this to develop a batch of so-called anti-RS virus vaccines. At that time, they selected 4 volunteers with supernatural physiques to conduct clinical experiments, but the laboratory was attacked by a group of corpses just halfway through the experiment, and most of the staff did not escape this disaster. When we arrived, the 4 volunteers had disappeared, and the batch of vaccines disappeared with them. Later, we took a lot of effort to find all the laboratory members who had turned into corpses, but there were only 2 people missing. When the little girl said this, she looked at Wang Hao. These 2 people are most likely the ones who told you about Institute number 47, because apart from them and us, most people don't even know that Institute number 47 exists. The little girl's words made Wang Hao stunned, and when he heard about the missing 2 people, Wang Hao's mind suddenly appeared Su Man's appearance. He pondered for a moment, and asked, who are those 2 people? A grandfather and a granddaughter. The little girl looked at Wang Hao's expression and said, the grandfather is Su Jiaxiang, with white hair. The information shows that this person has a deep martial arts foundation. The granddaughter is Su Man, a soldier. Wang Hao's face changed immediately, and his mind suddenly echoed the words of Xiaomo and Dr. Yin, but he couldn't help but spit out the word Su Man. The little girl's eyes suddenly fixed, and she looked at Wang Hao and said, why, is it this Su Man who told Mr. Wang? It was her. Wang Hao's face suddenly became solemn, and after a pause, he asked, is one of the 4 volunteers you mentioned Brother Xiaomo? Yes, I think Mr. Wang should know at least 2 of the other 3. One is called Bin, one is called Jian, and the other is called Long Xiaoyun. The little girl said lightly, but her eyes were always fixed on Wang Hao's eyes. Wang Hao's face changed again when he heard this, and he stared at the other party in surprise and said, you. Who are you? Why do you know so many things? Chapter 341. I've told you before, I don't want to say it again. The little girl said, and smiled faintly. Mr. Wang, the day is about to dawn. Don't forget that your parents and friends are still trapped in the cave. If you want to rescue them, before the zombies break through the defense line, you must kill him now, otherwise not only the beautiful friend next to you will be implicated, but your parents will also be torn into pieces by the hungry zombies. What to do? You think about it yourself. I'm leaving first. The little girl said, turned around and left, walking towards the helicopter parked not far away, but at this moment, the commander who had not moved from beginning to end suddenly rushed towards the little girl. Wang Hao and the others were shocked. At the same time, gunshots rang out. The fully automatic rifles in the hands of the 3 men sprayed flames at the commander. Seeing this, the little girl quickly ran towards the helicopter that had already started. Wang Hao saw this and quickly pulled Su Ke up and jumped into a ditch next to him. Wait for me here. Wang Hao told Su Ke and quickly chased along the ditch towards the helicopter. Ordinary bullets can't do anything to the commander, but the bullets used by these 3 men have all been modified to prevent these mutated species from rebelling one day. But the commander was not afraid at all. Although he was beaten back repeatedly, he still did not give up. He grabbed one of the big men and tore him in half like a chicken. He threw him away and aimed at another target. When the little girl saw Wang Hao chasing her, she quickly took a pistol from the cabin and shot at Wang Hao. Wang Hao quickly rolled to the side and quickly approached the helicopter that had already left the ground with the cover of a big tree. The little girl quickly used up all her bullets, and at this time Wang Hao was less than 5 meters away from the helicopter. Seeing the helicopter rising, Wang Hao took advantage of the moment when the other party changed the magazine, quickly put away the black knife, ran up, and suddenly exerted force with his legs, jumped up, and directly grabbed the landing gear of the helicopter with both hands. The fuselage shook suddenly, and the little girl's hand was unstable, and the pistol fell out of her hand, slid out of the cabin door that had not been closed yet, and fell directly to the ground. At this time, There was only one pilot in the cockpit, and he had no time to take care of the little girl in the back seat. After seeing the pistol slip, the little girl panicked and quickly closed the cabin door. Seeing the helicopter rising higher and higher, it was already 5 or 6 meters away from the ground. Wang Hao had only seen such a scene in movies before, and never thought that one day it would happen to him. Just as Wang Hao was panicking, a gunshot suddenly rang out from under his feet. Wang Hao looked down quickly, and saw Suko holding the pistol that slipped from the little girl's hand with both hands, aiming at the helicopter. 2 bodies were lying beside Suko, and the commander and the other big man were gone. Suko fired 3 shots in a row as the helicopter moved. One of the bullets almost flew past Wang Hao's ribs, and it was this bullet that hit the engine. The helicopter immediately emitted black smoke, and Wang Hao heard the alarm in the cabin. The helicopter began to sway violently from side to side and fell rapidly. Seeing this, Wang Hao let go without thinking too much. There was a whistling sound in his ears, his feet shook violently, and there was a roar in his head. He rolled to dissipate some of the gravity. Suko, who was standing next to him, ran over and pulled him up and threw him to the side. Before the 2 of them landed, there was a boom behind them. A ball of fire shot up into the sky, and a heat wave suddenly hit, separating Wang Hao and the other 2. After landing, Wang Hao ignored the pain in his body and hurried to see Suko not far away. Seeing Suko slowly getting up from the ground, he was relieved. "How are you? Are you injured?" Wang Hao hurried forward to help her up. "I'm fine." Suko shook her head and smiled awkwardly. "I used to use a shotgun before, and this pistol is not easy to aim. If it weren't for you, I don't know where I would have flown to now." Wang Hao smiled, turned his head, and looked at the burning helicopter, and suddenly remembered something. "Where is the commander?" "Go after the man in black." Before Suko finished speaking, a figure as big as a hill walked out of a forest next to the hospital. Wang Hao's eyes flashed, but at this moment, the commander suddenly fell down, and Wang Hao's face suddenly changed, and he ran away. When Wang Hao came to the commander, he found that it was almost covered with blood holes. At this moment, Wang Hao saw the barcode under its left arm, and his pupils suddenly shrank. You really are." Wang Hao's eyes widened, and he could hardly speak. The commander shook his head weakly, and pointed in a direction. Wang Hao just looked in the direction of his finger, and the thick arm suddenly drooped down. When Wang Hao turned around, the commander had stopped moving. "Is it the person you are looking for?" Suko also came over at this time. When I asked him just now, he shook his head and pointed in a direction. Wang Hao frowned immediately, and slowly stood up from the commander. "Then who is he and why is he helping us?" Suko said puzzledly. "It should be one of the other 3. Wang Hao frowned and said, "Do you really believe what the little girl said? Don't forget that she said it was the person you are looking for." Suko said, "Whether she is telling the truth or not, I am sure that this person must know Xiaomo and Ben." Wang Hao said, "Why are you so sure?" Suko said, "Because they all have a barcode under their left arms." Wang Hao looked at the commander's left arm. Hearing this, Suko followed his gaze, and frowned when she saw the barcode under the commander's left arm. "Why does it look like a dragon totem to me?" Wang Hao was startled and looked at it again. His face suddenly changed. Upon closer inspection, the barcode actually hid the outline of a dragon. "What's wrong with you?" Suko turned to look at Wang Hao in confusion. "He is Team Leader Long," Wang Hao said in surprise. Chapter 342. Team Leader Long. Suko's face was full of doubts. "Before I came here, I and another girl were besieged by zombies in Lei City. A father and son saved us, and took us to their hiding place. Later, we learned from the conversation that it was Team Leader Long who brought 2 other people to save them, but not long after, the 2 people disappeared. Team Leader Long also said 3 days ago that he was out on business, and has not returned since. It has been a week including today. I didn't expect to meet him here." Wang Hao frowned and looked at the commander in front of him and said, "According to what you said, what the little girl said was true." Suko frowned and looked at Wang Hao and said. Wang Hao shook his head and frowned, saying, "Not entirely, because there was another commander in Lei City at that time. They couldn't have evolved Ben and Jian into commanders in such a short time. Judging from the situation just now, it couldn't be Brother Xiaomo. Someone told me before that the commander had appeared before, but at that time, all this hadn't happened yet." "You mean, in addition to the 4 of them, there were other volunteers with supernatural physiques conducting the experiment at that time?" Suko said in surprise. "That should be the case." Wang Hao nodded and looked in the direction pointed by Team Leader Long again, his eyes full of doubts. "What exactly does Team Leader Long want to tell me?" Following Wang Hao's gaze, Suka's face was also full of doubts. There's nothing there. The direction team leader Long pointed to was a small open area. The ground was hardened with cement. There were no big trees or other buildings within a dozen meters around. Except for the empty cement ground, Wang Hao and the others looked for a long time and didn't see anything unusual. At this time, the sky was already bright and the sun was gradually rising. Just as Wang Hao and the other two were about to turn around and leave, Suka was suddenly startled and pointed in the direction that team leader Long pointed to and said, "Look, what's going on there?" Wang Hao frowned and looked over. Under the sunlight, the concrete floor was faintly reflecting purple-blue light. From a distance, it looked like a transparent pot cover was covering the concrete floor. The two of them walked over quickly. Suka curiously reached out and touched it, and immediately found something unusual. His face changed drastically. It seems that something has sealed this place up. Wang Hao reached out and touched it. Although there was nothing, his hand seemed to touch something. Wang Hao frowned and suddenly remembered the high-tech camouflage he had encountered in the second area of Jioshin steel plant. His heart was moved, and then he retracted his palm and looked around. "What are you looking for?" Suka looked over in confusion. "Go over there and look to see if you can find a switch or something like that," Wang Hao said. "Switch?" Suka was stunned and was about to turn around to look for it. "No need, I found it." Wang Hao's eyes lit up at this time, and he found something unusual on a few blue bricks that seemed to be randomly thrown in the weeds. Suka ran over immediately, and Wang Hao walked up and stepped on the blue bricks with his feet, but there was no reaction around. "Isn't it here?" Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Suka squatted down and easily lifted one of the blue bricks with her hands. There was flat and dead grass underneath, and then she lifted the second brick. When she was about to lift the last brick, she found that the blue brick seemed to be stuck to the ground, and no matter how she lifted it, there was no reaction. Wang Hao also noticed something unusual, and then squatted down and said, "Let me try." After shaking it a few times, the blue brick still didn't react. At this time, the ground around the blue brick caught his attention. Unlike other places, there was no weeds here, and the ground was a little sandy. Suka squatted beside Wang Hao, and also noticed this situation. She subconsciously pressed the sandy ground with her hand, and her face changed immediately. It's hard underneath. Quickly swept away the sand layer on top with her hand, and a circular track half a circle smaller than the blue brick suddenly appeared in front of the two. So that's what happened. Wang Hao's heart moved, and he hurriedly turned the blue brick. Suddenly, there was a slight roar from the ground, followed by a boom from behind the two. Wang Hao and the others turned their heads and looked, and a big red mosquito helicopter appeared on the concrete ground. "I'm not seeing things." Looking at the red glowing mosquito helicopter in the sun, Suka was full of astonishment and slowly stood up. So that's what team leader Long was referring to. Since he had experienced this once before, Wang Hao was not surprised at the moment. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the place where team leader Long was lying. The body as big as a hill was still lying motionless on the ground. Then, they turned around and walked quickly to the front of the helicopter. There were two seats in front and back. When Wang Hao saw the complicated instrument panel on the control panel, he frowned. If it was a tank, Wang Hao felt that he might be able to drive it away by groping, but he knew nothing about airplanes. This was only his second contact with airplanes except for the previous time. "I can try," Suka said after looking at the control panel. "You have learned to fly a plane." Wang Hao looked at her in surprise. "My major in college is flight attendant. Although I have never flown a plane, I know some basic driving knowledge. If you are assured, you can let me try," Suka said. Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a while, looking up at the position of the sun. It was already high in the sky, and it was very close to afternoon. Even if they returned to the other side and rushed to the villa at the fastest speed, it would take at least 7 or 8 hours, not including going to Lei City to pick up Lisa and others. After considering this, Wang Hao nodded, and the two boarded the plane and sat in their respective seats. "You have to think clearly. This is my first time to fly a plane, and I don't even have the experience of simulated driving." Suka turned to Wang Hao and said, "I believe you." Wang Hao nodded at her. "Thank you, fasten your seat belts, we're leaving now." Suka turned around, and the propeller on the top of the helicopter quickly turned. According to the steps in the textbook, Suka turned on a series of switches in sequence. The helicopter shook, and Wang Hao felt the loss of gravity under him, and the helicopter slowly rose. Wang Hao's heart was also tightened. He didn't dare to look down again, so he simply closed his eyes until he felt the plane start to fly forward, and then he opened his eyes again. "Are you scared?" Suka in front of him turned his head, and asked Wang Hao excitedly. Wang Hao smiled calmly, but his stomach was churning. Don't worry, this is my specialty. Suku turned his head excitedly. The helicopter quickly flew over Yuyu City. Seeing the zombies in the streets below, Wang Hao's originally nervous mood suddenly became anxious. Chapter 343. After half an hour of trial and error, Suku was now fully proficient in flying the Mosquito helicopter. 40 minutes later, the helicopter flew over the residential area where Luo Jianxi and his men were hiding. After circling for a week, it chose a relatively open area and began to slowly descend. It was already noon. He looked up at the sun above his head. Before the helicopter had landed, Wang Hao jumped down and ran towards the basement entrance against the strong wind. However, when Wang Hao arrived at the basement entrance, his eyes were startled and his heart skipped a beat. The iron door at the basement entrance was turned up, and there were spots of dried blood all around. At this time, it emitted a purple-black light under the sunlight. Wang Hao didn't have time to think about it, and drew out his black knife and jumped down. Suku, who was following closely behind him, saw Wang Hao jump down before he could open his mouth, and immediately jumped down as well. The basement was dark, most of the lights were off, and the few remaining lights were much dimmer than before, probably due to insufficient power. The basement was in a mess, with scattered daily necessities everywhere. Fortunately, the scene Wang Hao had expected did not appear. At this time, Suku's voice suddenly came from another room, and Wang Hao hurried over. Suku was staring at the big words on the wall. Lisa took us back to the villa first. The signature was Luo Jing. Seeing the big words on the wall, Wang Hao's nervous mood finally calmed down. Who is Lisa? Suku turned around and asked in confusion. The girl who was rescued with me. Wang Hao frowned and said, at the same time, a question came to his mind. From the literal meaning, it should be Lisa who took them away. Judging from the situation at that time, Lisa had no ability to take Luo Jianxi and others away. On the contrary, he specifically asked Luo Jianxi to help escort Lisa back to the base. Why did things turn around? Did the butterfly team find them? It seems that there is only this explanation. Seeing Wang Hao frowning and staring, Suku couldn't help but frown. What are you thinking about? Oh, nothing. Wang Hao hurriedly gathered his mind. We don't have much time, let's go quickly. After saying that, then Deng walked out of the room first, and Suku looked back at the big words on the wall and hurriedly followed him out. The helicopter took off again, and the fuel was enough for them to fly back to the hot spring villa. At this moment, Wang Hao had only one thought in his mind, which was to fly back to the villa as soon as possible. Regardless of whether the picture the little girl showed him was true or false, he had been away from the villa for so many days, and had no way to contact his parents. He was always thinking about them, and they must be worried about him all the time. Thinking about it, Wang Hao couldn't help but think of his girlfriend's face again, and his heart was instantly pulled up. It had been so long since the disaster, but there was still no news of her. I will go to find you after I settle my parents, shall Wan Yu. Must wait for me. Wang Hao pondered in his heart, but from time to time his mind appeared his girlfriend's wavering attitude, and the face of his girlfriend's mother. He sighed in his heart and looked out the window. As if sensing Wang Hao's emotions, Suku glanced at him in the rearview mirror and said, You seem to have something on your mind. Can you tell me? Wang Hao heard this, and retracted his gaze from the window, and said, How long will it take us? 20 minutes at most. Suku said. Wang Hao nodded, and turned his face to the window again. Suku frowned, but did not ask again. With the end of the world coming, everyone has their own different experiences. She could naturally understand Wang Hao's mood. 15 minutes later, the helicopter flew over Yao County. Suku lowered the altitude to less than 1,000 meters. Without the command of the tower, Suku flew all the way according to the wrinkled map provided by Wang Hao. Naturally, there was no location of the villa on the map. The purpose of lowering the altitude was to allow Wang Hao to guide the route more accurately. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of Wang Hao, the outline of the villa appeared in front. In order to better observe the situation, Wang Hao asked Suku to lower the altitude to about 300 meters. When Wang Hao saw the dark mass of corpses inside the villa, he suddenly became nervous. The gate had been breached. From a height of several hundred meters, Wang Hao could see the bloodstains on the ground, human remains, and scattered guns. The helicopter circled around the villa. Since the entrance of the cave was blocked by a large tree, Wang Hao could not see the situation inside the cave at all. However, judging from the direction of the corpse tide, the cave should not have been breached. Wang Hao then asked Suku to land the helicopter on a relatively open commanding height. Wait here. After I lead the corpses away, you go to open the door and save people. Wang Hao said as he opened the hatch and jumped off the plane. Before Suka could speak, Wang Hao had already jumped off the commanding height and ran towards the zombies. Looking at Wang Hao's back, Suka was full of worry. He accidentally saw a pickup truck parked under the flagpole. There was a heavy machine gun in the truck bed of the pickup truck. Suka's eyes suddenly lit up, and he jumped down and ran quickly towards the pickup truck. Fortunately, most of the zombies in the villa had already rushed to the cave entrance, and only a few scattered ones were rushing around the pickup truck. Suka picked up a 76 submachine gun from a corpse with its internal organs emptied on the ground, and without thinking, he ran and shot at the zombies around the pickup truck. At this time, Wang Hao also picked up an M16 rifle from the ground, and was looking for a breakthrough from behind the zombies. Unexpectedly, at this moment, gunshots were heard not far away. Wang Hao was stunned. He just saw Suka's shadow when he followed the sound. The zombies more than 20 meters away found him, and turned around to move towards him. Wang Hao quickly shot the zombies in front of him, and then ran towards Suka. With the help of Wang Hao, the 7 or 8 zombies around the pickup truck were quickly eliminated. Who told you to get off? Putting down the gun, Wang Hao looked at Suka angrily. I don't want to see you die alone. Suka also replied angrily. Seeing the zombies not far away rushing towards them, he turned around and said to Wang Hao, if you don't want me to die with you, get in the car now. After that, he opened the door on the side of the cab and sat in. Wang Hao looked back at the incoming tide of zombies. His eyes fell on the heavy machine gun in the truck bed, and leaned over the car window to say to Suku, you drive. I get on the truck bed and fire with the heavy machine gun. Remember, turn right after the gate, and keep going along the main road. Stop when I tell you to. After saying that, he climbed onto the truck bed. Wang Hao found that the heavy machine gun on the truck not only had sufficient ammunition, but also had 2 spare drums. Then he patted the roof with his hand, and the engine started immediately. Wang Hao then turned the muzzle of the gun towards the zombies. After the vehicle pulled away for a certain distance, Wang Hao pressed the shooting button without hesitation. 222. The heavy machine gun consisting of 2 barrels suddenly sprayed out 2 lines of fire like fire snakes. Several zombies walking in front of the zombies fell down one after another, but the zombies behind them quickly made up for it. In just less than a minute, a large number of incomplete corpses fell on the parking lot. In the dirty blood, the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. After staying at the gate for a while, the pickup truck slowly drove out of the gate, and kept a distance of about 20 meters from the zombies after the zombies came. After turning right, and walking forward for more than 50 meters along the road, Wang Hao tapped the roof of the car again to let Suka stop. After all the zombies turned out, Wang Hao shot for more than 10 seconds, and then a large number of corpses fell to the ground. In this way, Suka would stop the vehicle every 40 to 50 meters, wait for Wang Hao to shoot for a while, and then start again. In less than an hour, there were only 20 to 30 zombies following them. Wang Hao asked Suka to turn the car around, and then he used up the bullets in the first spare drum in one breath, and the 20 to 30 zombies fell to the ground without any movement. The 2 of them immediately began to return to the villa. Along the way, Wang Hao would shoot a few more zombies that were not completely dead. The 4 wheels of the pickup truck slowly drove into the gate of the villa, crushing the blood all the way. Wang Hao was about to jump out of the truck bed when he saw Dr. Yin and others running out from behind the big screen wall in front of the cave. When the 2 sides met, Wang Hao was even more excited. He jumped down without waiting for the vehicle to stop. Dr. Yin and others were even more excited. Suka slowly stopped the vehicle. Captain Wang, I know you were back when I heard the sound of the helicopter. Dr. Yin said excitedly. Is everyone safe? Wang Hao asked anxiously. Everything is fine. Fortunately, they locked us in the cave, otherwise we would be the same as them. Dr. Yin said. Captain Wang, Brother Wang. A burst of excited voices came from the crowd following Dr. Yin. Brother Hao. At this time, Luo Yi and Wang Hao's parents squeezed through the crowd. Yi, Dad, Mom. Seeing his parents' expressions, Wang Hao's nose felt sore, and his throat felt like a ball of cotton was stuffed in it. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Wang's mother held Wang Hao's arms with tears in her eyes, and Wang's father nodded at Wang Hao with tears in his eyes. Seeing that everyone was fine, Wang Hao's originally uneasy mood suddenly relaxed. Wang Hao then introduced Suka to everyone, and seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Suka's face was somewhat moved. After the excitement, Wang Hao immediately arranged for everyone to go out and clean up the bodies, and gathered all the guns and ammunition. Denzel and others were all killed in this accident, but none of the people imprisoned by them, such as Dr. Yin, were injured. Everyone worked together, and finally cleared all the corpses before dark. After a simple repair of the walls and gates destroyed by the zombies, Luo had already prepared dinner. Everyone who had not eaten for almost 3 days began to eat voraciously. After dinner, Wang Hao gathered everyone together and told them his next plan. After this incident, they could not stay in the base of Waquan Villa. Before leaving, they must make full preparations. First of all, vehicles. If they want to travel long distances, they must have enough fuel, so tankers are a must. Although Xiao Mo left, Suka came again, and the number of people remained unchanged at 30. In addition to the vehicles responsible for exploring the way ahead, and the vehicles at the end, it would be the best choice if they could find a bus, because firstly, it can save fuel, secondly, the bus is large in size. Even if it encounters a small-scale zombie siege, it is not a big deal, and thirdly, everyone can take care of each other when they get together, and they can also tell each other about their own sufferings. Wang Hao felt that if he wanted to build a long-term base, the location was particularly important. First of all, a large prison was the first choice. As we all know, when people mention prisons, the first thing they think of is the thick and high walls that are 5 or 6 meters high. Moreover, the prison's protection measures can be said to be the most reliable of all buildings. Zombies do not use weapons, and high walls are their nemesis. Although there are still large zombies such as trackers and lickers, as long as traps are set in advance, it should not be a problem to deal with them. The only thing to worry about is the commander and the giant axe monster. If you want to deal with these two abnormal existences, rocket launchers, howitzers, or tanks are the best weapons. As long as you look for them carefully, you can definitely find them. The most important point is to build a multi-layer defense line, so that you can know in advance if danger comes, so as to formulate the most effective tactics. As for weapons, there are only 13 M16 rifles and 10 pistols left by Denzel and his men. There are not even 100 bullets, not to mention food. Most of them have been transported to them by the butterfly team. Speaking of the butterfly team, Wang Hao couldn't help but think of Lisa and Luo Jianxi, who left early. He and Suku drove back by helicopter, so they were much faster than them. But even if they were slower, they could definitely get back before the night after tomorrow. These 2 days were just right for preparing things for departure. Wang Hao handed the task of finding a vehicle to Dr. Yin and Hui Xiaodong. Hui Xiaodong's leg injury was no longer a big deal. Hui Xiaodong was an expert in vehicles, so he could save a lot of trouble. As for supplies and food, Wang Hao decided to go to the butterfly team's nest with Zhong Yu after dawn. Some things must be solved face to face, and escaping is not a solution at all. Chapter 344. Wang Hao, Dr. Yin, Zhong Yu and others chatted until the early hours of the morning before they dispersed. No one talked all night. At dawn, Wang Hao was awakened by a nightmare. In his dream, his girlfriend turned into a monster like Team Leader Long, but unlike Team Leader Long, his girlfriend no longer recognized him. In the end, in order to protect everyone's safety, Wang Hao held back his tears and used a rocket launcher handed by Dr. Yin to end his girlfriend's life. Wang Hao wiped the sweat off his head and walked out of the cave with a heavy heart. The wind in the early morning was cool, but it was bleak. A few dead leaves were blown from the top of the mountain and fell in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao picked up a dead leaf and looked up. A small tree growing in the crack of the cliff had sprouted some tender buds in its withered branches. In the still bright sky, the dead leaves and tender buds coexisted. Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyebrows, and a resolute light appeared in his eyes. Brother Hao. At this time, Luo Yi's voice came from not far away. Wang Hao looked over and saw Luo Yi stirring the hot porridge in the pot with a spoon on the campfire. Yi, you've worked so hard. Seeing Luo Yi's sleeves rolled up and sweating, Wang Hao's heart moved and he walked over. Brother Hao is the one who has worked so hard. Luo Yi smiled and said with satisfaction. Yi, I plan to take everyone away from here and find another safe place. Wang Hao squatted down and threw a few dry firewood into the fire. I know, didn't you tell everyone last night? Luo Yi put down the spoon and frowned at Wang Hao. Brother Hao, why do I see that you look not right? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Hao shook his head and stood up from the fire. I dreamed that Xiao Wan turned into a zombie. Although I had similar nightmares before, they were not as clear as this one. I was really worried that she would have an accident. No, Brother Hao, since Sister Wan was taken away by the military, I believe she must be fine. Luo Yi looked at Wang Hao with some heartache. I hope so. Wang Hao nodded. Brother Hao, I discussed with Sister Shiyun and Sister Wan. We are going to set up a women's self-defense force. We can't always rely on you men for protection. Didn't a great man say that women can hold up half the sky? You hold up half the sky, we hold up half the sky, and together we are the whole sky. Louis said with a little excitement. That's a good idea, Wang Hao nodded. In the end times, everyone should learn to protect themselves. Only by uniting together can we strengthen the strength of the whole team. When Brother Yu and I come back this time, we will start to implement it. Great, I will tell Sister Shiyun and the others about this news later. Louis said excitedly. What good news are you so excited about? Zhong Yu and Dr. Yin also came over at this time, each carrying an M16 rifle. Brother Hao agreed that we should set up a women's self-defense team. Louis said excitedly. Self-defense team? Dr. Yin was stunned. I was just about to tell you about this. Shanwan told me last night. Zhong Yu said. Why am I getting more and more confused the more I listen? What are you talking about? Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao and the others in confusion. Shanwan and Shiyun are going to set up a women's self-defense team to help us men protect our homeland together. Wang Hao explained. Dr. Yin, you are an expert in this area. Let them join your training team in the future. But I have only trained male soldiers. This female soldier? Dr. Yin scratched his head in embarrassment. What's wrong with female soldiers? We can do what you male soldiers can do. Luo immediately replied, unconvinced. Why are you so excited? I didn't say anything. Dr. Yin said with some shame. You look down on people more than you say anything when you don't say anything. Luo said. Dr. Yin said this because he is worried that he is not competent. I can guarantee that Dr. Yin absolutely does not mean to look down on female colleagues. Wang Hao said and looked at Dr. Yin again. Am I right, Dr. Yin? Yes, Captain Wang said that's what I mean. Dr. Yin nodded quickly. I think this is how it should be. Dr. Yin, and I will take on the coaching role. I once coached 2 trainee policewomen when I was in the police station, so I have experience in this area. Zhong Yu interrupted. It would be great if Brother Yu could help. The team members' overall strength would definitely be stronger. Wang Hao said. Time passed quickly. After a quick breakfast, Wang Hao and the other 2 boarded an Audi that was Xiaodong had repaired last night. The Mosquito helicopter and the armed pickup truck were not moved and were left at the villa in case of emergency. After the vehicle left the villa, it quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Chapter 345. No one spoke along the way. At noon, the car slowly stopped in front of the gate of Yao County Prison. Before Wang Hao got off the car, the big black iron gate opened automatically, and the Audi slowly drove into the A and B gates. Through the fence of the B gate, Wang Hao saw 2 big men in black waiting for them in the yard. As soon as the car drove out of the B gate, the 2 big men in black came to meet them. Mr. Wang, you are finally back. Mother Han has been waiting for you. Please come in. One of the big men in black opened the car door for Wang Hao with an expressionless face. At the same time, the door on the other side was also opened. Wang Hao and Zhong Yu looked at each other and followed the 2 big men in black to the prison area. Before Wang Hao entered Han Ma's office, he heard a familiar conversation. The voice belonged to none other than Dong Xiao. Wang Hao suddenly felt angry and clenched his fists and quickened his pace. Zhong Yu, who was walking beside him, saw his actions and hurriedly stepped forward to pull his arm and winked. Wang Hao paused, his brain suddenly cleared up, suppressed his anger and followed the 2 black-clad men into the office. Walking into the office, Wang Hao saw Dong Xiao standing in front of Han Ma's desk. Dong Xiao also looked back. When the 2 looked at each other, the anger in Wang Hao's eyes and the embarrassment in Dong Xiao's eyes suddenly intertwined, and the atmosphere in the office solidified. Mr. Wang, welcome back triumphantly, Han Ma said. Wang Hao walked straight past Dong Xiao and looked at Han Ma and said, my mission has been completed. Can I fulfill your promise now? Of course, Mr. Wang. Please take a seat first, Han Ma said, and then looked at Dong Xiao. Ah Xiao, why don't you open champagne to celebrate for the 2 heroes? Dong Xiao was stunned for a moment, and quickly turned around and ran out of the room. Mr. Wang, I think there must be a misunderstanding between you. Han Ma retracted her gaze from the door, and looked at Wang Hao. All this is in the past. Wang Hao shook his head. I just want to get back the supplies that belong to us and leave here. Of course, I asked someone to do it later. Aren't you curious why I didn't ask you about Lisa's whereabouts? Han Ma narrowed her eyes and said, since you don't ask, you must know her whereabouts. I don't want to waste time. Wang Hao said lightly. Han Ma nodded after hearing this. After you left, Lisa has managed to get in touch with us. She is on her way back now. No matter what, I have to thank you for your protection. I remember you promised me that you would tell me where Xiao Mo is when I come back. Can you tell me now? Wang Hao said. Of course. Han Ma slowly stood up, hobbled to the filing cabinet, took out a file box from it, and placed it in front of Wang Hao. There is a map inside. I marked his whereabouts on it. If he is still here, you should still meet him. Wang Hao quickly opened the file bag and took out the map inside. When he saw the 3 big words on the map, he was stunned. Jue Mountain? Yes, that's it. Han Ma nodded. Isn't this the territory of Long City? Seeing the map unfolded by Wang Hao, Zhong Yu frowned immediately. How? I remember you came from Long City at that time. Wang Hao nodded, frowned and said, this Jue Mountain is where Xiao Mo and I first met. Then he looked at Han Ma. Why did Xiao Mo go there? You can ask him this question yourself. Han Ma had just finished speaking when Dong Xiao and another blonde woman carrying a tray walked in from the door. Godmother, everything has been done according to your instructions. Dong Xiao said respectfully, but he didn't dare to look at Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, the conditions I promised you before have now been loaded into the car. From now on, you and I owe each other nothing. Of course, if you need any help, just ask. Han Ma smiled. Thank you. Can we say goodbye now? Wang Hao said. Of course. Please drink this glass of champagne before you leave. This is my little token of appreciation. Not only did you help us get rid of our strong enemy, but you also captured Professor Zhang alive. Come on, please raise your glass. Han Ma took a glass of champagne from the blonde's tray and raised it to Wang Hao and the others. Wang Hao was about to take the glass when Zhong Yu blocked his way. He looked at Han Ma with a smile and said, Hao doesn't drink, so I do it for him. After that, he took the 2 glasses of wine with both hands and drank them all. Wang Hao naturally understood what Zhong Yu meant. He was worried that Han Ma would poison the wine, but before Wang Hao could react, 2 glasses of light blue champagne were poured into his stomach by Zhong Yu. Brother Yu. Wang Hao looked at Zhong Yu nervously. Zhong Yu shook his head, and there was no change on his body. I haven't drunk such mellow champagne for a long time. It's refreshing. Putting down the wine glass, Zhong Yu wiped his mouth in a casual manner. If you like it, I have plenty here. I can give you a few boxes. Han Ma also drank it all in one gulp. Zhong Yu's intention was not only for her, but also for Dong Xiao who was present. However, he could not face Wang Hao's gaze, and his face was always avoiding Wang Hao intentionally or unintentionally. Thank you for your kindness. I am not good at wine. It's okay to drink it once in a while, but I can't stand it if I drink it every day. When Zhong Yu said this, his face had begun to turn red, and it seemed that he was already unable to hold his liquor. In that case, I won't force it. Ah Xiao, please send you 2 off for me. Han Ma nodded and looked at Dong Xiao. Dong Xiao nodded quickly. Wang Hao glanced at him and turned to walk out. Zhong Yu put down his wine glass and followed him. Dong Xiao followed behind the 2 with an embarrassed look on his face. Walking out of the corridor and coming to the front door, Wang Hao suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Dong Xiao behind him, and said coldly, Someone else has told me about your affairs. I don't blame you. I hope you can take care of yourself in the future. After Wang Hao said that, he turned around and walked out of the door. There was a military truck full of supplies, and a warrior car parked in the yard. After Wang Hao left, Zhong Yu looked at Dong Xiao, who was stunned, and followed him. Wang Hao checked the 2 cars separately. It was indeed as Han Ma promised at the beginning. Not only did they return all their supplies, but they also tripled the original supplies. Brother Yu, the military card is handed over to you. I will lead the way in front, and you just follow me. Wang Hao said to Zhong Yu, who had been frowning. Zhong Yu nodded, looked back at Dong Xiao who was still stunned, and asked in confusion, Ah Hao, what do you mean by that sentence just now? Everyone has his own ambitions. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he got on the warrior car, and the vehicle started and drove forward. Zhong Yu frowned, and looked back at Dong Xiao before getting in the car. Dong Xiao seemed to have come back to his senses at this time. He looked at the warrior car driven by Wang Hao, his Adam's apple moved, but he seemed to be hesitant to speak, and his face was full of guilt. Chapter 346. No one spoke along the way. At sunset, the vehicle slowly drove into the gate of the villa, and the people who had been waiting for a long time immediately surrounded it. Seeing that Wang Hao and the other 2 not only took back all the supplies, but also several times more, everyone's faces were filled with excitement, and even Shishan, who usually spoke very little, showed a rare excitement. Captain Wang, today not only you and brother you had a good harvest, but Dr. Yin and I also had a good harvest. Look. Hui Xiaodong pointed excitedly at a bus and an off-road vehicle parked in the parking lot. How are they? They are all in accordance with your requirements. Wang Hao nodded, looked at the 2 with a puzzled look and asked, Where did you get these 2 cars? I remember there were no buses in the villa. After you left in the morning, Xiaodong, Brother Lu and I went to the county town and found these 2 cars in a hotel parking lot. The condition of the cars was pretty good. The only shortcoming was the lack of fuel. Dr. Yin frowned and continued. Fuel is an indispensable consumable, and vehicles are the greatest guarantee of our safety in the end times. Neither of these 2 things can be missing. Wang Hao frowned and looked at Xiaodong and said, Xiaodong, how much fuel do we have now? Based on the 4 vehicles at present, our fuel is only enough to travel about 200 kilometers. Xiaodong said. Wang Hao nodded. The military truck is of little use to us, so we can give it up. In this way, we will have 3 vehicles left, and we will save some fuel invisibly. Now we are still short of a tanker. We will go to the county town again tomorrow. Lisa and the others should be able to get back before dark. The day after tomorrow morning, we will set off on time. Captain Wang, have you found a new base? Xiaodong suddenly became excited. Mother Han gave me a map. She said that Xiaomo went there. We can settle down in the U City base first, and then go find Xiaomo. Wang Hao said with a heavy heart. U City base? Hearing this, not only Xiaodong, but also the faces of Zhong Yu and Lu Jiaming, who had been in the U City base, were all surprised. Wang Hao nodded and frowned and said, Xiaomo went to Jiwei Mountain, where we met. All the mysteries may only be solved by returning to the starting point. Several people nodded and pondered for a moment. Wang Hao immediately asked everyone to transport the materials to the bus, and they were busy until after 9 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, everyone except the guards went to rest. Wang Hao was worried as he looked at the stars in the sky. Xiao Mo's face appeared in his mind, and then his girlfriend's face appeared. Cigarettes burned out one after another, and the smell of tobacco floated in the air. Brother Hao, are you thinking about Sister Wan again? Luo appeared behind Wang Hao at some point, looking at Wang Hao with distressed eyes. Oh, it's Yi, why aren't you sleeping yet? Wang Hao turned around and threw away the cigarette in his hand. I can't sleep either. Luo sat down next to Wang Hao, holding her face with both hands and looking at the night sky in the distance. What's wrong? Are you worried about something? Tell me. Wang Hao looked at her and said. Luo shook her head. I'm worried about you, Brother Hao. Seeing you unhappy, I'm not in a good mood either. Why am I unhappy? Wang Hao smiled. Anyway, I feel bad when I see you look bad. Luo turned her head to look at Wang Hao, and then looked into the distance. I'm fine, I'm just worried about Xiao Mo and Xiao Wan. Wang Hao sighed, and looked into the distance. Brother Hao, if you can find Sister Wan this time, will you still treat me as well as you do now? Luo put down her hands, and looked at Wang Hao seriously. Of course, I will treat you as my own sister. Wang Hao smiled. Jealousy suddenly appeared on Luo's face, and she hesitated to say, Forget it, Brother Hao, I'm going to rest, and you should go to bed early too. Wang Hao nodded and watched Luo leave, his mood fluctuating. He could see Luo's feelings, but he couldn't let go of his girlfriend in his heart. 5 years of love is not something that can be forgotten. After finishing his last cigarette, Wang Hao lay down with his hands crossed behind his head, looking at the crescent moon hanging high in the night sky and the stars surrounding it. He gradually felt sleepy, and soon closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Ah how! A voice suddenly sounded in his ears. When Wang Hao opened his eyes, he found that the sky had begun to turn blue, and Zhong Yu was standing beside him. Brother Yu got up. Wang Hao was about to get up but found that he was covered with a blanket covered with dew. When he saw Luo busy not far away, he immediately understood. Why are you sleeping here? Zhong Yu frowned and asked after looking at the cigarette butts on the ground. If you're tired, just sleep. Wang Hao smiled, shook the blanket, folded it, and held it in his arms. When do we leave? Zhong Yu took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao shook his head, and Zhong Yu lit it and smoked it. Brother Yu, you stay and help everyone pack the gifts. I take Dr. Yin and Xiaodong with me. As they talked, the two walked towards Luo. Zhong Yu nodded, then you must be careful. Brother Hao, I didn't wake you up because you were sleeping so well. I hope you didn't catch a cold. Luo looked back at Wang Hao while busying herself. No, what did you make for breakfast? Wang Hao put the blanket on a chair beside him, and came over. He suddenly felt a little touched by this considerate girl. Sausage rice porridge. I wanted to make preserved egg and lean meat porridge, but unfortunately there was no preserved egg and lean meat, so I had to change to sausage rice porridge. Luo said with a smile. Ari's cooking skills are getting better and better. You can smell the fragrance from a long distance. Zhongyu also said at this time. Haha, give brother you an extra bowl later, Luoyi said with a smile. While the three were talking, Dr. Yin, Hui Xiaodong, Yang Shiyun, Shan Wan and others came out one after another. Except for Hui Xiaodong, the others seemed to have gotten up long ago. How is the tidying going? Zhongyu asked at this time. Most of it is done. Teacher Zhang and Suku are still cleaning up some odds and ends, Shan Wan said. Captain Wang, I seem to have been to Jue Mountain. There is a large Taoist temple there. Our instructor took us to visit the architectural style there before. When you mentioned it yesterday, I felt that it sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember it until I went back and thought about it for a long time, Yang Shiyun said. Taoist temple? Wang Hao frowned immediately. Chapter 347. Yang Shiyun nodded, frowned and said, I forgot the name of the Taoist temple, but the area is really large, almost occupying the entire hillside. What is puzzling is that there is not a Taoist priest in such a large Taoist temple, but every wing is cleaned very cleanly. How can a man in his 70s or 80s clean those hundreds of wings so cleanly every day? And almost every wing is equipped with computers and some unnamed electronic devices. In today's technologically advanced world, it is very common for monks and Taoists to have computers in their rooms. What's so strange about this? Hui Xiaodong said disapprovingly. Monks pay attention to purity and transcendence. Computers and mobile phones are understandable, but how to explain those unknown electronic devices? Yang Shiyun glanced at him and said, monks can also engage in internet business. Maybe that is the equipment they use to open an online store, Hui Xiaodong said. Where are the people? Yang Shiyun asked back. Well, maybe they went on a group tour. Hui Xiaodong frowned. Impossible, Taoists can't go on a group tour. I think there must be something fishy. Dr. Yin frowned and interrupted. Ahao, what do you think? Zhongyu frowned and looked at Wang Hao. It's too early to draw a conclusion now. Wang Hao frowned and looked at Yang Shiyun and asked, Shiyun, you have seen the Taoist temple. Do you think it is suitable to build a base? Jue Mountain is far away from the city, at the junction of Long City and Shur City. Although there is no asphalt road, the transportation is convenient, and there are no villages around. Moreover, the walls of the Taoist temple are deliberately raised, and the buildings inside are intact. Compared with a prison, I suggest choosing the Taoist temple, Yang Shiyun said. Wang Hao nodded. Our priority is to find fuel first, and then leave here. If the Taoist temple is uninhabited, we will stay there. Everyone nodded, and after a quick breakfast, Wang Hao, Dr. Yin, and Hui Xiaodong got on the car and set off. There was no conversation along the way. When the car entered the county seat of Yao County, it was already noon. Captain Wang, how do we go next? We can't just look around aimlessly like this. Hui Xiaodong leaned out from the back seat and asked. At this time, the warrior car they were driving was parked in front of a crossroads in the suburbs of Yao County. Further ahead was the county center of Yao County. Thinking of the scene he saw outside the farmer's market before, Wang Hao suddenly felt uneasy. Dr. Yin suddenly said in surprise, Captain Wang, do you remember what I told you about seeing a face in a residential building? I remember. Wang Hao nodded, frowned and looked at him and said, what do you want to say? If we can find that person, maybe he knows where to find what we need. Dr. Yin said. Dr. Yin, your idea is too naive. Do you think we are in Iran and anyone on the street knows where to find a tanker? Hui Xiaodong pouted. You? Dr. Yin glared and his face turned livid. Then tell me, how do we go now? I listened to Captain Wang. Hui Xiaodong was speechless and looked at Wang Hao. I think Dr. Yin's method is worth a try. If you can survive in this zombie-ridden apocalypse, you should at least have some understanding of Yao County. Wang Hao frowned and said. Hui Xiaodong immediately wilted and stopped talking. Dr. Yin glanced at him, looked at Wang Hao and said, Captain Wang, do you really believe what that foreign old woman said? As long as she doesn't come to attack us, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Wang Hao frowned and said. Then he put the car in gear and drove towards the residential building where Dr. Yin found the face before. Since most of the zombies were either led to the open-air market or incorporated into the zombie army by Han Ma and others, there were rarely groups of zombies on the streets at this time. Only a few zombies wandering around occasionally appeared on the street corners. 10 minutes later, the car slowly stopped on the street outside the residential building. This is a row of old-fashioned two buildings facing the street, with a total of 4 floors. Wang Hao observed for a while, and found that only the door of the corridor in the middle building was locked, so he immediately determined the target. Wang Hao asked Hui Xiaodong to stay in the car to meet him. He and Dr. Yin picked up the rifles on their shoulders and approached carefully. The entrance to the corridor still used the wooden double doors of the time. Although they were locked from the inside, they were wooden doors after all, and they were almost rotten. Dr. Yen raised his foot and kicked one of the wooden doors directly from the door frame. Bang! A short echo came from the corridor, and dust flew in the slanting sunlight. Wang Hao rushed in first. The doors of the 3 rooms on the first floor were wide open. The house was in a mess. Wang Hao and the other person then went up to the second floor. The situation on the second floor was almost the same as the first floor. Then they rushed to the third floor. The same thing happened. When the 2 of them just climbed to the outside of the stairs on the 4th floor, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the stairs in front of them. Stop! Who are you? What do you want to do? The 2 men, a man and a woman, were both about 40 years old and looked like a couple. The man was holding an old-fashioned single-barreled shotgun and was looking at Wang Hao and the others nervously, while the woman was holding a flower gun used in operas. Don't be nervous, we won't hurt you, Wang Hao hurriedly explained, and at the same time, the 2 put down their rifles. Then, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man was wearing a baseball cap, and his eyes were nervously scanning Wang Hao and the 2 under the brim of the cap. Judging from the way he held the gun, Wang Hao judged that this man should rarely use a gun. We are from another team. I am also from Yao County. This time, I came back to find my parents. Now I have found them, but our vehicle has no fuel. We came here to ask you where we can find fuel, Wang Hao said in a slow tone. Then how did you know we were hiding upstairs? The middle-aged man still looked at Wang Hao and the others with a vigilant look. I don't know if you still remember that a convoy passed by on the road outside a few days ago, and we were detained in the car at that time. I found you. If we were bad guys, we wouldn't have to wait until now to find you. Dr. Yen stepped forward and spoke. The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard it. You are the group that attacked the butterfly convoy? How did you know? Wang Hao frowned immediately. If he said this before the disaster, Wang Hao would not feel strange, but now it is the end of the world where all kinds of communication equipment have been completely paralyzed. How did they know? However, from the other party's tone, Wang Hao could hear that they were at least not a group of butterfly convoy. Chapter 348. Because I was also there at the time, but I was just stealing their food. Later, when I saw you fighting, I ran back quickly, the middle-aged man explained. During the conversation, both sides let down their guard, and the middle-aged man immediately invited Wang Hao and the others to come into the house for a detailed discussion. Entering the room, it was filled with various instant noodle buckets, various food packaging bags, and empty cans. As soon as I entered the room, I smelled a bad smell. Why don't you throw these garbage out? Are you waiting for them to give birth if you leave them at home? Dr. Yin frowned and said. You don't know that the butterfly team has been searching for survivors everywhere to strengthen their strength. We do this because we are worried that they will find us through the garbage, the middle-aged man said, and led Wang Hao and the others into another room. In comparison, this room is much cleaner than the living room. What kind of logic is this? Can't you throw it farther away? Dr. Yin said. You know how dangerous it is outside. If you go far, you are afraid of encountering zombies and the butterfly team, so the garbage has been piled up until now. The middle-aged man sighed and explained helplessly. Then you go to steal their food, aren't you afraid of being caught by them? Dr. Yin frowned and asked again. We were starving at the time. To be honest, we have been eating instant noodles and water since that day, and we are planning to leave here tonight, the middle-aged man said. Where are you going? Wang Hao asked. I don't know. Now there are only 2 of us. We will go wherever we go. The middle-aged man's face suddenly became sad. Are you willing to go with us? Wang Hao hesitated for a moment and looked at the 2 of them. Go? Where to? The middle-aged woman, who had not spoken, suddenly raised her head with a look of desire in her eyes. Go to Long City. There is a safe base there. We plan to settle there first, Wang Hao said. Oh, I remember. Aren't you here to find fuel? I know a place where there was a large underground oil depot before the disaster. I went there with my colleagues in our unit before, the middle-aged man suddenly said at this time, with excitement on his face. Oh, where is it? Wang Hao and Dr. Yen immediately looked at him. Do you know Yan Kunpo? The middle-aged man looked at Wang Hao and asked. Yes, I went to junior high school in Dongjing Village before, which is very close to Yin Village. I only heard that there is an abandoned grain depot there, but I haven't heard that there is an underground oil depot. Wang Hao nodded and frowned at him. The Yinsuan Oil Depot is inside the abandoned grain depot. Because it is a National Strategic Reserve Oil Depot, most people don't know about it. I had the opportunity to go there once when I worked in a petrochemical company, the middle-aged man said. In that case, let's not delay here, let's go quickly. Dr. Yin stood up and said impatiently. Wang Hao nodded, then stood up and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was about to speak, but the middle-aged woman hurriedly said, You can't go now. There are secret sentries of the butterfly team along the way. If you are not careful, you will be caught by them. You have to wait until night to go. Don't worry about that. We have reached an agreement with the butterfly team. As long as it does not involve their interests, I think they will not take action. Wang Hao said. Seeing that his wife was still hesitant, the middle-aged man couldn't help but interrupt. In fact, the butterfly team is only one aspect. What we are worried about is that we will encounter those monkey-like long-tongued zombies. They are too powerful. Xiao Zhang's family on the next floor were hooked to death by their long tongues. The middle-aged man still had lingering fears when he said this. Isn't it just a liquor? For us, Captain Wang, it is no different from killing an ordinary zombie. Dr. Yin said proudly. Have you encountered them too? The middle-aged man and his wife immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Wang Hao nodded and said, Not only liquors, but also crawlers, trackers, and commanders that are more powerful than them. We have encountered them before. Seeing Wang Hao's understatement, the couple's faces were even more shocked, and, Are there more powerful ones than them? Okay, you two, we have people waiting downstairs. You are not in a hurry, but we are. Dr. Yin urged. If you don't want to leave, I will never force you, but I want to tell you that with the weapons in your hands, you may not even be able to leave Yao County. Wang Hao looked at the hunting rifles and flower guns that the two had been holding in their hands. The middle-aged woman was about to speak, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man in a harsh voice. Don't talk. If it weren't for you, how could Sijia and his grandmother be surrounded by the zombies? If you listened to me at the time, maybe our family would have fled to other places by now. The middle-aged woman sobbed when she heard this. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Wang Hao quickly said, No matter who is wrong, it's over. Now I ask you whether you will follow me or not. Let's go! The middle-aged man was so excited that his cheeks trembled. He glared at the woman fiercely. If you don't leave, you will stay here and die alone. After that, he turned around and walked out of the room. Wait for me. The woman stopped sobbing when she saw her husband leave in anger and hurriedly chased after him. Dr. Yin shook his head and looked at Wang Hao, and the two of them also walked out of the room. The interior space of the warrior car is very large, and it doesn't feel crowded even if 5 people sit in it. The vehicle then drove out of the old building area and drove onto an old township road a few minutes later, according to the route provided by the middle-aged man. After some introductions, the middle-aged man was Yin Hongzhou, 39 years old this year, and worked in a petrochemical company before the disaster. His wife was Yi Xuehua, a female lead in the Yao County troupe. No wonder she was holding a flower gun used in opera. Because of Yin Hongzhou's previous reminder, Wang Hao drove carefully along the way, always alert to the surrounding environment. Dr. Yin and Hu Xiaodong also guarded one window each. Although Yin Hongzhou had been blaming his wife before, he still sandwiched her in the middle as soon as he got in the car. Because he was worried that his hunting rifle could not fire continuously, Wang Hao stuffed his Type 54 rifle into him after getting in the car, and asked Dr. Yin to teach him how to shoot. Now Yin Hongzhou held the pistol tightly, protecting his wife firmly between him and Hu Xiaodong. Yinsuan is only about 10 kilometers away from Yao County. Although the road conditions are not good, there is no serious traffic jam. For the zombies along the way, Wang Hao still adopts the previous principle. As long as they don't take the initiative to come forward to cause trouble, avoid them if you can. If you really can't avoid them, just drive over them, and never shoot unless it is absolutely necessary. Fortunately, there are not many zombies along the way. After nearly an hour of bumpy road, the abandoned grain warehouse with weeds outside the gate finally appeared in everyone's sight. Wang Hao slowly stopped the car in front of the gate. When he was about to open the car door, a chaotic dog barking suddenly came from the gate of the grain warehouse. Chapter 349. Hearing the barking of dogs inside the gate, Dr. Yin's face suddenly changed. No, why is this dog barking different? Different? Hu Xiaodong's face also tightened. Wang Hao's mind immediately appeared the zombie dogs he encountered in the Gold Museum in Shishir City, and his face suddenly became ugly. They have mutated. Yin Hongzhou and his wife's face suddenly became nervous when they heard this. He looked at Wang Hao in surprise. You mean dogs can also be infected with RS virus? Wang Hao nodded. We have encountered it before. Zombie dogs are more ferocious than ordinary dogs. Hu Xiaodong frowned immediately. No, Captain Wang, according to what you said, Dr. Yan's Black Wind and Black Wolf also eat zombie meat. How come they are not infected? I don't know, there may be antibodies in dogs. Wang Hao shook his head, and then said, Xiaodong, you and them stay in the car, go up, Dr. Yan and I will go in first, and you can go in after the danger is over. After saying that, he nodded to Dr. Yan, and the two of them opened the door and got out of the car. When they came to the rusty gate, Wang Hao looked inside through the crack of the door for a while. There are about 4 zombie dogs inside. We will climb in from both sides of the gate at the same time, so that we can divide their attention and then kill them when the opportunity arises. Dr. Yan nodded, turned around and quickly dived under the wall on one side. Wang Hao also leaned to the other side and was ready. The two of them winked at each other and suddenly exerted their legs to climb the top of the wall. The wall was about 2 meters high. As soon as Wang Hao poked his head out from the top of the wall, he saw the 4 zombie dogs that had been barking around the gate immediately running towards him. At the same time, Dr. Yan also poked his head out from the other side, turned over and rode on the wall. Dr. Yan aimed at one of the zombie dogs and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The zombie dog immediately screamed and rolled to the side. The other 3 saw their companions being killed and immediately turned around and ran towards Dr. Yan. Almost at the moment they turned around, Wang Hao also quickly turned over and rode on the wall, shooting at the 3 zombie dogs that had just turned around. In the fierce gunfire, the smoke was filled, and the 4 zombie dogs soon stopped moving. After changing the magazine, the 2 jumped to the ground at the same time. Compared with the previous Dagu granary, the area of the one in front of them is much larger. There are more than a dozen rows of warehouses on the huge site, but the roof of the house has collapsed due to years of disrepair, and cracks have appeared in the wall. Looking at the warehouses with doors wide open among the weeds, a sense of desolation arises spontaneously. Captain Wang, look, there's a car over there. Dr. Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed to a dark warehouse not far away, where a blue car head could be vaguely seen. The two of them hurried over, and were overjoyed when they saw a light blue old-fashioned oriental long-head truck in front of them, with a huge tank behind the front of the truck. Oil tanker. Dr. Yan was immediately excited, and immediately climbed up the tank to see, but his face was stunned. Why is it empty? Wang Hao frowned and said, don't check whether the oil tank is empty first, but see if this car can be driven. As he spoke, he opened the door of the cab, inserted the key into the keyhole, sat in the driver's seat, turned the key, and the front of the car started with a hum. Seeing Dr. Yan jump out of the car, Wang Hao tried to step on the clutch and shift gears, and lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle slowly drove forward. After driving out of the warehouse, Wang Hao immediately turned off the car and jumped out. The car is fine. Now it depends on whether we can find the oil depot smoothly. The two then spent another half an hour to go around the entire grain depot, and only after confirming that there was no danger did they let Hui Xiaodong and the others in. According to Yan Hongzhou's memory, they soon found one of the oil depots buried deep underground in the grain depot where the oil tanker was found. After successfully finding the oil pipeline, under Hui Xiaodong's modification, they began to pump oil into the oil tank. 2 hours later, the tank was full, so they filled up the 2 cars with oil and started to return to the villa. It was a safe journey. In the evening, the 2 cars slowly drove into the gate of the villa one after another. Before getting off the car, Wang Hao saw Lisa, Luo Jianxi and others in the crowd. Finally, you are back. Lisa walked up with a smile. When did you arrive? Wang Hao greeted Luo Jianxi and others one by one and looked at Lisa. We arrived just after you left. Luo Jianxi continued. I have already met your grandmother. She has fulfilled her promise. We are going to leave here tomorrow. Wang Hao said. My grandmother has already told me. Lisa nodded, took a suitcase from the bearded man next to her and handed it to Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, you and I have been through a lot together. This is my gift to you. We should keep in touch in the future. What? Wang Hao looked at the suitcase in her hand in confusion. For satellite phones and 5 pairs of walkie-talkies. Lisa said. Thank you. Wang Hao nodded and took it. This was exactly the communication equipment they needed most at the moment. You're welcome. Goodbye, Mr. Wang. Lisa smiled faintly, then turned and walked towards an off-road vehicle parked not far away. Looking at Lisa's back, Wang Hao felt a little complicated for a while. It was not until the off-road vehicle disappeared from his sight that Wang Hao calmed down. Luo Jianxi and the others had become familiar with everyone after a day of contact. After seeing Luo Jing, Hui Xiaodong immediately stepped forward and introduced himself with a smile. Luo Jing responded to him with a smile out of courtesy. Wang Hao then introduced Yan Hongzhou and his wife to everyone. After a brief acquaintance, Just as everyone was preparing to eat, Dongzi, who was on duty at the gate, suddenly ran over with a nervous look on his face. Chapter 350. Ahau, there is a truck coming towards the villa. Dongzi ran to Wang Hao with a nervous face. Hearing this, everyone became nervous. Don't panic, it may be the butterfly team delivering the remaining supplies to us. Wang Hao shouted loudly, then looked at Dongzi again, and asked in a deep voice, Did you see what kind of truck it is? Dongzi thought for a while, and said, It should be a semi-trailer. Wang Hao nodded, and then called Dr. Yin, Zhong Yu and others to go to the gate. Climbing up the lookout, and picking up the night vision telescope to look in the direction of the light tube, a white Stanford semi-trailer appeared in Wang Hao's field of vision. There was no obvious butterfly team logo on the body, and because the front windshield used reflective glass, Wang Hao could not see the driver in the car at all, and the horse trough behind the front of the car was also covered tightly with tarpaulin. Putting down the telescope, Wang Hao frowned immediately. He was a little unsure whether the semi-trailer was the vehicle sent by Han Ma to transport the remaining supplies. They did have a corresponding agreement yesterday. At that time, he and Zhong Yu only brought back half of the supplies promised by Han Ma. Han Ma said that the remaining half was somewhere else, and would not be delivered until the next day. She wanted to keep Wang Hao and the others for a day, but Wang Hao was worried that there would be changes in the villa, so he expressed his concerns. Upon hearing this, Han Ma promised to let Wang Hao and the others take this half of the supplies back first, and the remaining half would definitely be delivered by the evening of the next day at the latest. But at the moment, there was no sign of the butterfly team on the semi-trailer, which was not like their usual style. It was precisely because of this that Wang Hao was a little undecided. It was only more than 500 meters from the time the vehicle appeared in the field of vision to the gate of the villa. Not to mention at night, even during the day when the visibility was good, one could only see such a far distance. Because there was a very sharp bend more than 500 meters away, and the bend was built on the mountain, and the situation behind could not be seen at all. Wang Hao discovered this situation at the time, but because this place was far away from the city, he had a fluke mentality. Now it seems that this corner is the most fatal safety hazard of the villa. But Wang Hao knew that it was useless to regret now. The most urgent thing was how to deal with this semi-trailer, whether it was an enemy or a friend. After pondering, Wang Hao immediately made a decision. He first asked Hu Zi to go back and inform everyone to prepare for the response, and then asked Zhong Yu, Lu Jiaming and Jishan to stay at the gate to prevent sneak attacks, while he took Dr. Yin, Dongzi and 5 other people to meet the enemy. After the arrangement was completed, Wang Hao and 8 people were divided into 2 groups. Taking advantage of the cover of the night and trees, they quickly sneaked from the drainage ditches on both sides to the semi-trailer that was already close to 100 meters. Wang Hao and Dongzi's group was heading towards the cab side of the semi-trailer. When they were still more than 10 meters away from the front of the vehicle, Wang Hao gave an order, and the 4 of them quickly raised their guns to block the front of the vehicle. The semi-trailer suddenly stopped slowly with a chi. At the same time, Dr. Yan's group quickly surrounded the rear manger. Seeing the vehicle stop, Wang Hao and Dongzi immediately ran to the front of the vehicle. The 2 of them pointed their guns at the windows on both sides of the front of the vehicle. Get out of the car, Wang Hao shouted at the cab window, his finger on the trigger. The window began to slowly fall. When Wang Hao saw the face in the cab, he was stunned. It was none other than Dong Xiao who had betrayed them before. What are you doing here? Wang Hao's face turned cold, and he raised his hand and put down the gun. I'm here to deliver the remaining supplies. Ahau, don't misunderstand me. Listen to my explanation. Dong Xiao was eager to explain, but was interrupted by Wang Hao. There's nothing to explain. Wang Hao called Dr. Yin to replace Dong Xiao to drive the semi-trailer into the villa, and he turned around and walked towards the villa without looking back. Seeing Wang Hao leave, Dong Xiao quickly opened the door and jumped out. Just as he was about to chase Wang Hao, he ran into Dr. Yin head-on. Dr. Yin looked at him unhappily and said, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I was really blind before. After that, he climbed into the cab and slammed the door, and the vehicle slowly started and drove towards the villa. Dong Xiao stood there in a daze, watching the car go away, his eyes full of complicated expressions. Dong Xiao came to his senses only after the car went away. He took 2 steps forward, then stopped again, looked at the direction of the villa and sighed softly. He was about to turn around and leave when a figure ran towards him quickly. Hearing the footsteps, Dong Xiao stopped and turned around, and saw Hu Zi stopping in front of him panting. Brother Wang asked me to call you back. It was Ah Hao who asked you to call me. Dong Xiao was stunned, and he didn't believe his ears. Brother Wang's name was also called by you, a traitor. Huzi said unhappily. Oh, sorry, Before Dong Xiao finished speaking, Huzi looked at him with contempt and said, I have already said the message. It's up to you whether to go back or not. After that, he turned around and walked away. Dong Xiao hesitated for a moment and hurriedly followed. When everyone saw another full truck of supplies, they all showed excitement on their faces. But when they heard that it was Dong Xiao who drove the car to deliver the supplies, everyone's faces suddenly turned into anger. When they saw Dong Xiao following Huzi, the crowd started cursing. Dong Xiao kept his head down and let the spit fly around him. Okay, everyone go and get busy. We set off on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wang Hao then gestured to the crowd. Although he was also very angry, since the incident had already happened, even if he cut Dong Xiao into pieces, nothing could be saved. Seeing Wang Hao speak, everyone dispersed in disgrace and began to prepare for tomorrow's itinerary. Wang Hao walked up to Dong Xiao and said, I want to discuss with you whether this semi-trailer can be left to us. Dong Xiao nodded, raised his head, and looked at Wang Hao with a red face. Ah Hao, even if you beat me to death today, I will not complain. Forget it, it's all in the past. Wang Hao waved his hand to interrupt him and said, I will send a car to take you back later. No, Ah Hao, I'm here to go with you. Dong Xiao hurriedly said after hearing this. Wang Hao frowned and looked at him. Why are you following us now that you have found a backer? Ah Hao, listen to my explanation. Dong Xiao pondered for a moment and said, Actually, Han Ma and I didn't know each other before. A helicopter came to our base the day before you asked Dr. Yen to find me. Chapter 351. Dong Xiao explained that he and Han Ma had not known each other before. It was the day before Wang Hao asked Dr. Yen to go for help that a helicopter from the Butterfly Fleet suddenly landed at their base. Dong Xiao and others were shocked by the opponent's formation at that time. When he saw a gray-haired foreign old lady walking out of the helicopter, everyone's face showed shock. Han Ma claimed that they were from the International Rescue Team and found Dong Xiao and his team during the inspection. At that time, Han Ma seemed very kind and unloaded some food, cooking oil, and some fresh vegetables and meat from the plane for them. It was these things that made Dong Xiao and others, who had not eaten a full meal for a long time, put down their defense and also won people's hearts. Just when everyone was full of gratitude, Han Ma suddenly proposed a condition to Dong Xiao, saying that as long as he agreed to her condition, Dong Xiao and his team would not only have no worries about food, clothing and medical care in the future, but also Dong Xiao and his team could move in unconditionally after their new base was built. Then Han Ma described to Dong Xiao the grand blueprint she had previously described to Wang Hao. Dong Xiao and the others ate the food brought by Han Ma and her friends, listened to Han Ma's passionate description of the future, looked at the AC-352 helicopter Han Ma was riding in, and the 8 well-equipped black-clad men standing behind her, and believed in Han Ma's words without a doubt. Everyone's face was full of excitement. When Dong Xiao asked what they needed to do, Han Ma smiled and told him that it was actually very simple. Someone would come to ask for help in the next few days, and asked Dong Xiao to agree to it, and then explained it like this. Dong Xiao was curious at the time, and asked Han Ma how she knew someone would come to ask for help. And Jing appeared. When he heard the names of Wang Hao and others from Jing, Dong Xiao was stunned and spoke frankly about the relationship between him and Wang Hao and others. He immediately expressed his attitude, saying that he would never do anything to harm his friends even if he starved to death. But Han Ma's next words completely dispelled his concerns. Han Ma smiled kindly and told Dong Xiao that he had misunderstood her meaning. She just wanted to take the opportunity to test Wang Hao's leadership ability and would not really hurt them, because she could see that Wang Hao was a talent and hoped to hand over the new base to Wang Hao for management after it was built. She would go to other places to search for more survivors. And she expressed on the spot that she hoped to recognize Dong Xiao as her godson and let him assist Wang Hao in managing the largest survivor base in North China that they were about to build. Listening to the conditions offered by Han Ma and seeing the kind smile on Han Ma's face, Dong Xiao was shaken at that time. After a moment of hesitation, he agreed to Han Ma's conditions and kowtowed to recognize his godmother. Unexpectedly, Dr. Yen came to their base the next day. The old friends were very enthusiastic when they met. After Dr. Yen explained his intention, Dong Xiao was still a little hesitant about whether to tell him about Han Ma's visit, but when he thought of Han Ma's words, he finally swallowed the words back. Dong Xiao felt that this was a good thing that benefited Wang Hao and himself. Although Wang Hao might misunderstand him in the early stage, Wang Hao would definitely understand his good intentions in the later stage. It was with this starting point that Dong Xiao immediately packed up all his belongings and brought dozens of his team members to the hot spring villa with Dr. Yin. However, the change of things was beyond his control, and also beyond Han Ma's expectation. They didn't expect Wang Hao and his team to let the zombies clear the way, so everything happened irreversibly, causing Feng Hetian to die on the spot. 7 team members were seriously injured, and 3 of them died due to serious injuries. Seeing that the development of things had exceeded his control, Dong Xiao regretted it at that time, but it was too late. Fortunately, Han Ma arrived in time to avoid greater casualties. After all this happened, Dong Xiao wanted to tell Wang Hao the truth immediately, but his team members stopped him, saying that since the incident had already happened, it was useless to say anything now. It would be better to make a mistake to the end anyway. Wang Hao was not injured, and you didn't know Feng Hetian, so there was no need to blame yourself, and even if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider everyone else. Isn't it because everyone follows you for a reason, not just to have a meal and a safe place to stay? If you do this, we all don't agree with it first. Seeing that everyone was speaking the same language, Dong Xiao knew that it was useless for him to say anything now. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that Wang Hao and Dr. Yin were not injured in this operation. As long as he had the chance in the future, he would definitely apologize to Wang Hao in person. Even if he was shot on the spot, he would have no complaints. After meeting Wang Hao yesterday, he wanted to explain on the spot, but Wang Hao did not give him this opportunity at all. So after they left, Dong Xiao came to Han Ma's office and expressed his thoughts. What he did not expect was that Han Ma agreed to his request very readily, and showed a look of approval, and asked Dong Xiao to personally escort the remaining supplies the next day, and even added some more on the original basis. As for his former team members, Dong Xiao respected their opinions. Everyone has their own aspirations, and he didn't want to force them. Before leaving, Han Ma personally sent him to the gate, and sent people to escort him all the way until they safely passed through the county town. As for Jing, Dong Xiao said that he had never seen her since that time. Some people said that she was attacked by a group of zombies on the way to the new base sent by Han Ma, and her life and death are still unknown. After listening to Dong Xiao's explanation, Wang Hao frowned and didn't speak for a long time. Dong Xiao seemed to see Wang Hao's embarrassment, so he said again, Hao, no matter what decision you make, I have no complaints. Wang Hao frowned and pondered for a moment, looked up at him and said, I need to ask for everyone's opinions. Dong Xiao nodded, and Wang Hao immediately called everyone who was busy together, and explained the cause and effect of the matter to everyone according to Dong Xiao's narration. After hearing this, everyone fell into silence. After a moment, Dr. Yin spoke first. I listened to Captain Wang. I listened to Captain Wang too. With Xiaodong immediately echoed. Zhong Yu and others also nodded, only Feng Hetian's group did not express their opinions. All of them looked at one person. Wang Hao knew this person. It was Squad Leader Lu, who had met Wang Hao many times before at the U City base. Squad Leader Lu's face was livid at this time, and his eyes were fixed on Dong Xiao's face. Final chapter, Part 1. Seeing this, Wang Hao walked in front of him. Squad Leader Lu, I also have an unshirkable responsibility for the sacrifice of Battalion Commander Feng. Now I respect your opinion. Brother Wang, none of us ever meant to blame you. Squad Leader Lu withdrew his gaze from Dong Xiao's face, and looked at Wang Hao and said, even if brother you didn't come, we were ready to leave in the next few days to join you. Since the battalion commander has died, you will be our leader from now on. As for whether he stays or leaves, we all listen to your decision. Wang Hao was in a dilemma at the moment. He couldn't keep Dong Xiao, and he could not keep him. According to Wang Hao's personal opinion, he still admired Dong Xiao as a person who dared to act and take responsibility, and could face his mistakes and dare to face them. Moreover, he could hear his guilt and sincerity from Dong Xiao's words. As if seeing Wang Hao's embarrassment, Zhong Yu stepped forward and said, Hao, the dead are gone. I think if Captain Feng were still alive, he would agree to let Dong Xiao stay. Everyone has selfish motives, and his starting point is also for the good of everyone. Since Squad Leader Lu has made a clear statement on behalf of everyone, I think we should not waste time on this matter. Let's keep him first. I will be responsible for supervision, and see how he performs in the future. If he makes similar mistakes again, we will settle the new and old accounts together. What do you think? Wang Hao then looked at Squad Leader Lu and the people around him, while Squad Leader Lu looked at Wang Hao with a decisive look. After a moment of silence, Wang Hao nodded. Seeing that everyone agreed to let him stay, Dong Xiao's eyes suddenly became moist. Zhong Yu then turned around and walked in front of Dong Xiao. I hope you can cherish this opportunity, and don't let everyone down for your forgiveness. Otherwise, I will be the first to not let you go. Thank you everyone. Dong Zhao's voice suddenly choked up. Everyone dispersed, and went back to work on their own unfinished work. It was not until the early hours of the morning that all the preparations were completed. Lu Jiaming had already called 2 more buses from Yao County Station according to Wang Hao's request. Now there were 3 buses in total, a Toyota Prado off-road vehicle, a military warrior off-road vehicle, a military truck, a semi-trailer, a tanker, and an armed pickup truck carrying a heavy machine gun, a total of 9 vehicles. In order to protect the supplies, Wang Hao transferred all the supplies on the military truck to the semi-trailer, so that the military truck could also carry people, and the Toyota Prado could be abandoned, because except for this Toyota Prado, all the vehicles were diesel engines. Considering this point at the beginning, Wang Hao and his team deliberately chose diesel when pumping fuel from the tanker. In addition to the Toyota Prado that could be abandoned, there were now a total of 8 vehicles left, enough to accommodate Wang Hao and his 139 people, and the 2 dogs of Black Wind and Black Wolf. After simply filling their stomachs, everyone took the time to rest. There was no conversation all night. At around 4 o'clock in the morning, Louis, Yang Shiyun, Shan Wan, Zhang Duo, Su Ke and others got up and started preparing breakfast and dry food for everyone. Not long after, Wang Hao's mother, Yang Shiyun's mother, He Xuehua and several women from Feng Hetian's base also joined in. Just after 6 o'clock, when everyone got up one after another, more than a dozen steaming white steamed buns had been hung in the parking lot, and 4 large pots of rice porridge had been cooked. After breakfast, after washing the cooking utensils and moving them to the car, the sky began to brighten. It was already 6:50, and the 8 cars were lined up in the parking lot according to Wang Hao's request. At this time, all the vehicles had started. Everyone started to get on the bus, and 10 minutes later the convoy drove out of the gate of the villa. Wang Hao drove the warrior car to lead the way, followed by the pickup truck with heavy machine guns, followed by the semi-trailer carrying all the supplies, followed by 3 buses, followed by oil tankers, and the military truck was responsible for the rear, and the rear horse trough was carrying the fully armed squad leader Lu and 10 people. According to the scheduled route, more than an hour later, the convoy slowly drove onto the highway to Long City. The convoy's route was set according to the route Wang Hao and his team had taken before, so it was relatively smooth all the way. Although there were many more zombies along the way than more than half a month ago, there was no large-scale zombie group. In the evening, the convoy had already arrived at the outskirts of Jinshe, but for the sake of safety, Wang Hao did not let the convoy stop. It was not until more than 30 kilometers out of the suburbs of Jinshe that the convoy stopped in an open area on the side of the road. It was more than 9 o'clock in the evening. After a simple meal, except for the people in charge of night watch, everyone who had been in the car for a day went back to the car to rest. A peaceful night. The next day, just after dawn, after eating, the convoy set off again. It was not until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the convoy stopped along the roadside for half an hour for everyone to eat and go to the bathroom, and then set off again, driving all the way to Yusher, and the convoy chose an open area to start camping. It was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. After a simple dinner, everyone went back to the car to rest. After arranging the night watchman, Wang Hao, Dr. Zhong Yuyin and others sat down around a small solar table lamp, unfolded the map, and began to study the next itinerary. Hao, I think we should first settle everyone in the U-City base, then we can travel light and do other things. I think this is safer. Zhong Yu then turned his eyes away from the map and looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded and hadn't spoken yet, but Dr. Yin next to him stared at the location of the U-City base on the map and frowned. Hey, it's not right. What's wrong? Wang Hao frowned and turned to look at him, and Zhong Yu and others also looked over. I remember our platoon leader said that as long as it is a military base, there will be 2 other bases around it. Dr. Yin frowned and said, first, it is convenient for airdropping rescue packages, and second, the 3 bases can take care of each other. If one of them is in danger, the other 2 can rush to reinforce it immediately. But there are rivers on both sides of the Yusher base, and the other directions are either urban areas or deep mountains and forests. It is naturally impossible in the urban area, and it is also impossible in the deep mountains and forests. The disaster happened suddenly, and almost all bases were rebuilt using existing conditions. There is simply not enough time and materials to open up land and build bases in the deep mountains and forests. What if the geographical environment is special? Wang Hao asked. No matter how special it is, there will not be only this base. Dr. Yin frowned and stared at the map. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and pointed to a desert area with no place name marked in the southwest of the Yusher base and said, "Where is this place?" Several people present looked in the direction of his finger, and squad leader Lu suddenly said, "I know that place." Everyone heard this, and immediately looked at him. "Tell me quickly," Wang Hao said anxiously. "It's the border between Province H and Province C. It's a desertified area. We've conducted desert training there before. There's a camp there for the training troops to camp." Squad leader Lu said. "That's right, there must be another base there." Dr. Yin looked at Wang Hao and said. Wang Hao was immediately excited when he heard this. That means in addition to the Yusher base, the desert base will also accept survivors, right? Dr. Yin nodded. From a geographical point of view, this is very likely, because it is at the junction of two provinces, and there are no residents around. Everyone present was excited, especially Wang Hao, because considering various factors, his girlfriend is very likely to be in that base. But don't hold out too much hope. It's been so long since the disaster. The Yusher base stopped airdrop rescue more than 20 days ago. Fortunately, we can still go out to search for food on our own. But there is a desert area with no grass and no people. Although it is at the junction of two provinces, the nearest place is only a remote town, which is also 300 kilometers away. It takes at least 2 days to go back and forth in such a long distance and desert area. I think even if there are survivors there, I'm afraid. Squad leader Lu hesitated when he said this. Everyone naturally understood what he said later, but no one spoke. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not let it go. Wang Hao became more and more anxious when he heard this, and he wished he could fly over immediately. Zhong Yu looked at squad leader Lu and said, "I remember Captain Feng said before that there are still many safe bases built by survivors around the U City base. Is it possible for those bases to accept foreign survivors? Those 4 bases were destroyed not long after you left. They have now become a paradise for zombies." Squad leader Lu shook his head helplessly. The scene fell into silence. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun, who was responsible for driving the second bus, suddenly opened the door and ran over quickly. "Ahow, I just received a group of distress signals." Final chapter. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and Dr. Yin, who were discussing the next itinerary, turned their heads and looked. Zhang Jianjun ran over hurriedly with a gloomy face. "I just tried to turn on the car radio, but I didn't expect that someone would speak as soon as I turned it on." It was a middle-aged man's voice. The content was probably asking for help, but I didn't hear the specific situation clearly. Wang Hao frowned and asked, "Did you reply to him?" Zhang Jianjun nodded and said, "I replied, but I didn't receive a reply for a long time. He will definitely send it again." Wang Hao said. "Okay, I go and keep watch. I inform everyone in time if there is any new situation," Zhang Jianjun said. Wang Hao nodded, and Zhang Jianjun turned around and walked back to the car quickly. After Zhang Jianjun left, Dr. Yin frowned and looked at Wang Hao, who could have sent the distress signal. Wu Xiaodong pouted and continued, "Of course, it was a survivor. Could it be a zombie?" Wang Hao pondered for a moment, looked at Lu Jiaming beside him, and said, "Brother Lu, what is the general communication range of car radios?" Lu Jiaming thought for a while and said, "It depends on what transmitter the other party uses. In the case of the same frequency, the range of the general transmitter is between 2 and 3 kilometers. If there is support from a base station, the communication distance can reach more than 10 kilometers or even dozens of kilometers. However, judging from the current situation, even if there is a base station, it must have stopped working long ago, so I think the person who is calling for help should have sent the signal within 3 kilometers around us." "So close?" Wang Hao was surprised and looked around subconsciously. This place is not far from the center of Yulin City. The 3 kilometers around are all urban and rural areas with complex environment. If there is no exact geographical location, searching for the rescuer is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Dr. Yin, Zhong Yu and others also frowned and looked around. The high and low buildings not far away looked weird in the dark night, as if there was danger hidden in every place. "Damn, how can I find it?" Wu Xiaodong frowned and stared, looking reluctant. Although this 3-kilometer range is not large, it is also like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhong Yu retracted his gaze and frowned and said, "Let's not talk about whether we can find it or not. The zombies hiding in it are enough for us to deal with. Moreover, resources are scarce now. If we waste limited ammunition on blind search and rescue, how can we ensure everyone's safety? If he can tell us the exact coordinates, we can give it a try," Lu Jiaming said. "If we still don't receive a reply after daybreak, we will give up. We can't delay our plan," Wang Hao said after a moment's hesitation. Everyone nodded. It was already early in the morning. After discussing for a while, they decided to temporarily settle everyone in the Yushur base, and then form a team of 10 to search for Xiao Mo, and finally go to the desert base to find Wang Hao's girlfriend and Zhong Yu's sister. The plan was finalized, and everyone dispersed. Wang Hao returned to the car, and he couldn't close his eyes for a long time. He kept thinking about the inexplicable distress signal in his mind, and he always felt that it was related to him. As he thought about it, he thought of his girlfriend again. Although he saw a glimmer of hope, his mood suddenly became uneasy at this time. Of course, he hoped that his girlfriend was safe, but he was more worried about the scene that had been lingering in his mind. He couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning, so he simply opened the car door and got out. He took out the cigarettes in his pocket. The cigarette box was wrinkled. He reached in for a long time and took out a cigarette that was crushed and broken into 2 pieces. He put it under his nostrils and smelled it. The smell of tobacco was still there, but it was mixed with a faint smell of sulfur. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. He looked up at the night sky and found that the stars and the moon had been covered by dark clouds at some point. The night wind blew, and the coolness immediately penetrated his skin, mixed with a faint smell of sulfur. It's going to rain again. Looking at the dark night sky, Wang Hao frowned and muttered to himself. "Ah Hao! Come here quickly." At this moment, Zhang Jianjun's voice suddenly came. Wang Hao was startled and ran over quickly. After Zhang Jianjun started shouting, Wang Hao hurriedly returned to the driver's seat and turned up the volume of the radio to the maximum. "Listen." Wang Hao frowned and quickly put his ear to the radio. The radio kept making a buzzing sound, and a man's voice came from it intermittently. Wang Hao and the others listened for a long time, but could not hear the content clearly. Wang Hao faintly heard the word stone from the buzzing electromagnetic waves. His face changed drastically. He immediately concentrated and listened again, but the radio suddenly became silent. He waited for more than half an hour, and still had no movement. Even the buzzing electromagnetic wave interference sound disappeared. "Brother Zhang, how long has it been since you first received the signal?" Wang Hao then stood up and frowned as he looked at Zhang Jianjun and asked. Zhang Jianjun looked at the electronic watch on the car and said, "The last time it was just after 12 o'clock, now it is 2 o'clock, it should be about 2 hours. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Then we will wait for him for another 2 hours. I trouble you here. I go call Brother Lu to see if he can get a signal booster or something like that." Zhang Jianjun nodded, and Wang Hao turned and got out of the car. When Lu Jiaming heard what Wang Hao said, he immediately nodded to indicate that he could try, and then he started to search in the toolboxes of several cars. At this time, Wang Hao returned to Zhang Jianjun's bus. Time passed by minute, and the radio was always silent. Seeing that the time was about to be 2 hours, Wang Hao and the others stopped talking, held their breath, and stared at the radio motionlessly. 2 hours were about to pass, and Lu Jiaming was still squatting among a pile of parts and tools with a frown on his brow, assembling and disassembling the parts in his hands from time to time. It seems that this signal booster will be difficult to complete in a short time. 2 hours. At this time, Zhang Jianjun whispered. For some reason, after hearing Zhang Jianjun's words, Wang Hao felt his heart suddenly tremble as if he had an electric shock. The 6 green numbers on the car electronic meter kept changing. Wang Hao and his partner were in different moods, but they both held their breath and pricked up their ears. Times. It was 4:03, and the radio that had been silent for 2 hours finally made a sound. Wang Hao's face suddenly lit up. It seemed that his guess was correct. The other party sent a signal every 2 hours. Our radio is about to run out of power. This is the last time we send out a distress signal. We are at Yushur number 2 middle school. We are at Yushur number 2 middle school. We are at... Times. A harsh electromagnetic wave suddenly pierced the eardrums of Wang Hao and the others, and then the radio no longer responded. The two of them looked solemn. Hao, what should we do? Should we go to rescue? Zhang Jianjun rubbed his ears and looked at Wang Hao. Rescue? Of course we have to rescue. Wang Hao frowned and nodded, looking at Zhang Jianjun and said, Brother Zhang, you are more familiar with the Yushur base. After I leave, you and Brother Yu will take everyone back to the base first. We will go back and meet you after we rescue people. Zhang Jianjun nodded. Who are you going to take with you? Dr. Yin and squad leader Lu and others. After all, they are more familiar with the terrain of Yushur than I am. Wang Hao said. Okay, then I will notify them. Zhang Jianjun said. As they were talking, the two of them had already walked out of the bus and ran into Luoyi and Shan Wan, who had just gotten off another bus to prepare a meal. Brother Hao, what are you doing? Luoyi and the others looked at Wang Hao and Zhang Jianjun in confusion. We received a distress signal, and are now going to rescue people. Brother Zhang and brother, you will take everyone back to the Yusha base later. We will go back and reunite with everyone after rescuing people. Wang Hao said. Luo nodded, but Shan Wan said, could it be a trap? It probably won't, but we will remain vigilant. Wang Hao said. As they were talking, Dr. Yin, Zhong Yu, squad leader Lu and others also got off their respective vehicles. Wang Hao then introduced the situation to everyone, and everyone nodded. Zhong Yu interrupted at this time. Ah Hao, I will go with you too. We are strong now, and we are so close to the base. Brother Zhang alone is enough. Zhong Yu's face looked very anxious, and Wang Hao could naturally see what he meant. He was always worried about his sister. Zhong Yu's sister and Wang Hao's girlfriend were both from Shishir. Zhong Yu had told Wang Hao before that he would go to Shishir with him to look for relatives. Wang Hao nodded, and then made arrangements for the personnel. Finally, he decided to take Dr. Yin and squad leader Lu and 10 other people to form a temporary search and rescue team to Yusha. After the arrangements were completed, Wang Hao and 10 people immediately took a warrior car and a troop carrier to the search and rescue site. Wang Hao drove the warrior car with Dr. Yin, squad leader Lu and 2 other soldiers with rich search and rescue experience, each equipped with enough ammunition. Under the dark blue sky, the 2 cars quickly drove into the urban area of Yusha. The street was quiet, and the high and low buildings on both sides stood like ghosts. People walking on the street corners could be seen from time to time, but they were all stiff limbs, with empty eyes. Looking at the zombies around, it felt as if they had come to hell in an instant. Squad leader Lu and his team had previously gone to Yusha No. 2 Middle School to search for survivors, but at that time, apart from the zombies that were scattered throughout the campus, no survivors were found, so squad leader Lu inferred that the survivors, who sent out distress signals, might have arrived there recently. Squad leader Lu said that although Yusha No. 2 Middle School is a key middle school in Yusha, its building scale is very backward. It is still a campus from the early 1990s. Although it is dilapidated, it covers a large area. Squad leader Lu introduced that Yusha No. 2 Middle School is divided into high school and junior high school. A rough calculation shows that there are at least 5,000 teachers and students in the school. The combined area of the two is larger than 3 Yusha prisons, and there are many buildings that were built later, so the environment is also more complicated. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown when he heard what squad leader Lu said. The situation was more difficult than he had expected, but he didn't know why. Ever since Zhang Jianji received the distress signal, an invisible thought suddenly came to his mind, making him feel that he had to go to this place, as if someone was waiting for him there. The vehicle was traveling at a constant speed on the streets of Yusha. It was already bright outside, and it was already 6:30. Looking at the zombies on the desolate streets outside the car window, this thought in Wang Hao's mind became stronger. Under the guidance of squad leader Lu, the warrior car passed through 3 streets in a row. After passing a small overpass, squad leader Lu pointed to a building under construction not far to the left and said, "Turn around the building, and you can see the gate of Yusha No. 2 Middle School. When we retreated before, we blew up the gate to prevent more zombies from coming out. We can only enter the campus on foot. Is there no back door?" Dr. Yin turned around and asked. "No." Squad leader Lu shook his head. While the two were talking, the vehicle had already passed the office building. A few hundred meters away, the collapsed school gate was still a ruin, with more than a dozen zombies wandering around slowly. "Let's park the car here and tell everyone not to shoot if possible to avoid attracting other zombies." As Wang Hao spoke, he pulled the car to the side of the road. Squad leader Lu immediately grabbed the intercom and conveyed Wang Hao's order to the car behind. The 2 cars, one in front and one behind, slowly stopped by the curb opposite the office building. Everyone immediately got off the car, checked their equipment, and installed bayonets on their rifles. Wang Hao divided the 10 team members into 2 combat teams, divided into left and right sides, and covered each other as they moved forward. Arriving at the ruins at the school gate, Wang Hao pressed his hand to the people behind him, signaling them to stop first, and he quickly climbed up the ruins and picked up the telescope to observe the campus. A few minutes later, Wang Hao put away the telescope and walked down. "Squad leader Lu, you just said that when you came here before, the zombies were all over the campus, right?" Wang Hao frowned and looked at squad leader Lu and asked, "Well, what's wrong?" Squad leader Lu nodded puzzledly. "There are 2 big buildings, 3 small buildings, and some bungalows and tiled houses scattered in the campus. There are so many buildings and the zombies are not surrounding anywhere, but are fond of the teaching building of the high school. I think the person who asked for help should be in the teaching building of the high school. Wang Hao frowned and said. How many are there? Dr. Yin interrupted. At least 3,000. Wang Hao said with a serious face. 3,000? Dr. Yan's eyes widened immediately. As expected. Squad leader Lu's face suddenly became serious, and the other people were also surprised. Wang Hao frowned and said, But I found a big gap in the northeast corner. There seems to be a dry river outside the gap. We just need to lead the zombies into the river to rescue the rescuers. This is easy, leave it to me, Dr. Yin immediately said. Wang Hao nodded, but it's too dangerous for you to go alone, and the target is too small. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, squad leader Lu immediately said, We will go with Dr. Yin and throw 2 grenades. I don't believe we can't lead them over. This is the best. Wang Hao nodded, but you must find a way out in advance, otherwise you will be surrounded by the zombies. I understand. Squad leader Lu said. Captain Wang, you have to be careful too. There is limited space inside the building. Be careful of mutant zombies. Dr. Yin stepped forward and said. Wang Hao nodded. Dr. Yin, squad leader Lu, and the other 5 people immediately climbed up the ruins and ran towards the gap in the northeast corner. After watching them safely reach the gap, Wang Hao picked up the telescope and observed the teaching building surrounded by the zombies. The teaching building has 5 floors. Through the window, he found that except for the first floor where zombies were active, the remaining floors were empty, but no survivors were found either. Wang Hao then looked at the rooftop, but there was still nothing found on the rooftop. How could this happen? Putting down the telescope, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the intercom made a tick sound, followed by Dr. Yan's voice. Captain Wang, we are ready to drop bombs, ready to drop bombs. Wang Hao quickly raised his telescope to see Dr. Yin and squad leader Lu approaching the zombies, and immediately asked, Have you found a way out? Have you found a way out? Got it, we have found a way out, we have found a way out. Dr. Yin grabbed the intercom and responded to Wang Hao, while gesturing to the side. Remember to keep a safe distance from the zombies? Wang Hao added worriedly. Got it, Dr. Yin replied. Wait until all the zombies are let out, and you will get back to the car immediately. Wait for my notification, and be ready to respond at any time. Wang Hao said again. Got it, Dr. Yin responded, and then there was an explosion. Wang Hao quickly moved the telescope towards the zombies. Then, there was another explosion. The dark zombies that originally surrounded the teaching building suddenly loosened up, and the outermost zombies began to turn their heads and rush towards Dr. Yin and his companions not far away. After each of them threw a grenade, Dr. Yin and squad leader Lu began to fire at the zombies with their rifles, retreating towards the gap while firing. A dark tide of zombies soon appeared from the distance from the teaching building to the gap. Looking at the scene a few hundred meters away, the faces of the 4 team members lying on the ruins were all shocked. At this time, Wang Hao had been using a telescope to observe the zombies and Dr. Yin and his team. After leading the zombies into the gap, Dr. Yin and squad leader Lu disappeared from Wang Hao's sight. The zombies' overwhelming roars were occasionally mixed with sporadic gunshots. Half an hour passed quickly, and the area around the teaching building was vacated. In addition to the dirty blood, corpses, rags and rotten shoes on the ground, there were only 3 lame zombies still limping and chasing their companions. They are at their prime age, but they didn't expect to encounter such a natural disaster. A thin soldier in camouflage uniforms beside Wang Hao said, I say, Glasses, why are you still here sighing at this time? Another sturdy young man, who was also wearing camouflage uniform, said with a sneer, Do you think everyone is like you who is full and doesn't miss home? Glasses turned his head and glared at him unhappily. The sturdy young man was about to retort, but another young man who was also wearing camouflage uniforms interrupted him. Okay, it's time to argue here. Hearing this, the 2 of them suddenly stopped moving. After saying this, the young man crouched down and walked to Wang Hao. Brother Wang, when are we going in? Wait another 5 minutes. Wait until all the zombies in the gap are out, then we will act. Wang Hao put down the telescope and said. The young man nodded, and the scene suddenly became quiet. The 5 people's eyes were always fixed on the 3 lame zombies, who had just walked halfway. Captain Wang, we have led all the zombies into the river. At this time, Dr. Yan's voice came from the intercom in front of Wang Hao again. Received, act according to the original plan, act according to the original plan. Wang Hao grabbed the intercom and responded. Received. After receiving Dr. Yan's response, Wang Hao and the other 5 immediately stood up and walked down the ruins, forming a battle formation. and quickly sneaked towards the teaching building while taking turns to cover each other. The three lame zombies, who were halfway through the walk, heard the noise behind them and slowly turned around. Seeing the strong young man raising his gun to shoot, Wang Hao hurried forward and pressed down his gun barrel. "Don't shoot, otherwise the efforts of squad leader Lu and others will be in vain." The strong young man suddenly said "Oh," and quickly put down his gun. At this time, the glasses ran towards the three lame zombies. Before Wang Hao could speak, the three zombies fell under the bayonet of the glasses. Wang Hao looked at the calm glasses with surprise. He didn't expect that this gentle and thin young man in front of him had such good skills. Except for Wang Hao, the other three looked accustomed to it. Seeing Wang Hao's surprised look, the young man who had stopped the two from bickering said, "Brother Wang, don't underestimate this guy. His family is a martial arts family. This kid has been squatting since he was in his mother's womb. Before joining the army, he participated in a Sanda competition organized by the city, and kicked a Taekwondo red belt opponent to pieces. The referee called a foul, and this kid joined the army in a rage. When I was in the recruit company, I couldn't stand an old soldier bullying a new soldier, so I went up to reason with him, but the other party punched him in the chest. I didn't expect that the boy not only didn't react, but also grabbed the old soldier's wrist and pulled it casually, dislocating the other's arm. I haven't remembered this incident for a long time." While talking, Glasses had come back. He smiled and said, "These old things have been gone for a long time. Why do you still mention them? Hypocrisy." The strong young man rolled his eyes at him, and his eyes inadvertently looked up at the teaching building, but suddenly froze. "Look, there are people there." Several people were suddenly startled, and Wang Hao hurriedly looked up, only to see several faces squeezed in a window on the 5th floor, both men and women. Save people first. Wang Hao immediately gathered his mind, and several people quickly ran to the open door of the corridor. As soon as they entered the door, a foul smell came immediately. "Everyone be careful." Wang Hao raised his hand to warn, and the 4 people behind him stopped moving immediately, quickly pointed their guns at the surroundings, and walked slowly to the 2nd floor in a battle formation. The stench came from 2 corpses with their internal organs emptied on the left corridor of the 1st floor. When Wang Hao and his companions turned the corner of the stairs on the 1st floor, they found that the entire staircase leading to the 2nd floor was full of desks and chairs. A zombie had its abdomen inserted by a deliberately sharpened stool leg, and was pressed down by the desks and stools above it during its struggle. At this time, it was still waving its 2 arms in vain. Seeing this, Wang Hao stepped forward and stabbed its eye socket with a bayonet, and the zombie immediately stopped moving. Just when Wang Hao and his companions were having a headache about how to clean up so many desks and stools, footsteps suddenly came from the corridor on the 2nd floor. Soon, several figures appeared behind the pile of tables and stools, and a man's excited voice came, "You came just in time. A few hours later, the zombies would have attacked. Did you send out a distress signal?" The man with glasses asked first. Yes, I sent it. I have been sending it for half a month. I had already given up hope. It seems that God really has eyes." While the middle-aged man was talking, he and several other people started to move tables and stools to the side. Everyone stepped back. Be careful of the tables and stools collapsing. Wang Hao spoke quickly at this time. After hearing this, several people retreated to the corner. Hearing Wang Hao's voice, someone who was moving tables and stools suddenly screamed, "Who was talking just now?" Wang Hao was startled when he heard this voice, and the tall, thin, bald middle-aged man suddenly appeared in his mind, and then his heart beat violently. You are Uncle Lin." "How? Is it really you?" The other party's voice suddenly became excited. "It's me, Uncle Lin, I'm Hao." Wang Hao could no longer control his excitement, and hurried up the stairs. He couldn't see the other person, because he was blocked by the table and stool. Xiaowan, come here. Look who this is." The middle-aged man shouted excitedly on the other end. When Wang Hao heard the name from the other side, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He wanted to shout the name he had shouted countless times in his dreams, but he felt as if a ball of cotton was stuffed into his throat, and his tears were immediately choked out. Thump, thump, thump. A sound of footsteps quickly sounded in the corridor. "Dad, what's wrong?" A voice that Wang Hao was very familiar with was like a steel needle piercing Wang Hao's throat, and he immediately swallowed the cotton ball. "Xiaowan, I am Wang Hao." Wang Hao's voice suddenly choked, and tears could no longer be controlled. "A Hao? Are you a Hao?" Lin Xiaowan's voice was startled, as if she couldn't believe her ears. "Yes, I am a Hao, Xiaowan. Wang Hao's voice choked, but he couldn't say the following words. "It's really you. A Hao?" Lin Xiaowan's voice suddenly choked. That's great, Lao Lin. Today we have a double happiness. Everyone, don't just stand there and help move things. The middle-aged man who spoke before spoke at this time. Hearing this, everyone immediately joined forces and cleared the tables and chairs in the corridor in less than 10 minutes. Looking at the person on the stairs, who he had always cared about the most, Lin Xiaowan on the opposite side also had tears on her face. The two looked at each other for more than 10 seconds. Wang Hao could no longer control his emotions. The two ran to each other and hugged each other tightly in the middle of the stairs. Xiaowan, I miss you so much. Holding the shoulders of the person he loved most, Wang Hao's tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Hao, let's never separate again, okay? Lin Xiaowan also said in a tearful voice. Letting go of Lin Xiaowan, Wang Hao grabbed her shoulders tightly with both hands, nodded vigorously, and smiled with tears on his face. Xiaowan, I promise you, from today on, we will never separate again. Hao, I knew you would find me. Lin Xiaowan hugged Wang Hao tightly again, before Wang Hao finished speaking. Everyone was sighing at the scene. At this moment, the intercom on Wang Hao's waist suddenly made a click sound, and Dr. Yan's voice came. Captain Wang, we are back in the car. How is the situation on your side? Lin Xiaowan quickly let go of Wang Hao, tilted his head to the side to wipe the tears on his face, and Wang Hao picked up the intercom to report the situation here to Dr. Yan, who was also full of excitement when he heard it. Wang Hao put away the intercom, and then counted the situation on the scene. Including Lin Xiaowan, there were a total of 9 people. They escaped from the desert base that Dr. Yan had deduced half a month ago. There were 13 people when they escaped. 4 of them died when they encountered a small-scale zombie siege on the way. And Lin Xiaowan's mother was infected with the RS virus at the beginning of the disaster. It was Lin's father who acted decisively to save the lives of the father and daughter. The reason why they chose this place was because one of them was a teacher from Yushar No. 2 Middle School. He said that before the disaster, the school was preparing to hold a spring sports meeting. There was a batch of mineral water and some instant food in the warehouse that was bought the day before the disaster for teachers and students from other schools to participate in the competition. They came here after hearing the teacher's suggestion. When they saw the number of zombies here, some people suggested giving up, but most people were hungry, so a few people climbed in from the wall behind the warehouse. Unexpectedly, when they came to the warehouse after all the hardships, they found that the door of the warehouse was wide open, and the things inside were moved cleanly without even an empty bottle left. In desperation, they were about to look for another place, but at this moment, the zombies rushed in from all directions, and finally hid in this teaching building under the leadership of the teacher. In the past half-month, they have been relying on some compressed biscuits brought out when they escaped from the desert base to fill their stomachs. There is special drinking water in the teaching building, so the water source is sufficient. During this period, the zombies have been surrounding the teaching building, and they can't get out at all. Although they have been sending out distress signals, they have never received any response. Their food was eaten up 3 days ago. In the past 3 days, they have been drinking the drinking water provided to students in the corridor to fill their stomachs, but just yesterday at noon, the drinking water gradually dried up. Fortunately, they met Wang Hao at this time. All the coincidences made Wang Hao and others sigh that God still favors lovers. When Wang Hao and his friends got on the car, it was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The 2 cars set off immediately, and finally arrived at the Yushar base before dark. Before that, Wang Hao used the satellite phone given to him by Suku to inform Zhong Yu and others of the situation here, so someone had been waiting for them outside for a long time. Everything in the base remained the same as when Wang Hao and his team left. After Wang Hao introduced Lin Xiaowan and others to everyone one by one, everyone quickly became familiar with each other. Luo walked up to Lin Xiaowan, held her hand and said, Sister Wan, I've heard Brother Hao talk about you for so long and I finally meet you today. I hope you can be together forever. Luo's eyes were a little wet when she said this. Although she felt a little sad, she wished Wang Hao and his team all the best from the bottom of her heart. After a long separation, everything before no longer existed with the advent of the end of the world. Wang Hao and Lin Xiaowan sat on the wall until the early morning, and Wang Hao sent her to rest. After sending Lin Xiaowan off, Wang Hao saw Zhong Yu sitting alone in front of the burnout fire in a daze. He knew that he was thinking about his sister again, so he walked forward. Brother Yu, are you thinking about your sister again? Wang Hao took out a cigarette and handed it to him, lit it, and sat down beside him. Zhong Yu nodded, took a puff of cigarette and said, I plan to find them tomorrow, whether they are alive or dead, I will find them. I will go with you, We are going to Jue Mountain to look for Xiao Mo and pass by Shishir tomorrow. Wang Hao said. I'd better go alone. I don't want everyone to take risks with me. Zhong Yu said. Brother Yu, you are being too polite. We are a family, and your family is of course our family. Wang Hao took a puff of cigarette and said, by the way, I just heard from Xiao Wan that the military took some people in the air raid shelter in Shur City, when they were protecting them during their retreat. It is said that because there were not enough vehicles at that time, the remaining people were prepared to be picked up the next day. Unexpectedly, the development of the disaster was beyond the control of the military in just a few hours, so the plan to pick up those people was shelved. Zhong Yu immediately became energetic when he heard this, and he was about to leave for the air raid shelter, but was eventually. Wang Hao stopped him. Brother Yu, I promise you, we will go to the air raid shelter first and then go to Jue Mountain at dawn tomorrow. What do you think? Brother Xiao Mo's safety is equally important. Wang Hao interrupted Zhong Yu before he finished speaking. Brother Xiao Mo has no problem protecting himself with his skills, but your sister, how dangerous is it for a girl like her in this doomsday? Okay, Brother Yu has decided. We will set off on time tomorrow morning. Let's go to the conference room now. Dr. Yin and others are waiting for us there to discuss tomorrow's action plan. Wang Hao said. Zhong Yu nodded, and the two of them stood up and walked towards the office building. The power supply system stopped working half a month ago. At this time, there were small fires burning everywhere in the U City base. In order to prevent the occurrence of fires, Wang Hao arranged a person in charge of watching the fire in front of each fire. After Lu Jiaming reinstalled the solar panels brought from the hot spring villa in the next few days, it can drive some lighting facilities. After discussion, it was finally decided to act according to the plan proposed by Wang Hao. First, go to the air raid shelter in Shishir to find Zhong Yu's sister. No matter what the result is, go directly to Jue Mountain to find Xiao Mo. The departure time was set at 7 o'clock in the morning. The people who participated in the action were Wang Hao, Dr. Yin, Zhong Yu, the glasses mentioned by Wang Hao, and the 5 strong young men. Zhang Jianjun, Lu Jiaming, with Xiaodong, squad leader Lu, Shishan and others stayed at the base to watch the house. The plan was finalized, and everyone dispersed. Nothing happened that night. Wang Hao got up early the next day just after 6 o'clock. As soon as he walked out of the office building, he saw Shan Wan sitting on the steps outside the door in full gear. Hearing Wang Hao's footsteps, Shan Wan looked back and said, I want to go with you. Wang Hao frowned, looked at her puzzledly and asked, Do you have missing family members in Shur City? No, I want to do something for Brother Yu. Shan Wan's answer was very straightforward. Wang Hao immediately understood what she said and nodded. As long as Brother Yu agrees, I have no objection. I don't need his consent, I just want to do something for him. Shan Wan stood up and said, Which car are you driving? What are you going to do? Wang Hao looked at her puzzledly. I want to hide in the car in advance, otherwise he won't let me go. Shan Wan said. Okay, I help you once. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment and nodded. You get on the military truck. I say hello to Dr. Yin in advance. Thank you. Shan Wan showed a rare smile, and then walked towards the military truck parked not far away. Looking at the brightening sky, Wang Hao's brows had never been so relaxed as this morning. After a simple breakfast, Wang Hao and the other 5 got on the car one by one. Before getting on the car, Wang Hao suddenly decided to drive the military truck as well, saying that if there were any survivors, they could pick them up together. Hearing Wang Hao's suggestion, several people nodded in agreement. Wang Hao handed the task of driving the military truck to Dr. Yin and told him the situation in the car. Dr. Yin nodded and opened the car door and got on. The 2 cars then slowly drove out of the base gate, drove down the winding mountain road, and then the speed increased, and drove quickly along the national highway leading to Shishir. The journey was safe. Just after noon, the 2 cars had arrived at the outskirts of Shishir. Looking at the city in front of him, that he had just visited not long ago, Wang Hao's mood at this time was completely different from that time. According to the map drawn by Yang Shiyun as dictated by Lin Xiaowan, Wang Hao and his team quickly found the air raid shelter from the nearest route, but they were stopped by a chaotic gunfire before they got close. Then several timid heads poked out from behind a large rock nearby. Seeing the 4 shooters holding various guns, Wang Hao and his team immediately felt relieved. All 4 were women of different ages, but judging from the way they held the guns and the bullets they fired, they were definitely not people who often use guns. No. Don't come over here. Who are you? What do you want to do? Seeing Wang Hao get off the car and walk towards them, one of the young women in her 30s immediately raised the single-barreled shotgun in her hand nervously. Don't be afraid. We are looking for someone. Wang Hao stopped and said, I don't have the person you are looking for here. The young woman said nervously. How do you know she is not here when you haven't asked me who I am looking for? Wang Hao asked back. In short, there is no one. Don't go any further. I will really shoot. Seeing Wang Hao walking forward, the young woman took a step back and held the shotgun in her hand tighter. At the same time, the other 3 people also pointed their guns at them nervously. We are here to find my sister. Her name is Zhong Shan. She is about this tall and has short hair. Zhong Yu hurriedly stepped forward to explain. While explaining, he gestured with his hands to show his sister's height and hair. I don't know her. We don't have her here. Go away. Before Zhong Yu finished speaking, the young woman interrupted him. Then you should know me. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Shan Wan's voice suddenly came from behind everyone. Everyone was stunned and turned their heads to see Shan Wan, who was fully armed, holding a double-barreled shotgun in one hand and walking towards them slowly. You are Shan Wan? The other party suddenly widened her eyes, her expression full of excitement. Debao. Shan Wan shouted. De Zhuanzi is really you. The other party ran towards Shan Wan with excitement on her face and hugged her. Except for the 2 of them, everyone present had a confused look on their faces. After the introduction, everyone learned that the young woman named Debao was Shan Wan's college roommate. The 2 had always had a good relationship and kept in touch after graduation. They didn't expect to meet in such an occasion. Debao told Zhong Yu that there was indeed no girl named Zhong Shan here. In addition to the people who were taken away earlier, there were more than 20 people left in the air raid shelter. Later, more than a dozen left. Now there were only 4 of them left, but they had never heard of a girl named Zhong Shan, and no one who matched the characteristics described by Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu's face suddenly became desperate. Shan Wan stepped forward and said, Brother Yu, don't be discouraged. The world is so big. I believe there will always be a day to find it. I will always be with you. Zhong Yu's heart moved, and his throat was a little choked. He looked at Shan Wan, and his eyes flashed with tears. Thank you, Wan. Shan Wan shook her head with a loving expression, and then looked at Debao and the other 4. Debao, you guys come with me to the base. It's safe there. Debao and the other 4 immediately showed excitement on their faces, and nodded one after another. Captain Wang. Shan Wan looked at Wang Hao again. Of course I welcome it. Wang Hao nodded. You guys drive the warrior back. We still have to find Brother Xiao Imo. Turning to Zhong Yu, he said, Brother Yu, I can understand your current mood. Just like Shan Wan said, the world is so big, as long as we don't give up, there will be a day to find it. Thank you, Ahao. Zhong Yu nodded. His face was much better than before. Everyone set off immediately, and the 2 cars separated at the intersection and drove in their respective directions. Jue Mountain is about 200 kilometers away from Yusher City. It took 2 days to get there because they were not familiar with the road conditions. Now, following the previous route, Wang Hao and his team arrived at the foot of Jue Mountain 5 hours later. This place is only 1 hilltop away from the place where Wang Hao had the accident. Over the hill is the winding mountain road that leads to Long City. The trees in the mountains are withered, and the site is bleak, as if it has entered late autumn, but the gloomy sky above and the heat in the air make everything return to summer. Looking around, there is a large area of ancient buildings halfway up the mountain, almost occupying the entire hillside. Wang Hao and his team then walked up along a stone staircase in the mountain that came down from the upper paving. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the gate of the Taoist temple. The collapsed gatehouse and courtyard wall, and the yard overgrown with weeds, the desolate sight made people never think that there would be people living here. Wang Hao and his team divided into 2 groups, and began to search from one room to one corner. It was not until the sun set and the night began to fall that Wang Hao and his friends searched the entire Taoist temple, but they did not find a place that looked like a place for people to live except for the dilapidated rooms with collapsed doors and windows. They sat down on the steps in front of the main hall, and Dr. Yin and the strong young man found some dry firewood and put it together and started to crackle not far away. Wang Hao looked at the buildings around him that were gradually covered by the night, and he couldn't help but frown, and began to doubt what Han Ma said. Captain Wang, is that foreign old lady playing tricks on us? We have been looking for her for a long time, but we can't even see a ghost. After lighting the fire, Dr. Yin walked over with an unhappy look on his face. I don't know either. Let's wait until tomorrow morning to search again. If there is still no clue, we will go back. Wang Hao sighed and retracted his gaze. That's the only way, Dr. Yin nodded, looked at the gloomy night sky and said, I really hope that Brother Xiao Mo can suddenly appear in front of us like before. I hope so too. Wang Hao smiled helplessly, but his face suddenly tightened, and the whole person suddenly became alert and looked around. What's wrong? Captain Wang. Dr. Yin said puzzledly. There is movement. Wang Hao lowered his voice and looked around. Where is it? Dr. Yin quickly held the rifle in his hand. Zhong Yu and the other two who were not far away ran over as soon as they heard Dr. Yin's voice. What happened? Zhong Yu looked at the two of them in confusion. I seem to hear footsteps just now, but I can't determine the location. Wang Hao said nervously. Hearing this, the man with glasses and the sturdy young man immediately raised their weapons and looked around. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense, and the five people looked around from their own perspectives. But 5 minutes passed, and there was still no movement around. Just as they put down their weapons, a gust of night wind suddenly blew, rolling up a few dead leaves on the ground, which made Wang Hao and the other five suddenly nervous again. After seeing that they were fallen leaves, they were relieved again. The five people then returned to the steps in front of the hall and sat down. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the previous tense atmosphere had completely disappeared. Seeing that the flames had become smaller, Dr. Yin got up and added a few more firewood inside, while Zhong Yu lit another cigarette and stared at the night sky in a daze. We've known each other for so long, but I still don't know your names. In order to divert his emotions, Wang Hao looked at the glasses and the sturdy young man beside him. My name is Xie Xian, and his name is Li Ming Lei, a real Lei. While introducing himself, the glasses also introduced the sturdy young man beside him. What do you mean by a real Lei? Are you scolding me in a roundabout way again? The sturdy young man felt that it was a bit difficult to understand, and he got a little angry. Ask Brother Wang if I scolded you. Xie Xian pouted and looked at him. Brother Wang, did he scold me in a roundabout way just now? Li Minglei looked at Wang Hao and asked in a muffled voice. Xie Xian is explaining the meaning of your name to me. Wang Hao smiled. What do you mean? Why don't I understand? Li Minglei asked again with a puzzled look. This? Wang Hao was about to speak, but suddenly he felt a gust of wind behind his head, and his face changed immediately. Be careful behind you. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, Xie Xian had already pulled Li Minglei to the side. At the same time, Wang Hao also rolled on the ground, holding the black knife in his hand when he stood up. Zhong Yu and Dr. Yin also reacted immediately, and the five people quickly gathered together. But nothing appeared in the hall, only a gust of cold wind blew. Just when the five people thought it was a false alarm again, two black shadows suddenly fell from the top of the hall, and after landing, they rushed towards Wang Hao and others at a very fast speed. Liquor! Everyone be careful! Wang Hao shouted, and several people quickly dispersed, and the sound of gunfire immediately broke the silence in the Taoist temple in the deserted mountain. All five of them were good with guns. In less than 30 seconds, the two lickers were lying on the ground without any movement. Form a battle formation and retreat. Wang Hao shouted hurriedly. The five of them quickly formed a triangular battle formation and began to retreat quickly. However, at this moment, the ground shook. Before they could see the situation clearly, four tall figures holding giant axes suddenly appeared around the five people and surrounded them with giant axes. It's this monster again! The giant axe monster in front of them was the same as the one Wang Hao had encountered before. It was covered with a sack, wearing a one-piece leather coat, and carrying a 2-meter square long-handled giant axe. Damn, what is this? Xie Xian pushed his glasses up his nose, and his eyes showed an incredible light. Zhong Yu, Dr. Yin, and Li Minglei were also shocked, but none of them showed excessive panic. The four mountain-like bodies blocked Wang Hao and his retreat. Don't save your bullets, each of you shoot at their heads. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, 595 fully automatic rifles started to make da-da-da sounds, and 5 lines of fire shot towards the heads of the 4 giant axe monsters. Soon one of them was knocked down. Just as Dr. Yin, who was shooting, was about to turn the gun to help others shoot the other one, the giant axe monster that had been shot down actually got up from the ground again, swung the giant axe in his hand, and threw it towards them. Everyone be careful! Dr. Yin shouted hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and his friends hurriedly looked back and flew over them. The giant axe flew over them with a sound of breaking wind. With a muffled sound of thump, what Wang Hao and his friends didn't expect was that the giant axe flew over Wang Hao and his friends and directly hit the giant axe monster on the opposite side that was rushing towards them. The huge axe directly chopped into the abdomen of the giant axe monster. After falling to the ground, the internal organs in the abdomen immediately flowed out along the axe, and a foul smell immediately filled the air. The monster that threw the giant axe was less than 10 meters away from Wang Hao. The other two were slower, but less than 15 meters away. Wang Hao turned around and shot, only to find that the bullets were empty. It was too late to change the magazine. He drew out the black knife and stood up to meet it. Without the help of the giant axe monster only had 2 thick arms. When it was 3 meters away from the opponent, Wang Hao suddenly exerted force with his legs and jumped up. He barely avoided the attack of the giant axe monster's arms, and with both hands, he grasped the handle of the knife and used the gravity of his falling body to chop down the head in the sack that had been stained with dirty blood. At the moment when the blade was about to fall, Wang Hao suddenly felt a burning sensation in his left arm, and a redness instantly reached the blade from his palm, and the black knife suddenly turned red. Swish, the knife fell, and the giant axe monster instantly turned into a pile of ashes with black smoke. At the same time, one of the other 2 giant axe monsters was also eliminated by Xie Xian and Li Minglei. The last one was still fighting with Dr. Yin and Zhong Yu. The 2 of them dodged the attack of the other giant axe while shooting at its head. However, it did not affect the action of the giant axe monster at all, but completely angered it. Wang Hao, Xie Xian, and Li Minglei also joined the battle. The giant axe monster was surrounded by enemies, and was a little overwhelmed. Wang Hao saw the opportunity, and chopped off the opponent's head with a knife. Bang! After the huge head fell to the ground, there was a sound of iron sheet. Hearing this sound, Wang Hao trembled in his heart, and hurriedly stepped forward to pull off the sack on his head. Half of the bumpy iron mask fell to Wang Hao's feet, and the face had been beaten bloody by bullets, and could not be seen at all. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly condensed, staring at the half mask on the ground in a daze, and finally uttered a word, "Bin." "Captain Wang, what's wrong with you?" Dr. Yin and others immediately surrounded him with puzzled expressions. Wang Hao hurriedly pulled off the sacks on the heads of the other 3 giant axe monsters, and finally sat on the ground. "Ah, how do you know them?" Zhong Yu asked in confusion. Wang Hao nodded. "It's the bin I told you about, and one of the other 3 should be Jian who was with him." "So they are from the butterfly team?" Zhong Yu frowned and continued. "Before, they were, but later they all had their genes changed by the queen bee," Wang Hao said in a daze. "Will Xiaomo also?" Dr. Yin said in surprise. Before Dr. Yin finished speaking, Xie Xian suddenly said in surprise, "There is someone over there." Wang Hao immediately collected his thoughts and followed his gaze. He saw a thin figure in a room not far away staggering towards them. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Seeing that figure, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother Xiaomo." The figure suddenly paused and stopped. Everyone's face was full of joy. Wang Hao hurriedly ran over. When they saw the true face of the man, everyone's eyes were surprised and happy. "Brother Xiaomo, we finally found you." Wang Hao looked at Xiaomo in front of him with excitement. "Brother Xiaomo, are you injured?" "Who are you?" "I don't know you." The other party actually took a step back vigilantly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Wang Hao quickly said, "I am Wang Hao, Brother Xiaomo, don't you recognize me?" Wang Hao. This name sounds familiar. The other party frowned, but he still couldn't remember whether he knew Wang Hao. Wang Hao carefully looked at the other party's face and figure. His left hand was exactly the same as Xiaomo's. Wang Hao was sure that he would not recognize the wrong person. "Captain Wang, I think Xiaomo has lost his memory," Dr. Yin whispered in Wang Hao's ear. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, and then said, "If you are not Xiaomo, what is your name?" "Me?" The other party was confused again after hearing this. "What is my name? What is my name?" Frowning and thinking for a long time, he suddenly looked at Wang Hao and said, "I forgot. Do you know what my name is?" Everyone was stunned. Wang Hao remembered that Xiaomo had suffered from selective amnesia before, and remembered what Han Ma said, and immediately determined that the person in front of him was Xiaomo. "Brother Xiaomo, let's go. Everyone is waiting for you. I believe you will slowly remember it in the future." Wang Hao's voice was a little choked. "Who is waiting for me?" Xiaomo asked puzzledly. "You will know when you see them," Wang Hao said as he stepped forward to help him. Xiaomo suddenly remembered something and said, "I have something to take. Wait for me." He then hobbled back to the room where he had appeared before. Wang Hao followed him. When he entered the room, he saw a 3-meter square black hole on the ground. Xiaomo had already climbed down. Wang Hao was about to follow him in when Xiaomo leaned out and said, "Help me get it. I have something else." He then took out a rusty crossbow from under him. Seeing the familiar crossbow, Wang Hao could no longer control his emotions and his eyes were immediately filled with tears. Soon Xiaomo took out another black bag, patted the dirt on his body and said, "Let's go, I have activated the self-destruction program, and this mountain will be razed to the ground in 5 minutes." Wang Hao was shocked when he heard this, and he didn't have time to ask in detail. He quickly helped Xiao Imo out of the wing room, and the 6 of them walked out of the Taoist temple quickly. A breeze blew, and 100 yuan bill stained with blood floated from the air, slowly floated across Wang Hao's face and fell on his chest. Perhaps it was the power of money, or perhaps it was the smell of blood that made Wang Hao's eyes, which had been tightly closed, begin to move. After struggling to jump a few times, his eyelids finally opened slowly, and he saw the deformed car window and the gloomy sky.